Hello, everyone. We are back with the candidates day 3. I have GM Abhijeet Gupta with me. It's all going to be fire on the board today. Welcome, Abhijeet. How are you feeling today?
I'm very good. Thank you, Sahil, for having me. And welcome to all of you who have just joined us and who will be joining us later on. And it's you pointed out correctly, it's going to be fire on board. और बहुत मजा आने वाला है और बाकी आई एम श्योर आप लोगों ने बाकी चीजें देखी होगी आज पूरे दिन में जो जो चीजें हुई है लाइक दिस स्पेशली दिस ओलंपियाड टॉर्च रिले व्हिच वाज ट्रूली अमेजिंग द फर्स्ट ऑफ मेनी फ्रॉम नाउ ऑन और हमेशा हम ये कह सकते हैं पहली बार इंडिया से चालू हुई थी
Indeed. And अब हर साल इंडिया से ही जाएगी. That is really cool. And to be honest, I think candidates is also such a great tournament, and we might see many of these players who are going to play in the Olympiad play this tournament.
Most of them, yes, yeah.
That and such confidence. PM Modi calling out their names. Imagine, it's a great boost. So yeah, I think we have a lot of statistics to look at, and then we'll have the games. So let's have a look at.
Yeah, let's see the standings probably.
Yeah, indeed. So we have Caruana and Ian on top with 1.5 points. And these two players, well, Ian, of course, was the winner of the last time. And before that, we saw Caruana as well. So they both, know how to do the job. Basically, you have Rapport right behind, Duda all tied on 1 point. And then what do you think about Ding, Liren and Rajabov losing 1 game each? How will they come back?
To be honest, I don't think it's going to be such a big of a problem because they are very experienced. And if you had seen yesterday's Hikaru's recap, he mentioned keep it simple, stupid, like this is how you come. This is how you come back to a tournament after a loss. Just keep things simple and try to play a little faster, and then pressurize your opponent on the board and also on the clock, which he did very well yesterday. And and all these guys are so experienced. Like especially Ding and Rajabov, they've played candidates multiple times, so they know, they've been there, they've done that. So I don't think they need any advices from us.
Indeed. And I think, with Hikaru also coming back, and, if people, let's say Rajabov and Ding strike today, I think that would completely blow up in the tournament. And then we have absolutely no clue who's favorite, because right now we have some sort of clue. Okay, maybe Caruana, Ian pushing a little bit, but yeah, I think it's only 2 rounds, as you correctly mentioned, and we have 12 more rounds to go. A lot of interesting games to go, I think.
Yeah, many interesting games, and let's quickly see the win percentage. So Ding Liren has 54.46% win percentage against the 7 other players who are playing in the candidates, and I see Alireza has the maximum percentage here. Yeah, so
are you surprised by that?
Yes, because he hasn't played that many tournaments, that many elite events. He just rose to the top very quickly, and it was sort of like also Fabiano said, it was more like a momentum thing, where he was winning continuously everything, but he was not there for very long. If you see his rise, it was basically last 8-10 months, from 26 and 40-50 to now 2800.
Indeed. And Duda having the lowest percentage among all of them. So yeah, I mean, even I'm a bit surprised. Firouzja 55 sounds pretty impressive. And Caruana and Ding also right there, 54. I think we can check out the head-to-head scores as well now, and we can see who is the favorite going in for now.
Also, you could see Hikaru was also right in the mix. I think 5 players were almost close together. Yeah. And so today, the pairing is between Ding versus Rappo, and Ding is, well, 2-1, you can already discount it in the sense that it's just 1 game thing, yeah.
पहले तूने हराया, मैंने हराया, अब एक और मैच बाकी है. अभी decide नहीं हुआ.
But आप second board अगर देखोगे तो it is 3-0, which is clearly says that Caruana is a big favorite against Duda, especially with white pieces.
And one important detail, Firouzja and Hikaru have not played. That's crazy. So this match, the battle of the dynamic players, with Firouzja having the white pieces after holding 2 kind of, games, barely by the scrape of the edge, board ke kone se usne pakad ke rakha tha us chess game ko. And today he's playing Nakamura with the white pieces. Will be a very interesting game as well.
Yeah, they haven't. Although they haven't played in a classical match, but I'm sure they during the pandemic they've played lots and lots of bullets. Like
True, true.
And this is a very surprising result. This I didn't know. Like on board 3, Ratchabov has a better score against Nepomniachtchi, but probably when Nepomniachtchi started to rise, Ratchabov probably stopped playing for a while, took a sabbatical or something. So again, they haven't played a lot. So the margin is still very low, and also they haven't played a lot.
Indeed. So I think, you correctly mentioned, I think not many games between all the players, and especially Firouzja Nakamura. So I think the stats are going to change pretty much tonight for sure, almost in all boards. Yeah.
There is one more fact which I wanted to tell you was that before this Carlsen Nepomniachtchi World Championship match, Nepomniachtchi had a better score going into the match, and then it just reversed. Yeah, after the match.
True. So you might see some reversing here as well. Yeah.
We have a quick merch announcement. Maybe let's. Yeah.
So that's the kind of shirts I want as well. I'm a big fan of shirts. As you can see, one is right behind me, where you have a simple fact displayed: who is better than whom. So I'm a big fan of merch in overall. So chat, do check them out.
It looks pretty cool actually. I got some thanks to chess.com. I received my merch, so maybe it's time for you to order from this website, which you can see here, and yeah.
Indeed. I think it's only a few minutes to the games. As you can see, we have Ding against Rapport on the screen. Players, the typical 7-foot chairs giving a complex to all men in the world, right there facing at the board. The players moving around. And
who do you think that this guy was, like the white shirt? You cannot see the face, but
I have to say it must be Rapport. Yeah, Ding is
I think Fabiano.
Fabiano, yeah, achha.
Because Fabiano is very lean, like strong but lean.
Yeah. But Ding is also very lean. Yeah, I mean he's super lean. I think Ding as well.
हाँ, पर हाथ से थोड़ा strong लग रहा था मुझे.
Chat, by the way, वो video देखी क्या जहाँ पे Hikaru is trying to find a mouse? That was one of the best videos I've ever seen, ever. He's literally...
Maybe if we have time, maybe we can have a look at that.
That would be really cool if we can have it. Okay? And Chat, भाई क्या लग रहा है?
You do is incredibly valuable, and sometimes you don't even able to cope with those few losses you do is incredibly valuable, and sometimes you don't even have to believe what you're saying. Being able to cope with those few losses you do is incredibly valuable, and sometimes you don't even have to believe what you're saying. You just need to have that psychology of, yeah, it's okay, I lost.
It's not even it was kind of out of context. He's literally trying to find it. Oh, the mouse is this OTP? Oh my god. Maybe he's searching for the chat's permission to go to the washroom. Chat, I'll be right back. Yeah, I have to change this OBS screen there, right? It looks like that.
Yeah.
By the way, I think you were right. It was Caruana. Although all are wearing white shirts, hard to say, but yeah, it does look like it's Caruana.
Yeah. I think so. I think this board, I genuinely feel that Fabiano has very good, he definitely has an upper hand going into the game. Whatever happens in the game, that is a different thing. But on paper, he's a favorite.
Indeed. And as we have seen, he's one of the best, well-prepared, opening specialists in this tournament, and he has in all candidates actually, prepared so deeply. Even yesterday against Nepo, he was so well prepared. Nepo was the one who had to find these rook a3 ideas, and he barely escaped. So Yeah, and that was the black pieces. So I think Duda, it's an important match for him because he's technically, well, underdog is a very bad statement to use, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of the underdog here. And, even Carlsen has said he has no chance. So I think holding Fabi with the black pieces itself would be a big deal.
I mean, it will be, but also like he's a candidate here. So now you have to find a way to win games. Not necessarily with black pieces, but in general.
Yeah, even the lady said,
if you could see like Firouzja first round, like the way he just went all out with black pieces against Rajabo in the beginning.
True.
So somehow I feel Duda's style is a little bit solid. मतलब काफी संभल के खेलते हैं वो.
Yeah.
ज़्यादा मतलब इधर-उधर नहीं करते मतलब if you try to beat him, of course he'll catch you. So
true. And in the first game as well, where he was completely winning and couldn't convert. So he's had his chances. Maybe he might get some in this game. And I think this is a very important game. I think for sure, Caruana Duda. So I think, Chad, you can also vote. Yeah, as usual, you can vote for the games till the 10th moon. That will be awesome. And the game should start any moment now.
Yes, game should start any moment.
Chat, क्या लग रहा है आज कौन लीड लेगा यार? Will Caruana take the lead? Will Nepo somehow, surprise Rajabo with the black pieces, or will both somehow end up losing or something and somebody else takes the lead? What do you think, chat?
I think there is some delay, because you can see in this screen, the time was already 15:00.54. Yeah, you could see 15:01, and they haven't started it yet. They're waiting for something.
Maybe probably some technical issues, maybe.
Oh, Ding uses the small chair, in the far right, if you could see the far corner.
Yeah, he's using a small chair. Okay. So he's trying to stand out, maybe psychological ploy.
For a moment, I was like, kisne ulta jacket rakha apni chair pe?
Yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, they shook hands. I think Hikaru just shook hands with Firouzja.
So they inaugurated on Firouzja's board, and I don't know what move it was, but yeah, he took it back anyway.
It was E4. I'm not sure though.
I think it was E4, but he took it back.
I took it back. It's like, nah, nahi khelna.
So now finally, we have action.
Yes.
E4 in Fabiano's game. I think let's look at Fabiano's game.
We stick to any game, by the way, but we have one E4 and 3 D4s today. A big change from yesterday, so where we had E4 on four boards.
Yeah. So
we have
3 D4s. Yeah. Do you think you will get your beloved London system on top?
If I do, I'm going to jump on this chair right now. Come on. I
jump from the chair or jump on the chair?
I don't know where I'll jump. It's going to be random, but I think there's only one game where it's possible now. That's I think Ding Liren, right? Come on, Ding, let's go. I think we have the
Rapport is thinking,
Yeah. I think Rapport is probably going to oblige and play D5, and then we'll have Bishop 4.
I like Caruana Duda actually. The sharp mind.
Yeah.
I mean, Duda is not scared at all.
I think we can switch to that game. I think already. I think we switch to Duda against Caruana against Duda, and I think that game is progressing really fast, especially when Caruana he's very well prepared, right? So the game progresses very quickly in the opening somehow. Yeah, by the way, chat, you can vote on all the games till move 10 before you lose the chance. You can win some amazing prizes. There's an option on chess.com/events. Wahan pe aapko option milega. Please do check it out. Bhai, it's amazing. Bhai, you get to win some events and you just have to predict the result. Yeah, itna aasan hai. We predicted with 100% accuracy yesterday. Everybody.
Did we?
Yes. We don't go back and check that, of course, but we did. Yes, always.
Okay, so I'm going to vote in Fabiano's Duda's game.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to Fabiano. I mean, I like Duda, but okay. I want to win.
Okay. Fabiano is an easy one, relatively. What in the other games?
Let me switch to Ding versus Rapport. I think I'll go with Ding.
Okay.
Because Ding is ultra solid and Rapport is it's like fire versus ice, no? Ice versus
and he did
fire.
not even play the London system. Yeah, so yeah, of course, he would win.
And Hikaru Alireza, I think it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
And Rajapov, Nepomniachtchi, I have a feeling that it will be draw also.
I think this game will have a result. At least that's my.
You
I
think so? What do you
Yeah.
think? Which side should I vote?
I will not let you know. I think because I will jinx the other player. So you can go for your.
Okay, what do you think? I'll vote the opposite player anyway.
Okay. I think this game will be won by Nepo.
Okay. I think it will be a draw.
Ulta to jate yaar. I have been lied to chat. Okay. Anyways, so I think we can switch to one game now. And
yeah, I think let's switch to Caruana's game because
Indeed. Already many
this
moves.
is very topical line chat. So let us go from the beginning. So it was typical Sicilian night off, and yesterday we saw Rapo going for this Queen D4 line, but he literally didn't get anything of the opening. So Knight F6, Knight C3, A6. Again F3 very sharp. It's called English attack. The main idea is to play F3 is to firstly to go bishop here and then start rolling down the pawn on the king side. Black goes E5, typically countering in the center. Bishop E6. Generally, Sahil, like Sicilian में main idea यही होता है आपको somehow जिसका D5 का control है ज़्यादा उसकी position ज़्यादा comfortable रहेगी. So right now it is black. Bishop E3, H5, Queen D2, Knight D7 and long pass. And now you see white has even control on D5 and black is... See, H5 is like sort of a hyper modern move. You sort of weaken your king a little bit because eventually आप king side में ही castle करोगे. पर H5 का ये है कि G4 को थोड़ा रोकना है और white को इतना easily space नहीं देना king side में.
But would you recommend H5 lines for people who are just starting out Sicilian, for example, अगर अभी सीख रहे हैं, or would you say some of the line is better for them?
See, these days it is very hard to say because the thing is, if it works, it works. Yeah, मतलब जो चल रहा है, if computer is agreeing with it, then okay, what can you do?
True.
मतलब अगर भगवान कुछ बोल रहा है तो आप मना थोड़ी कर सकते हो.
कंप्यूटर साहब हम सब आपके गुलाम है भाई. जो आप बोलोगे हम वही खेलेंगे. हर कोई कार्लसन से लेके मेरे से लेके हर कोई.
बिल्कुल.
And well, I think he's castle queenside, already.
Yeah, this is fairly normal. Yeah. So sometimes what happens is white tends to go knight d5, वो फिर bishop से मारते हैं, and then we get this typical structure where white sort of has more grip on the queen side. So let me put some moves actually. So let's say some random move, yeah. Let me play this. Let's say this, bishop g7, king b1. Again, fairly useful move, just to go away here. And here the problem is g4 sometimes still works, मतलब वो pawn देके भी white खेलता है.
Indeed.
So it is not that clear कि मतलब black कैसे किस side खेले.
हाँ, मतलब when you're attacking you want to open files chat और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. जितना फाइल खोलोगे उतना रुक घुसेगा, उतना क्वीन जा सकती है. कल को h फाइल खुल गई तो there's no point of an extra.
और usually इस पोजीशन में black कुछ करता नहीं है, black ignore करता है. क्योंकि अगर जब भी हम gh5 मारेंगे तो knight से मारेगा तो फाइल तो क्लोज रहेगी और g5 करेगा तो anyway king side तो क्लोज रहेगी. तो black start something on this side. So this is like typical sort of ideas here. But यहाँ पे again there are a lot of subtleties like पहले g6 खेलना है, पहले queen c7 खेलना है. All these small things can be lethal. And for some reason I'm under the impression that Duda is either he's not sure or he's forgotten something in his preparation because this is not the position which you usually think. Because the line starts from this position basically.
True.
So as he's thinking, let us quickly see other openings.
No? Yeah, exactly.
So let's see probably Alireza versus Hikaru.
Indeed.
So it was the thing is both are in the same generation, from the same generation. So I'm not sure किसके नाम पे ये opening है. So anyway, again very topical. A3, D5. So you take and simply rook D1. And as a beginner, I'm not saying you are a beginner, but I'm saying as a beginner, how would you tell, explain कि white तो अपने king side के pieces तो निकाल ही नहीं रहा, like all these pieces,
So I
king
think somehow,
safety के बारे में तो सोच ही नहीं रहे, पूरा
so I
queen
think
side निकाल दिया बाहर.
it's like first of all, I think white के पास दो bishop तो रहेंगे. That's his advantage, right? He wants to keep it till the end. If he can somehow develop very normally, let's say e3 खेला, knight f3, bishop somewhere castles, suddenly he has the bishop pair for nothing. Black has absolutely nothing. So black का idea ये है कि भाई मैं तो king save कर लिया है, तुम्हारा king के अभी आधे भी मूव नहीं हुए, पीस तो दूर की बात, जब तक कि तुम कैसल करोगे हम तुम्हारी बैंड बजा देंगे भाई. So that's what black is trying to do. Yeah, मतलब he might play bishop a6 to harass your queen, he might play c5 to open the center. So तभी white ने पहले ही rook d1 खेल दिया कि भाई तुम c5 खेलोगे तो harass हो कौन रहा है, तुम ये तो देख लो पहले. So now c5 becomes less likely automatically. And I think we might just see bishop a6 trying to attack.
Yeah, bishop a6 happened, queen a4, and
Okay.
h6 was played, which is very important because, Sahil, like this pin is very dangerous. अगर मुझे पता ही क्यों खेला है, तो अगर मैं भूल भी जाऊंगा तो स्टिल इन द बैक ऑफ द माइंड, मतलब सबकॉन्शियसली मुझे पता है, somehow if I try to think a lot, तो मुझे याद आ जाएगा बोर्ड पे भी कि चलो इसके वजह इस फॉर इंस्टेंस रुक d1 जैसे आपने समझाया था कि मतलब कभी c5 आएगा तो you have dc5. So like that, if you prepare, then it's more likely you not forget. मतलब we are also human being, या तो मतलब भूलोगे तो सही कभी तो.
And this knight is constantly under pressure. You can't move the knight, you can't move the queen. If you move the queen somewhere, then automatically that gives me a chance to spoil your king side structure. So automatically, this spin is very uncomfortable, and you don't have a task of bishop to unpin yourself. So white obviously lacks in development, but he makes up for it in some ways. So this will be a very dynamic battle. We'll see. I think after rook d8 has been played just now, and now queen has gone
C2.
back. Yeah,
Sahil, like here, if c5 happens, and of course the point of rook d1 is to take dc5. But do you know what it is called?
Discover attack, I guess.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
I think I shouldn't have asked you. I should have asked the chat. Actually. It was my mistake.
But anyways, ठीक है, it's fine. Yeah.
So queen c2 again. I think we are fairly in the opening preparation, and I think both of them know their stuff pretty well here. I think Hikaru is just trying to remember, or just try to figure out what to do.
But
we haven't seen.
But I think somehow, whenever because Hikaru,
let me go back. Yeah,
because Hikaru has so much experience in online chess, right? So he is the one who has trained himself to play these Bote's gambits, play these gambits, that gambits. So he is the one who can somehow confuse matters very easily. Mala opponent को कैसे confuse करना है ना, like playing some move which might not be the best over the board, and especially in time pressure. Yeah, even yesterday I think he managed to. Of course, I think Zhao played really well, but he managed to win at the end. So I think he's one guy who's going to be very tricky in this tournament when there is no increment at the time trouble stage. So I think we can check out another game for now, but this game will be very, very interesting.
Just to finish off what you were saying about Hikaru, I was watching his recap like yesterday for yesterday's game, and he was totally on point. He was saying that in the first game, he remembered how difficult it was to play without increment, like last few moves against Fabiano, and then he understood that whatever the position it's, people are not used to playing without increment. So you remember we were talking about when the Ratchaboo gave the pawn and we were thinking about whether to take with the queen or with the pawn. So he was like, okay, he's already down on clock, and he told in his recap that he knew that with the queen, if he takes the pawn with the queen, it is better. But वो pawn से इसीलिए मारा because he thought कि चलो time pressure में he'll make a mistake, and which happened. In the end, वो 40th move में वो pawn मरा ली इन्होंने A6 वाली.
Yeah, exactly, because we are trained to follow the engine, but somehow we forget the human element there, and we humans will make mistakes always.
Yeah. So let us go to, we were speaking about Ratchaboo, so let us go to his game. And this is another modern tabe of Catalan. Let's go from the top. Again, G3 is one of the ways to play against it, and this is one of the most universal openings, again, popularized by mainly in recent past from Kramnik, let's say 15 years to now. Kramnik was one of the major exponent of this line. And now everybody plays this. So Bishop G2, C5, and this is the line, I think, even Anand sir was playing a lot, like during this World Championship matches and all this. And DC5 is the line where, I mean, here white has many options. You can play Queen A4, Knight A3, and everything is okay for white, like Knight E5, and maybe I'm forgetting some other moves as well, but most of the moves are fine. And DC5 is a move is sort of, कि भाई मैं हारूंगा तो नहीं, मैं जीतूंगा, पता नहीं मैं जीतूंगा या नहीं जीतूंगा, पर मैं हारूंगा तो नहीं और मैं आपको एंड तक तड़ पाऊंगा. So you exchange the queens, Bishop C5, Knight E2, and C3 is a very subtle move. So generally what happens if you castle, just to explain to the chat, okay, I'll just take the pawn, and now you will see the wrath of this bishop. First of all, developing this bishop is not very easy, and let's make a move, Sahil. Just make a random move.
Yeah, I guess I would love to play my rook to E8. Let's say
rook E8 or D8. What did you say?
Yeah.
E8.
Let's say E8.
Yeah. Let's say E8. Yeah. So I'll just play Knight E5, and now the problem is I'm attacking this piece twice with the knight and the bishop. And if you take this, I'm going to take it back. और अब you can see ये bishop नहीं निकलेगा और ये bishop नहीं निकलेगा तो ये rook नहीं निकलेगा. तो after a while, black gets just stuck. And with white, it's so easy to play. I'll put my bishop here, rook will come here, and something will enter eventually.
You can't even play rook b8 because bishop f4. Yeah, so there's
exactly. Yeah.
Chat, by the way, how do you think the name the name Catalan was given to this opening? Do you have any clue? चलो भाई अपनी Google की उंगलियां दबाओ, जल्दी से बताओ chat.
अच्छा, even I didn't know. Maybe because of the place.
Yeah, I think we'll give chat time to find this out. Let's see chat. Come on, chess history, very important. We just saw speech by Modi ji how chess history is so important. Let's figure it out, chat.
Okay. So C3 again to ruin white structure, and now you can see like the difference. Like let's say if I go Knight C4, already because of this pawn, it's not so much anymore. Like black can even sort of sacrifice this E5 pawn. Like even if black sacrifice one of the pawns, this pawn will be weak to target for black.
And also like, A2 pawn now, right? Because it doesn't have a different...
Like let's say just even Knight D5. Yeah, it's very hard to defend this pawn also as white. So BC3 short castle. Usually there are two moves here. I mean, one idea is to simply go Knight D3, Bishop E7, and simply go Knight D4, and again use the same thing, this diagonal. But it's a little bit different than the previous position. And the other move is also Knight B3, Bishop E7, but no. So Knight B3, Bishop E7, and just go C4, play Bishop E2, C5, and play slowly here. And it's very important to get C5 in very quickly, because if black gets B6 and some sort of blockade, then this pawn becomes really weak on C4.
Rook
So
C8
bishop
and then
B2.
yeah.
Yeah. So this is the general idea in this kind of positions. But I'm
Chat
very
में-
surprised that Timur is thinking right now, because this is
Yeah, I mean,
again.
but I think it's become tradition now, right? He thinks a lot in the opening. It's kind of, I think now it's expected now. By the way,
Yeah.
chat found it out. Yeah, they found how the name has been derived. Yeah. So, Mr. Naik said the Catalan derives its name from Catalonia after tournament organized in the 1929 Barcelona tournament. Asked Tatako to create a new variation. Indeed. Well said, Mr. Naik. Well said.
We haven't looked at Ding's game.
Yeah.
So let us go there. So this is a Grunfeld. Let's take it from the top. So again, this is like one of the hyper modern openings, because you sort of give up the center first and then you try to take it back with this d5. So cd5, 95, bishop g7, c5, again trying to break this pawn chain. 92, knight c6, bishop e3, castles, b6. And now, I mean, there are multiple moves here. For black, you can either go bishop g4 here, bishop d7, knight a5, queen c7, practically all the moves, yeah, which are possible. So also b6 here, which happened in the game. Rook c1, bishop b7, bishop b5. I think the idea behind bishop b5 is probably to go d5. So let's say, for instance, if you go d5 here, the problem is, I think, just knight a5.
Knight a5, yeah.
And which attacks the bishop, so you have to somewhere move this. Let's say I go here. Then I also play c4. Bishop has to go again. Let's say on b1, and then black simply plays e6. And it's not very easy to maintain this chain against this bishop. Probably not e6 here, because you can probably take here. So maybe I'll play something like queen d7 or something like that first to.
Yeah, white needs the c pawn for the support. Yeah, you need that c4 option.
Yeah.
Once black breaks this chain somehow, then it becomes easy to challenge the center. He has two bishops on those long diagonals, ready to strike, and he just needs to exchange the d pawn, and suddenly his pieces will come to life.
True. So that's why probably he plays first this, with the idea to go d5 and c4 fast. And Rapo responds with rook c8, which is, again, I'm not sure what is going on.
By the way, do you play the Grunfeld yourself, Abhijeet?
Yeah, I've played Grunfeld all my life.
For example, like when I choose my opening replace black, I don't know, whenever there's an opening in which white is given the entire center with, for example, the King's Indian or the Grunfeld, I look at these three pawns, I'm like, why do I need to give the center? I can just play d5 on the first move. So how do you psychologically not scare yourself after first 5 moves by giving white these 3 pawns? So how do you, for example, let's say prepare the Grunfeld? When did you start learning, for example? Who helped you and so on?
I think I started playing it probably when I was 14, 15, so quite young. And to be honest, I do understand what you mean. Like, this pawn chain can be frightening, and to give up all the center, कोई fight भी नहीं हो रहा,
कुछ भी नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है,
मतलब e4 d4 दोनों जगह pawn आ चुकी है.
Exactly.
So, but the thing is, there are so many dynamics in this position. Let's say we are showing, at some point white goes d5, black goes e6, and then एक बार pawn chain break होना चालू होती, then white position completely deteriorates, because अब होता क्या है, d5 के बाद ये c3 pawn and a2 pawn also gets a little bit weak if the d pawn just leaves this chain. Let's say if I remove this d pawn from this equation. So suddenly there are a lot of dynamics. I mean, optically it does look good for white, but black has a lot of dynamics. That's what attracted me, like when I started the
True. By the way, Ding, somebody said, Ding is why Ding's chair is small. I guess maybe Ding must have requested for one. I'm not sure of the exact reason, but I think it's just comfortable. He's probably comfortable in a smaller chair. Nothing spectacular there, I guess. Or maybe he likes.
Also, like when you have very comfortable chair, you generally want to relax in that.
Yeah, probably he doesn't want to be comfortable. Probably he just likes access to his jacket, right? I mean, he wants to pick it up in 1 second and not like because if I was there, I would probably spend like 5 seconds. अरे हाथ में तो आजा jacket भाई कितना दूर है रे ऊपर कहाँ 4 फ्लोर चढ़ के लाऊंगा मैं.
Yeah. And now he's making sure his score sheet is correct.
Yeah.
So no, I think I feel what like things like I can understand, because even for me, if the chair is very comfortable, no, like then you don't want to actually work very hard on that chair. You just want to relax.
True. You know, if you've had some food during lunch, suddenly, you know, the sleep cycle kicks in and you're like, okay, maybe I can relax a bit. This is not such a complicated position. By the way, where did my queen go? you don't even realize, yeah? It can happen.
Yeah. So the queen comes to d2. I think his general idea is to probably put one of the rooks to d1 and then exchange this bishop, because we all know your fancy to bishop can be very, very lethal.
Yeah.
So I think this is his general plan. But let's see how black reacts to it, because in a way, I think black should do something here, because as you said, like as you correctly pointed out, is just center, it's completely gone. Yeah, so you have to somehow counter it.
And for example, if you play e6, then if I play bishop h6 now, and somehow if the bishop gets traded off, then that also weakens your king, because all those dark squares might be slightly weak. So you have to also take care of that. So it might not work right now because d4 is kind of weak, because but at some point, you know, after e6 also you have to take care of your dark squares, I think.
Yeah. But the thing is, at some point you do have to play e6, because the white mainly threatens like d5 and c4 together.
Yeah.
If you can get it together, then your center is solidified as white, and then you can play on either side of the board. You have more space, and if you see after d5, c4, this bishop, it just looks like a big pawn, like just fighting on thin air.
Indeed.
So queen d2 was played.
He played queen d2. Okay, he played queen d2.
Let us switch back to Fabiano's game.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have some moves. So bishop e7, quite logical. King d1, again very logical move. b5, knight d5, and Duda is going for very principled line. So knight b6, it's saying that I'm going to take this pawn, and here white does not defend this pawn. They sacrifice in many ways. First of all, let me pull out this. This is not very dangerous for black, I guess. First of all, you have to worry about how to react to a5, a4. So generally, white either goes queen a5 or knight a5, something like this. And it's not a big deal, let's say, here for white, for black. So you don't take bishop b6. But there are multiple ways to sacrifice this pawn, which are like, I think people have played h3, people have played g3. The point is simply, let's say you take here. I'm just going to either play bishop g5 or even bishop f2. Because long term, if you see where you're going to put the king, definitely not here. You have to put your king here, and then eventually you play then slowly h3, g4,
and these are the kind of
just roll over
where the bar first jumps down and then slowly took and it comes up slowly. It realizes
maybe not h3, maybe I was too optimistic, or maybe here bishop g5, because I've seen this kind of ideas like multiple times where maybe you go f4 also, or just bishop g2 f4, like white just goes slowly. White does not hurry here.
True.
So let's see what Fabiano has installed, and usually when it's preparation, he plays quite fast, no?
Yeah, he does.
He's taking his time.
True.
So which is sort of strange.
I guess maybe this wasn't something he expected, but I think Duda does play the Sicilian quite a bit, in fact. So let's see. Somebody thinks Soumya for candidates. Okay, I think spots for this time are filled up right now. Maybe 2 years later, it is possible. We might see him there.
Sahil, like sometimes when you see such kind of openings, like Knight of, where you have many possibilities for white and it's ultra sharp, So sometimes people just don't want to prepare it, because, or not prepare it, but sort of scared, and they don't know which direction to go for it, how to prepare it. So what do you suggest to people like, who wants to actually learn, but they're a little bit lazy, also a little bit scared that there is just far too much work or kitni complicated position aane wali hai.
Yeah, so that's literally me, because I do play the knight off, but I choose the lines that are the most safest lines in the knight off. For example, the bishop g5 line, which is like insane. So like I personally just choose a line which is which I can figure out has the least. I would say a line where my position is very solid. For example, there's this line the knight off with let's say e6, f4, bishop e7, and with this
with bishop g5.
yeah, bishop g5, e6. f4, bishop e7, queen f3, queen c7, castles, knight d7, g4, and now h6. So this is something that I've played for a while. When I started playing knight off, it made a lot of sense. So bishop f6 now, for example, and after bishop f6, if white goes h4, let's say, I would play knight b6. So this is very safe for black. It's not the most ambitious one. It'll probably be a tiny bit worse, but after g5 just takes on d4. And at least, because bishop g5 is the classic line, which is very difficult. If you're scared of this particular line, I just play this, and slowly but gradually, once I have some experience in this, I can slowly shift to other lines as well. So I usually approach it like that. You don't have to look at all the critical lines in one go, because it can get so intimidating, especially if your opponent is playing for years now. So yeah, that's how I kind of go for it.
Also, I would add just one thing, like you mentioned, like in knight of this particular in bishop g5. So I'll just add that. So even for white, it is not very easy to prepare all this, because bishop g5, there are million lines for black which he can play, and all of them are sort of okay for black. So you just have to pick one on that given day.
True.
But for white, he has to cover like 10 different lines in that.
Yeah, true.
So it goes like both ways, no?
True, indeed.
So let's come back to the current position, and I think Fabiano is trying to work out what he has prepared, because this is quite a common position.
Yep. Anshu's asking, did you see the torch today for chess Olympiad? We saw it, Anshu. I think it was great for Indian chess overall. There were many players from the Indian team as well. Many got a shout out from the Prime Minister, and now from every year the torch will be basically taken from India itself. That's a big deal. The host of the Olympiad this year. That's really cool. And for the Prime Minister to come and give a speech and motivate the players, I think बहुत बड़ी बात है.
Did you see Anand sir run, like when he got the torch after he started to run?
I did not see that, but I just saw the speech and
it was the last part. Yeah.
Okay, I'll check it out again. Nice.
Yeah, it was really great. Yeah.
Chess
so he took bishop b6.
Oh, he went. Nice.
Bishop b6. Nice. Oh. Which is strange, because queen b6 के बाद maybe he thinks that this is a little bit better with queen a5. Because I guess you have to take, no, or not. Oh, maybe queen b7 also you have. You don't have to take. Yeah, you don't have to take. That's the
and point. Then this is bishop d8 maybe at some point. Kicking the queen.
Or bishop d8 directly also.
Yeah. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, you are right. So I don't understand what is his point here.
Maybe knight a5, because usually like when I'm playing the knight off, it's like I don't want the knight on c6 in most cases. That makes me a bit nervous. Knight c6 maybe is the idea. I don't know. Not sure though.
But can we play rook c8? Our idea is, let's say if you play knight c6. So chat, what is the idea?
Chat, बताओ भाई. Black to play. तुम डूडा के शूज में हो. साइज पता नहीं शूज का नहीं लेने पड़ सकते हैं, बट फिलहाल के डूडा के शूज में हो.
होगा, नंबर तो होगा.
हाँ. What does black play? बताओ chat. Tactics are important, chat. बताओ भाई क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे? Like black has a chance to equalize immediately. Yo, Nilj, what's up? Chess requires a lot of memory. Do you think that's true? Chess requires a lot of memory. कि मतलब हमें बहुत ज़्यादा खतरनाक memory चाहिए क्या? और
नहीं, it's like repetitive thing. मतलब जितनी बार आप वो एक same चीज repeat करोगे, obviously कहीं ना कहीं वो muscle memory बन जाती है.
हाँ.
तो हाँ, memory. If you have good memory, then it's of course better. But I've seen many chess players, many strong chess players, who cannot remember what they played yesterday. In the game. So
yeah, for sure.
It works both ways. Like Carlsen has amazing memory, like amazing. But I've also seen people, I mean, I don't want to name them because it's not good to share somebody, but yeah, so actually the move here is, okay, we have many people who have said the right
chat
move, which
found
is
it, yeah,
95.
95. Rook c6.
And you know, Sahil, what it's called? It's called removing the guard.
Okay.
It was guarding the c6 knight, and we just remove it.
True.
So if you take the knight, we just take it back. So probably white has to take this, and we take it back with the knight, and eventually we reach this endgame.
Yeah.
And this is, I think I'll also exchange another one, yeah, just to make sure. And
true,
this is
true. There's no
about equal.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Maybe white is because of the bishop. Maybe he's tiny bit better, at least practically.
Yeah, but I don't think you ever win such kind of position with either color.
Is rook d8 better or rook c6 better? Because I would love to put the king on e7.
Okay, maybe you are right in that sense.
That gets my rook quicker into the game somehow.
No, you are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Maybe rook c6 is better. But I was a little bit skeptical about, just if rook comes back.
Yeah, true.
But maybe just f6 or f5 and then king comes like this. But okay, this is...
You have to be careful. Yeah,
this has happened, Sahil. Till rook c8, they have played till rook c8.
Yeah. Nice. It happened. Let's say if he played knight c6. He might just play it though. I think even that in-game...
Because what else, no? What else can you play here?
True.
Also I can force you. No, I cannot force you with bishop d8 because then... So let's say I go here, if bishop d8. And now the difference is now knight d8. And you cannot take back with the knight here, knight to knight. And now knight hangs on d5.
By the way, somebody is saying rook h6. I think rook h6 looks very, it looks fancier than it actually is because हमें ना rook d8 से लाना है यार. h6 क्या तो करेगा क्या? It's like मतलब घर से बंदा अगर नौकरी करने निकलता है तो लोग कहते हैं कि भाई काम पे गया है, बट अगर हम मूवी देखने जाए तो लोग कहेंगे भाई वेलापंती कर रहा है. सो
इट इज लाइक कि आप नाक ऐसे पकड़ो या ऐसे पकड़ो, वो तो
हाँ मतलब आई थिंक ऐसे पकड़ना इजी रहेगा. सो आई थिंक वी कैन डायरेक्टली ब्रिंग इट फ्रॉम d8. वो बड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है भाई. रुक h6, रुक g6, मे बी रुक समवेयर एल्स, बड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. But for the first time, Caruana is not playing fast. So that tells me it's not his main prep.
Right.
Chat stream जरूर like करना है, जल्दी से like कर दो. And rook d8 instead of queen d6. I think queen was hanging on b6. So if we kind of play that, the queen takes. अच्छा, mate है.
What are we talking about?
I think after knight d5.
97.
Yeah, knight takes, queen d6, and then rook d8. Somebody said.
Oh yeah, but that's the same thing, no? We just take
exactly.
here.
Yeah, just take here, exactly. For a second, I felt.
And this could be a little bit better for white. Also, we can just play a4.
Yeah, I fell into the trap for a second. I was like, queen hanging है भाई, queen b6.
पता है queen d6 के साथ क्या होगा? Chat.
हाँ भाई, chat बताओ यार. I think this is basically known as. There's a pattern. This pattern का नाम भी बताना. What happens here? Come on, chat. Let's go. Caruana looking very focused. I don't know. Like honestly, if Caruana wins this, for example, let's say he wins the candidates. I think it will be a lot of pressure on Carlsen for sure, because earlier he had this in his head कि rapid of blitz पे तो मैं अच्छा हूँ ही. So all draws is going to be good for me in any case. But now Caruana qualifies for every RCC quarter, like tie breaks. He wins many rapid and blitz events. He's gotten really better. So it's not so clear now in favor of Carlsen in terms of rapid and blitz tie breaks. So it might be that classical में ही
the thing is Carlsen is favorite no matter what the format.
For sure.
So the same, it's not like Caruana is weaker in rapid or blitz or other format, but it's just that Carlsen is better in every format.
But he's gotten a bit better now. I think in terms of last time when he played, he's gotten much better now, and it will not be so easy. By the way, chat ने बिल्कुल back rank बोल दिया है. उसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन मत ही करना.
Soji King, traveling dog, many people.
हाँ, indeed.
And it's called back rank mate. इसको हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं, Sahil?
Okay, I will not guess that. Something is wrong. Sounds wrong about that. Shobha is saying Nepomniachtchi's game. Maybe we can have a look at that game as well.
Yeah. Let's.
Oh, wow. So apparently there was a, oh,
So
wow.
Queen
What happened
C2,
here?
C5, E4, Bishop F1, Rook F1. And I was telling you, yeah, pin is a win. And Hikaru had enough of it and went for G5. And now,
Oh, pette. Why? This looks crazy. I don't even know what the evaluation is. Chat, ये तो भाई थोड़ा crazy हो गया. As expected, Firouzja and Hikaru showing what real chess is. Playing like a man. Let's go. 36 से खेलेंगे भाई force लेके. I don't know what I mean, but regardless, I think the king is now completely open. There's a pin on f6. Knight is coming to d4. So black is not even trying to hold the pin somehow with e5. He's like, भाई counter play के लिए खेलेंगे. White's king is still in the center. So both kings are not safe. Black is fully developed, apart from the king now, which is kind of completely naked. So I don't know what's happening.
अगर king यहाँ पर होता तो I'm sure that white would be so much better here.
For sure.
So we have a couple of ideas here. Either we can go e5 directly. We can also play queen c1, queen f4. Let's look at e5 now.
E5 looks very logical.
E5. I guess knight d4.
He played queen c1, by the way. He played queen c1.
We played queen c1. Okay, then let's look at So it feels like it's all prep, yeah.
It does feel like.
So I guess knight d4. What is his idea? Because knight d4, maybe queen f4, knight c2, king e2, and maybe if knight d4, then this is already winning for.
Yeah, this is over.
Apparently, yeah. So queen c1, knight d4, queen f4. So how do we defend? Do we play e5? But e5,
is just queen f6, right? Queen f6 also should be better, right?
Yeah, queen f6 is better, but it's not the end of the world, no?
Because I thought rook d6 after queen h4.
Okay, queen h4, rook d6, yes. You're right.
Ek tempo missing hai because there's this always knight c2 check. Yeah, if I could move the rook up to d3, for example, I would be very happy.
But yeah, e5 is just simply queen f6, like you mentioned, and yeah. So knight d4 looks normal because what else? Yeah.
Knight d4 looks very logical, and because I think if, for example, you try maybe e5 is an option. Instead of knight d4?
Here?
Yeah, instead of knight d4, e5, is it possible?
I can also play bishop h4, yeah? Like one move.
Bishop h4,
just bishop comes back. I have checks or queen h6, one of them.
Yeah, at least a draw in hand always. This is a very, it always feels nice, right? When you have a draw in hand, you can roam around. Okay, draw to haath mein hai apne paas, and we can see if you blunder or not. Like it's such a good feeling.
Yeah. So it's definitely very interesting.
ईशान भाई ने कहा मेरी प्रेडिक्शन तो गई रे. कोई बात नहीं ईशान भाई, कोई बात नहीं होता है. I think बहुत लोग ही गए होंगे यार. Nobody expected.
Let's continue for a bit. So what do you do after bishop h4?
Bishop h4.
Can I just take this? The point is, मतलब आप ये करोगे. I guess what else?
I guess check ही देना पड़ेगा बिल्कुल.
Check king here. But this could be dangerous, no? Like check king here and rook comes in.
Yeah, looks dangerous. But queen e4 is check, right? Queen e4 is check. It's check.
Queen e4 is check. Queen e4 is check. Yes.
So close.
So close yet so far. And we have to exchange the queens, and then it's GG for black. So then what? How does white continue here?
Looks difficult.
Maybe this position we can do something.
Yeah, because there's no check with e4. Yeah, true. But rook d3 again. I guess queen e4 looks. I'm not even sure which king is. By the way, what are some general tips, when you're trying to defend your king? Like, for example, your opponent is behind you within, all his pieces. So how do you keep your calm and try to defend?
So let's say this position, like after queen c1. So I would try to, first of all, think like, what are my opponent's threats? And I see, okay, e5 is one of them. Then there is queen f4, then there is bishop h4 and queen h6. So I'll try to start to calculate. There is no like thing that okay you play on general terms. No, वो तो चला गया पीछे. You have to now play concretely because you're also up a piece. If you can defend very precisely, then you are just winning here. So basically, just try to understand what does your opponent want, and then take it move by move, like in your mind, and then try to make a move.
True. So I think so what the feeling I'm getting here is maybe it's a draw with best play. And Firouzja has gone for this, variation because he's like, Hikaru has just won the game last round. I go for a variation where I know most of the stuff. If he makes a mistake, awesome. If he doesn't, I take a draw, go home, rest. So do you think that's a good strategy if that is indeed true?
Could be. Because yesterday Hikaru did the same thing, yeah? Like he played a forcing line and Rajabu didn't know about it, like at least.
True.
And here I wanted to just point out that is it possible to play knight f5 here?
Oh, wow, that would be cool. And if you take, it's check, yeah. So king on e2 again a big problem.
I don't want to do this first because just queen e3.
But queen e3 feels like it's because even if I just move the queen somewhere. Oh, I can't move the queen. The knight is hanging. That's an issue.
But somehow it's bad for white. I don't know why.
But I think somehow white did not get what he wanted. I think somehow after.
No, that is there. That is true. I'm not saying like this is how you should play with white. But I'm just to figure out ke kharab kyun hai. Maybe just queen f8. No.
Queen f8.
Yeah, my idea was to have rook e8.
Maybe just rook d1 maybe. King d1. Maybe a queen check maybe. Queen check from where?
This is not it, Sahil. I'm sorry.
I don't know then. I think
maybe just move the queen somewhere. Queen.
But where? Because somehow, when I capture on f6, I will always have this bishop e5 idea in most cases. Or queen c7 maybe. Because then you don't have.
But again, take on d8.
Okay.
And bishop f6.
I take back with the. Oh, I can take with the queen, no?
Yeah, but if you take with the queen, then what's the point? No? Generally, I just play f3, king f2.
True.
So let's say if you go here, I can simply take, I guess.
True. But I think EF5 just looks optically wrong as well. Somehow you just open the king for checks, I think.
No, I do understand. There should be something, but I just don't understand what that should be.
True. Maybe for example, if the knight is on f5, right? What squares does the knight have when I look at it? It cannot go to d6. I will have e5. h6 is also hanging. g7 I take on f6. h4 is hanging. d4 back, well, it's not an improvement. So why not just kick the knight back away with g4 here from white?
No, you can do that. I just saw this move knight f5, so I was like, let's try to analyze it.
Yeah. It looks very strong, but now g4.
No, I can take on d1 and then it's still equal. Yeah. So I was thinking this, and I thought at least I have this, but maybe I'm slightly worse here. But maybe I have something better. So chat, I was thinking like this, bishop f6, and knight e4. But maybe I'm a little bit worse here. Okay, it's around equal though. But I guess I have something better here.
Yeah, the king is not safe. I think this will be interesting. Very, very interesting. Maybe you can have
knight f5 is another option. And then also the move you suggested, e5, here.
Yeah.
Was also...
And usually, I think when they're prepared with some very strong engines, I think one will surely be better than the other. So Hikaru is going to spend his time, because once he figures it out, it might just be a very quick draw. Even he might know it. They might be so perpetual and it might be a draw because his king is so open. So let's see. He'll take a lot of time on this move, I think. Yeah.
And what do you think, like, according to his body language, like, do you think he looks confident right now?
He looks okay. But I think if he is not able to find a good continuation in the next 5 minutes, that will change slightly. Suddenly, he'll start finding 2-3 mouses on the side of the board. Maybe some say monitor, second screens very soon. But for now, he looks absolutely
Also, he's very expressive in general. So
yeah. True.
he does not have this typical poker face here.
Yeah.
But most of the chess players do, like, they don't show their emotion in general.
But I think that's
But
why it's
this
difficult to
guy
play
does.
him, no? Because if you make a blunder, he's like, oh, I mean, what the hell is this? Like, he can totally use the expression and suddenly you're like, oh my God, like blunder a queen. And it might just be a slight inaccuracy. So, yeah.
Can I also play this? Like e5, d5, d5, knight d4, rook d3. Just play slowly.
Yeah, looks interesting. Because the king is still not safe. Yeah, looks very interesting actually. Because I always want the rook in the game. Once the rook comes in the game, suddenly it's very, very scary now.
Yeah, it looks damn scary. So let's say, how do you defend? Let's say if you go rook d6, I go rook g3. So we are in time to defend. King f8. I was thinking just bishop h4, keep the pin and also release the queen. And king e8.
Rook g8.
But you have given too many pieces. Maybe bishop f6 and rook g8.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, it doesn't look like to be very obvious as black. But I like this one. This knight d4 is very direct because you have to play queen f4. And now you go knight f5. And now maybe white has something. And you mentioned g4, but
yeah,
I was like under the impression that even this is at least equalizing, after queen d6, if not more.
True. And I think Hikaru will go for this. He will go for this line because this is the most concrete one. And it gives white limited options, because you have to play queen f4. That there's not much you can do else. I think he might just go for this. He likes concrete play anyway. So we'll see what happens. Maybe we can switch games because I think Hikaru will take a very long think now. And we can have a look of the Nepo game. A couple of people in the chat are saying. So we can have a look at the Nepo game maybe.
So we left it here and then, Rajaba went here. And now for this line, usually black used to play these days something like this to block the bishop. And somehow e4 is not good here. Don't know the typical reason why. And white doesn't play e4, white plays something else, and black blocks it with f5. Generally, this is how the latest trend is. So he goes bishop d7, knight c6. Okay. Bishop e3, again, not a usual move. You generally start with c4 because of this move which happened in the game. And c5. This looks like nothing for white. No?
Yeah.
Because I guess you must take with something, So first of all, bishop takes is absolutely nothing. You take it back. You go knight c3. Maybe not knight c3, because rook d3 can be a little problem. Knight e2 maroge to king f1, and suddenly this knight doesn't have too many good squares.
Maybe rook c8.
Or maybe rook c8, yeah. I was thinking rook d1, but maybe it is still okay.
The knight conveniently controls c1 and c3 here. Very conveniently. No rook can defend the knight. Nice.
Yeah.
I think this might just be a very quick draw here, as far as I can see. And he took with the knight, by the way. So instead of the bishop.
Yeah, I was about to say a knight takes at least keeps some chances. Because at least you will have bishop versus knight in the end. So let's say if you take this rook c8, I guess bishop comes back, or okay, let's just say if I play this, knight c3, rook d2.
By the way, in this position after knight takes c3, so do you think taking is better or just play rook d2?
I mean, depends what do you want, Like, so if you take maybe rook d7, because generally rook on the 7th is quite good. But the thing is, black rook is active, and I don't mind giving up this pawn later on. I'll put also my rook on the 7th, and this kind of rook pawn end games are not enough to win the game. So that's the reason. If I want to play on, probably I'll think about rook d2.
True.
This could be something. This could be something for it because as you were mentioning, na, कि bishop is a long range piece. तो जब दो side pawn होती है, like king side पे है और queen side पे, then bishop works better than knight.
True.
But having said that,
yeah, I think.
Of course, we don't have to take bishop c5 directly.
Yeah.
We can also take knight c3.
Yeah, that looks like knight c3 also is possible indeed.
And it's very hard to understand what Raja has in mind because now rook d2 doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like you just take here and go knight e4 and then. Well, it still does make sense because you still get bishop versus knight. But maybe here instead of bishop c5, just even rook d8, no? So knight c3, I guess you have to play, no? This side.
Yeah, probably. And bishop c5 ke baad, I think you can just play rook a b1 maybe and control both open files. Or rook d7. I think rook d7 I was worried because a7 is already defended, yeah. So you can just challenge the rook already. So I was like maybe rook a
maybe
b1
rook b1. I think I would like to open something, yeah, to get some square for my. Or just rook b8 maybe. Let's say I go rook b8.
And now I think probably a4.
So let's say I just do something here.
But it really doesn't look like much, I have to admit.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a serious winning chance, you know.
Like it's like I wouldn't be surprised if they shake hands, like repeats. I don't even know.
So yeah, knight c5 and Nepo is thinking right now, which is sort of strange because he played c5, I guess, fairly quickly.
By the way, I think we have the variation in Caruana against Duda, exactly what we looked at. He took on d5 and we have that variation. If you can switch, I think this in game is looking kind of equalish.
Let's just see like queen d6 and the position is quite surprised what about preparation of Caruana here. Maybe he forgot something. But...
he definitely wasn't as comfortable as the previous rounds. There is no doubt. And he plays knight to c6 instead. Yeah, that's one move I did not see, and it actually makes a lot of sense now.
It does. Like king e7, you connect your rook then, and
True. And if bishop e2, let's say a normal move developing, then king e7, and ideally I would love to play like rook h4, but knight d4 is a big problem, yeah. And suddenly my bishop is hanging, and now rook is also hanging. So. Yeah, black. This probably is a good move. Knight c6.
Yeah, and I guess it's not.
He's saying check his variation of after queen takes b6. Why not bishop b5 check after rook to d8? I think black can take with the pawn in that variation on b5.
Where exactly?
I think we played right queen d6 ke baad rook d8 the variation. So I think if bishop b5 just takes with the pawn, right?
Yes.
Instead of queen d8, just bishop b5 is saying. I think you just take with the pawn, right? So
and then you take the queen, no?
Okay, my bad. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Even I'm hesitating now. Good question, Srivastava. Very good question.
So that's why rook d8 is not a move. But anyway, rook d8 was never in consideration. Yeah. For us. Yes. So rook d8, guys, like bishop b5, very well pointed out.
Oh wow, that's a crazy move, right? Bishop b5.
And the thing is, now if a b5, queen b5, and now this doesn't matter because our rook guards it.
Nice.
And if you take with the queen, it's like completely overloaded. This queen is. If you take the queen, then there is mate in one.
Yeah.
Very well pointed out.
Yeah.
In the chart.
Nice.
So rook d2, he goes back. I guess it's going to be quite a dull game. This one. I don't think there's going to be something happening here.
I see at least two games where it might not last too long. Yeah. First of all, Hikaru's game looks like a game jahan pe anything could happen. Yeah, you might perpetual in like 5 moves from now. Then you have the Rajabov Nepo game, which is already turned on to an end game and might also end quickly. This game is also kind of a bit end game-ish, I would say.
Let's go back to Rajabov. Hikaru's game.
Yeah.
Queen c1 and Yeah, Queen C1 and still thinking. So he has already it's 109 already. So he's already almost 51 minutes, 52 minutes. And what are we doing here?
By the way, in terms of
The only problem with E5, actually I liked your E5, but after D5, this is like the position is still closed, and I still don't know how to defend myself with black.
Yeah, you're right, because what's happening is after d5, white has a slow attack, right? So you have to defend for a long while. And once, if you, for example, try to play knight takes d4, then it's concrete. And if once you save it, you save it. Once the rook gets into the game, then suddenly you have to be very careful, yeah?
Sure. Like it, I mean, this kind of positions also, it's very difficult to play because you know your opponent has prepared it.
Yeah.
And this is not very forcing, yeah? Like white will have many different possibilities along the way. But whereas I think knight d4, is e5 a move, Sahil? Now? Can we go e5 also? Apparently not, but why not? Let's figure it out.
Because you don't have any checks. The knight is hanging. So what can you do?
I can play knight b3. I can. What else can I play here?
Knight b3, queen c2, I guess.
Yeah, queen c2.
Is it a repetition or something? Oh, no, not really. I guess I can move the queen somewhere else after knight d4. Oh wait,
So
what
much.
about queen b7?
Now or one move
after e5?
Yeah. Very well spotted. Queen e4 is coming, guys. So let's say whatever you take with. Let's say I take with the bishop. There is queen e4. The only move is this, and you give knight c2, and there is a fork. And why it is called a fork actually, Sahil? Or in the chat, guys, can you tell us why it is called a fork?
Yeah, chat. I think that would be I think fork is the first tactical pattern along with the pin that you probably learn. Yeah, I mean, attacking two pieces and then like pinning a piece. I think the first two, the elementary ones. Hikaru burning a lot of time. He has to Piyush bhai. अगर अभी नहीं सोचेगा तो कब सोचेगा भाई बेचारा?
नहीं, also chat. There is one thing कि अगर अभी सोच लिया उसने तो game is over. Like he'll get the draw and then he'll go back calmly.
Exactly.
Also, Sahil, how do we finish black off here?
How do we finish black off here?
Sorry, white.
Yeah, queen c4 looks very tempting. Also
king f3.
Yeah, the king is coming up enough. The bar doesn't like it.
So maybe let's think here, yeah, for a moment.
Yeah.
Like how to win. Also, queen g4, f3 is there, but like how to finish after that is also a question. So chat, fork को fork क्यों कहते हैं?
Nice.
जल्दी आप गूगल करके बताओ. बिना गूगल करके बता सकते हो तो अच्छी बात है.
Because there are only two moves, right? Knight d4 check होगा या queen c4 होगा. और
पर knight d4 में तो knight d4 से तो आया था.
हाँ, but I think queen g4 is also a move, but then f3, right? So that makes it simple. And if you take on g2, then suddenly your king is also opening up. So I'm not really sure if you want to play that. So apart from that, because if I don't give checks, I think white is probably fine, yeah?
Well, white is not really threatening anything, so you can make a move, no?
But which one? I don't have any pieces. I just gave the knight on f. I mean, as black, I don't have many pieces, right? The knight and the rook and the queen itself.
No, I mean, like you can try to play slowly, yeah? Like rook d5,
okay,
rook d4. Like something, I don't know. Like generally, I'm saying like
d5,
with white, he's not really doing anything right now. So we have time.
Rook d5 looks possible. I'll probably take on d5. You take with the pawn, I assume. And now...
Also rook d4. But rook d5, I was thinking f3 also, you know. And okay, we exchange everything, then it will be a draw here. So But what I meant was like कि अभी ना white तो कुछ नहीं कर सकता in general.
हाँ, true. In Italian, it's called forchetta. Okay, nice one. Nice, yeah, Mr. Chatranj.
Fork. But fork मतलब वो utensil वाला fork नहीं कह रहा मैं, cutlery वाला. मैं chess fork कह रहा हूँ यार, guys.
Fork can pick up 2 edibles at the same time. In chess, a fork also attacks 2 things at the same time. Yeah, that's true. There's some relevance there for sure. I think although we will probably not get this variation, I feel somehow. I think he will play the Hikaru, as we know, likes concrete play. I mean, he would rather sack his queen and then try to find the best moves and not try to.
Oh, I like this. I like this answer actually, Sahil. Fork can by Chirayata. Fork can pick up 2 edibles at the same time. Yeah, in chess, a fork also attacks 2 things at the same time. Nice. Trishul. चलो Queen C1 पे आ जाते हैं वापस.
By the way, Hikaru was about to play, then he stopped himself.
And I didn't see. What did you think?
His hand was. I think he was taking on d4. His hand was near the pawn, but he did not capture yet.
So knight d4, we saw queen f4, e5. Yeah, queen f4, knight f5, and e5. Queen b7 was a very nice spot by Sahil. Chat Sahil OP कर दो.
हाँ भाई, कल गालियाँ बहुत थी पर
कभी तो साहिल भाई
कभी होता है, कभी होता है भाई, कभी चांद भी भाई उल्टा निकलता है भाई, कभी होता है यार.
नहीं, कभी बंद घड़ी भी सही टाइम बताती है.
एग्जैक्टली, मैं 2 बार.
और क्वीन f4 को वी आर प्लेइंग नाइट f5. या but we didn't continue, no, this one.
We stopped because we could not find a clear move, right?
Let's say I go f3. Yeah, I play some, but apparently not.
No, I mean,
but also you're mentioning g4, no? G4 ko bhi
G4. I think somehow rook takes d1, right? It's always a problem, right? In every variation. So why not take on d3? Right. Then I think that might be logical because now king is at least kind of not on the d file.
Right. Yeah. Also, rook d1, queen d6 is always an idea. Yeah? Rook d1 and queen d6. So, I think we should take a look around, no? Like, because if he plays, he'll play, then he'll come back. But we haven't looked at Dink's game for a long time.
True.
So we left it here. So cd4 happened. Queen d6, fairly typical. Usually queen either comes, if b6 doesn't happen, then queen usually comes from a5, Grunfeld. And once b6 happens, it usually comes from d6 because it wants to attack this pawn. And also queen b4 or queen a3 are some ideas for black in this kind of positions. So rook d1, queen b4 hua. Thing went queen d3. Again, very nice move, keeping the pieces on. And feels like white is bit better.
Again, that center, yeah?
Yeah, unless you have some counter play against the center. Also, usually black's plan is to like somehow move the knight and exchange all the rooks on this c file. So, but let's try to make some moves. Yeah, so queen d3. Let's say I play rook d8. What do you do? You can play a3.
Yeah, attack the queen makes sense. The queen probably doesn't want to go to a5. That looks very awkward.
Yes, chat. Why the queen doesn't want to go to a5?
यार बताओ भाई, a5 में क्या problem है यार? मतलब कोने में जाना गलत क्यों है? How do super GMs evaluate such double-edged positions? Also, why many such games end in repetitions? Chirayata is asking.
Yeah, so generally, when it's super complicated, that also means that it's super forcing. Some of the lines will be super forcing. So once you start navigating lines, when you start calculating lines, you sort of understand. You sort of try to understand that you have so many possibilities and the path is very narrow when it's super complicated. So when there is only one good move, then usually good players tend to find it. But when there are like multiple moves which are okay, yeah, That's where the problem arises, because you're not sure where to go.
Indeed. Yeah, Bishop D. Exactly. The queen is kind of trapped here, and so. And anyway, even if it was not trapped, unless you have a particular plan in mind, the queen on a5 is not really doing much. So I think there could be better squares. For example, d6 looks much better, but keeping the pressure on d4.
Sahil, ये queen पता है कैसा लग रही है मुझे? It came to the battlefield like in the Mahabharata Abhimanyu, and then वापस बाहर जाना नहीं सिखाया था इसको.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Bishop D2 indeed.
So let's say queen d3, rook d8. How do you play? a3. I go back, and now what? You can play bishop a6 also. Like also looks decent, no? Just try to keep the position. For example, if you take, then you cannot move the knight because this is a pin. Or maybe you have different moves. But
how about just f3 here, solidifying e4 and
yeah, very very nice move also. Like just play solid. Yeah, bishop f2 maybe also. d4.
Yeah, I guess white.
I guess knight a5, and that's how you start to change pieces on the c file, because the c4 square is also very important for black. If you can get hold of it, then the knight suddenly jumps on c4. True. White cannot keep any rooks on the c file. Like let's say after knight a5, let's say some random move. Let's say I make bishop f2, rook c1, and my point was, white has to exchange this rook, because slowly I'll try to drive your pieces back, then I'll get this square, and slowly the activity will shift from white to black.
Indeed.
So again, it will be a long battle, I guess. Queen d3.
Aditya is asking, normally how many moves ahead do GMs think when in the middle game and once out of theory? I have a short answer there. I saw this quote by somebody who said only one move. Yeah, I think it was Capablanca, who where he was trying to look at some games and they were like calculating something over the board, and then Capablanca came up and he's like, this is winning in one move, and they could not figure it out. Ki bhai, ek move mein kahan se jeet raha hai bhai? Abhi to normal. And suddenly he took his king from like g3 or something and put it on a6, and he's like, okay, this is winning in one move. I don't know. I heard this somewhere.
There was also this quote that they only think one move, but that's the best move.
True.
But also guys, अगर मतलब आपको प्रॉब्लम होती है किसी हाई रेटेड प्लेयर के साथ, या मतलब आपको ऐसे डर लगता है, मतलब यू गेट नर्वस के आज मेरा इससे मैच है, क्या करूंगा, कैसे करूंगा, जस्ट थिंक कि मतलब वो he'll only play one move at a time, right? And you can if you reply with the best moves, then doesn't matter whoever you're playing with or against. Yeah,
हमें डर लगता है ना यार, अगर लोअर से कोई ऐसे खतरनाक अच्छा खेलने लग जाए, अटैक करने लग जाए, करो अरे भाई ठीक है यार, इतना क्या थाम थोड़ा सा, इतनी जल्दी नहीं है भाई, रिलैक्स कर.
मतलब एक मूव में तो एक ही मूव करेगा ना, दो मूव तो कर नहीं सकता.
एग्जैक्टली.
अगर आप एक मूव के अगेंस्ट बेस्ट मूव करोगे तो फिर कोई सामने कोई भी हो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है.
हाँ indeed. I think we can switch games now.
I think let's go to Rajapur's game, because they exchange a lot of pieces.
Yeah, we have that position. Yeah.
Oh, he went for this. Not the other end game.
Yeah, and I think if he takes on c3, I think that should pretty much be a draw for
Yeah, silent draw. But I don't think he'll take on, because he's not risking much with rook d2. And
maybe some brief look into his psychology here and confidence here as well, right? Because if he takes on c3, then probably he's probably finds the draw. Let's see.
Yeah, rook d2, maybe he can go rook c4 actually. But rook c4, I could take here, but you can also give the check first, divert my rook.
Yeah, true.
And then take the piece.
I think Rajav's body language suggests that he knows it's just a draw, and he's slumping in his chair, and he will probably just take. At least that's I will judge it that way. Let me motivate Rajav to get a quick draw.
But it's very strange, no? Like the way he played this game.
Yeah.
But also, like with white, it's so much difficult to prepare these days.
True.
So
Somebody's asking, Tickoo bhai कल बोल क्यों नहीं रहे थे? यार actually पता क्या होता है? 8-9 बजे ना, 9 बजे actually वो हमेशा प्यास
मेरा गला खराब हो जाता है।
हाँ
9
अपने
बजे के
आप
आसपास
यार,
मेरा
पता नहीं
गला
क्या होता है
खराब।
9 बजे अचानक से 9 बजते हैं घड़ी में और मेरा गला खराब होता है. So I have water today with me. Hopefully it will not happen, but you never know. I think we can switch games again. I think this one we'll know very soon. Probably we can go to the game of Caruana now, because I think a few moves happened there. Both sides are developed fully. And now we can see if the bishop is actually stronger than knight, or have I been lied to again by the chess Illuminati. That's why I'm not getting my IM title. मुझे बोला गया है bishop is better than knight, but दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे. At least the engine is not showing it. Bar is right in the middle.
No, this is just about equal actually.
Yeah,
Nothing to do from
yeah.
either side. And
how did we reach
okay,
it, though?
bishop is better than the knight, but if you see, black has more space. Even in the end game, it matters.
True.
मतलब black एक ही pawn center में है, वो black की है, और black for g6 f5 करके और भी pawns control कर सकता है bishop. So you see, like pawn on b5 is sort of controlling this side diagonal, and once I push g6 f5, it will control this side also. So bishop तो कहीं कुछ कर नहीं रहा दोनों side फिर.
True. And how did we reach here? I think we saw it till.
We saw till here, no?
We saw
knight c6,
yes.
rook d2, king e7, quite natural. Bishop d3, rook d8, and rook d1. Simply.
Do you think there's any hope? Somehow I can create a pass on the queen side for white, maybe, and that a6 pawn can be a weakness, or do you think black will easily liquidate with the king coming to the center and so on?
Yeah. Also, another benefit for black is that king is already in the center. Whereas white has to bring it. It will take a couple of moves at least. So, yeah, I am not expecting anything big from this game actually now. And actually, I predicted 1-0 in this game.
So I think so far we have one game Rajabov, which really depends on what he plays in this moment. And then this game also, yeah. So I think both sides will not, they are not even allowed to take draws, I think, till the 40th move. So, and it's difficult to find a repetition, I guess. Maybe, yeah, top players always do, but let's see. So Hikaru, by the way, is 1 hour behind now on the clock. So that's interesting. And he probably needs to find a move soon, because maybe he finds a forced repetition or something, then it's probably fine. But if he doesn't, and his king is still on g8 with no pawn cover, then suddenly, it can get scary at some point, especially against a prepared opponent.
Yeah, and see the time difference, more than an hour now.
Yeah.
So you were asking me, okay, how to come back here, and
yeah.
Hikaru also mentioned on his recap yesterday how to come back. That put your opponent in some time trouble, have a good opening preparation, and then use that time pressure to build on. So I think Firouzja also saw this recap and he's doing exactly the same.
I think this is the candidates of using your opponent's prep. This is not fair. I mean, पिछले गेम में जो होता है वो अपने opponent के खिलाफ इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं सब. ये तो भाई हम दोनों ठीक है यार, आप कैसे हो यार? Yeah, I think we can have a very short break for a few minutes, and chat will be right back. Do stay tuned. I think this game might just blow up very soon.
Being able to cope with those few losses you do is incredibly valuable. And sometimes you don't even have to believe what you're saying. You just need to have that psychology of, yeah, it's okay, I lost. It's okay, there's another game coming in. And actually this matchup is going to be a very good illustration of just that.
Chess.com is with Indian superstar and 5-time world champion Vishy Anand sir at his home in Chennai. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
So the candidates is coming up in a few days. What are your thoughts on all the candidates going in?
Obviously, these are the best chess players on the planet, with the exception of Magnus. And what makes it especially interesting is that this is the first candidates after the pandemic. And we also have people who are coming off very long breaks. Ding and Hikaru have played relatively little over-the-board chess for a long time. And then we have a lot of newcomers. Rapport, Firouzja do the all in their first candidates, plus experienced players like Caruana who played the last several candidates. So there's, I think, a very exciting field with a lot of question marks hanging over everyone, and that makes it particularly intriguing in the beginning. I think in the first few rounds, you really want to see who's in the best shape, because I can't predict it at all.
So do you have like any favorites, or who do you think will be like taking an early lead?
I don't, because they've all had such strange tournament trajectories for the last few months that there are just a lot of unknowns. But at the same time, it has to be emphasized, all of them managed at least one recent good result. Mm-hmm. So let's say Hikaru and Richard qualified in style recently. Yeah. Duda won in Warsaw. Firouzja had a great result in Riga, and after that he's played relatively little. So again, like I said, we lack information, but almost all of them showed that they still got strength even though they haven't played very much, and I will be looking to the first rounds to get some information.
And you yourself played some of these candidates recently in your trips to Europe at the Grand Chess Tour Superbet event, also in Norway Chess. So who do you think is like in shape, or who's maybe like Radiavo hasn't won a classical game for 29 games? So what are your thoughts on that?
I think Teimur also hasn't played in a while, and so I think he tried to warm up in Norway. Mm-hmm. What can I say? Very bad result, but maybe the bright side for him is typically if you go to the candidates after a very bad result, you might switch there, or maybe he's made his mistakes already. Rapport, I think, is probably sensible on his part to skip Norway Chess and take some rest, because he's at quite a heavy schedule, and I'm intrigued about the others. I'm sure Hikaru, given that he's taking part, he's going to take it very seriously. And I heard that he did a lot of training in Colorado, I think. So someone like him, Fabi, keeps his level. I'm sure he would have wanted better results, but he keeps his level. Firouzja, again, there's been photos and everything of this training location, that training location, but it's just so many questions that I have and so many unknown things. So the first few games, I'm really looking forward to. Also, it should be said that Ding has had the strangest qualification of all. Yeah. And he couldn't play in many events, and then he played 26 games in a month, and then he qualified. But, we know his class, and we'll see what everyone's capable of. I'm sure there'll be a lot of surprises in the first few rounds.
And you mentioned Hikaru there. So what are your thoughts on him like being almost a full-time streamer, and also making it to the candidates?
I've noticed that especially during the online events, and he plays so regularly on chess.com, that it's not fair to say that he's inactive. But still, the feeling of playing over the board is something he must have missed, at least in terms of doing it regularly. But on the other hand, his qualification was so impressive that it shows that he can peak. The important thing, I think, is that he's not out of touch, even though the format changes.
Right. And you yourself won the 2014 the candidates, which is like in the recent era. So any piece of advice you would like to give to the other candidates?
I think they all know what to do. It's just a question of whether you can do it at the right time. The candidates, again, is this critical moment when you not only have to deliver, you have to deliver now. I mean, there's no use peaking 1 week later or 1 week before. You kind of have to do it now, and but they all know that.
And if you could just like describe the candidates tournament in one word, what would that be?
Exciting. We have a rich selection of very talented and strong players, and they'll be competing very hard. And this mixture of new candidates with the more experienced ones, I think, makes for an intriguing contrast.
Right. And lastly, which Indian junior do you think would be making the candidates first?
I hope multiple ones will qualify. We'll see. The last few months, or maybe the last year, Arjun, Gukesh and Prag are really doing well in different ways, in different formats, different tournaments, but nonetheless, you can see that they are really growing in strength. Nihal could easily catch up as well. Rana can lay on a little bit behind, but they're all in the race, and they have time. They have another 2 years before the next candidate, so we'll see.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. And Vishy sir will be commentating on the candidates on the chess.com India channel. So we look forward to that, sir. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Being able to cope with those few losses you do is incredibly valuable. And sometimes you don't even have to believe what you're saying. You just need to have that psychology of, yeah, it's okay, I lost, it's okay, there's another game coming in. And actually this matchup is going to be a very good illustration of just that.
And the idea is, if king c2, we give this check and ask you where does the king go. If you go to c1, then I have queen c4 check, and this rook is feeling uncomfortable all of a sudden. If you go king b1, I think just simply queen e4, and there should not be much for white.
Yeah.
Because aapko maarna padega again this kind of endgame. Although white is a bit better, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, king is on the right side of the pawns. Yeah, so helping stop the pawns. Yeah, there was some chat sound issue थे यार. आवाज का चक्कर है, पता तुम्हें? आवाज लाइट से स्लोली आती है, तो हमें हमारी शक्लें पहले दिखेंगी चैट, आवाज थोड़ी डिले आएगी, वो थोड़ा कैचअप करने में टाइम लगता है आवाज को. फिक्र मत करो, वो ठीक हो जाएगा भाई. फिजिक्स पढ़े नहीं यार तुमने? E=mc², आइंस्टाइन ने बोला यार. Anyways, maybe not so much crap. Yeah, इतने पता लगा फिजिक्स पढ़ी होगी, हम यही लोग जाएगा. Anyways, so I think Firouzja has played queen f4.
आप क्या इंजीनियर हो गया साहिल भाई?
हाँ भाई, इंजीनियर हूँ. नाम का on paper yes, on paper yes, on paper I am an engineer, just like everybody in the chat. Let's go.
मतलब डिग्री है.
हाँ, डिग्री है भाई, डिग्री है भाई. पेपर पे ऐसे वो रणछोड़दा के चिपकाई नहीं है दीवार पे हमने, वो काम नहीं किया, बट डिग्री तो है भाई.
बढ़िया. कौन से फील्ड में हो सर?
फील्ड मुझे पता नहीं, मुझे भी नहीं पता एक्चुअली. क्योंकि मैं
इंजीनियर कौन सी फील्ड में?
सिविल इंजीनियरिंग में फील्ड थी, फिर हमने आईटी में नौकरी करी, फिर हमने चेस खेला. सो इट्स काइंड ऑफ हम सब कुछ ट्राई कर रहे हैं लाइफ में, एक ही जन्म में सब कुछ ट्राई करना है हमने.
बिल्कुल ऐसा होना भी चाहिए. तो अब थोड़ा एनालाइज कर लेते हैं साहिल भाई, क्या कहते हो? सो क्वीन f4 पे दिस इज वन लाइन व्हिच आई सॉ, नाइट c2, बट आर देयर अदर मूव्स हियर?
I think knight c2 पे I think it is what you said is totally possible.
लेकिन काफी फोर्सिंग है ना ये?
हाँ,
the whole line.
True.
King d1 is almost forced, so I go queen d7. Maybe you can go king c1 here, sidestepping everything.
Yeah, true.
But doesn't seem to be that great, no? Like even something like knight h5. So knight h5, you have queen g4 maybe.
Queen g4, wow.
And then some sort of discovery will be very dangerous for the king. Although it is not as dangerous as it looks. So queen g4, the thing is, so if you give a check from here, I'll just come here because the g7 is guarded by the knight. This square, important.
But what will black play is the question, right?
Exactly, that is the problem. That is the problem.
I mean, I'm like, I can handle every threat, but it's like I don't know what to play here actually. It's not so clear because the knight is hanging. Both knights are hanging, by the way. So
yeah. So okay, let's say king c1. Yeah, what to do against king c1? I can play something like queen b5.
Queen b5.
But I don't know whether it helps me or not, because let's say if you just defend the rook, rook d1.
Rook d1.
Maybe queen c4. Yeah, discovery of our own.
King b1, I just get a draw at least immediately, yeah? At least with knight e3, at least a draw in hand.
At least a draw. So let's say if king b1, then you at least take this. But also e4 hangs, all the time. So this is already bad news.
Black has
this is already bad news,
true.
for white. So queen queen b5, and I guess there will be at least a draw here, yeah, for black. So something like this. Maybe you take here, and I guess because the rook is so passive.
Yeah, at
rook
least
is so passive. The rook is not participating in the game. That
and say white does not have Milton one, right? So he needs.
White, actually, black can play on. I think you just take the pawn here. Yeah.
Threatening white. Actually, there's not even a single check, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, also you can take it with a check. I go queen c4. You go here. I take here. And then minimum I have queen g6 and I can keep playing as black.
Yeah, and the recap will be really awesome if this happens. So I think probably not.
So let's come back. Let's come back to the starting position. So queen f4, I'm playing knight c2. Sahil, your turn. How do you play? How do you keep the game going?
Yeah, I think king d1. I will go king d1 most likely.
Okay.
And then
we are not missing anything. Yeah, this is
because if
it feels very stupid. Yeah, to
I mean,
king d2, yes, king.
I thought knight e4, yeah, king d2.
But you can take with the queen.
If queen
and
d4, then queen g5
first,
check.
Yeah?
Queen g5 check, no?
Yeah, yeah, probably this is also okay. Just rook d8, I guess.
Yeah, rook d8.
Yeah, this is also completely fine for black.
And king e2, at least a draw for black. So at least, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so king e2, then probably just even knight d4 is decent.
There's king d3, but something tells me it might not turn out so well.
Yeah,
probably not.
Something like queen d7, queen b5, some checks coming in, right?
True.
So
that's the issue. No, it's like white he needs to have like a mating threat ready, and it takes at least 2 to 3 moves for him, even after having the complete king side open. So that means black has at least 2 moves. So it's not fast enough somehow. So king d1. So let's say
what? Then why Hikaru is thinking so much? Yeah.
No, I mean I think he probably has seen already all of this, right? Because otherwise he would not take rook takes d4. He probably already.
I have another idea actually with black here. Let me just interpose. Let me shift the move order and play queen d7 first.
Okay, and if I don't want to take with the.
I mean, you must take with something.
Bishop f6, bishop f6 because queen f6 gives no threat. So bishop f6.
So let me play knight c2. You have to come here. And what was my idea? Sahil.
Chat white से डर लग रहा है क्या यहाँ पे? क्या chat अगर position देखोगे, बार के ऊपर हाथ रख लो because बार के भरोसा करना ही मुश्किल है यहाँ पे. Just try to look at the position. किसका कितना ज़्यादा weak लग रहा है? White का king e2 पे है, black का g8 पे है. दोनों का लग रहा है weight लगी हुई है. It's not so clear कि कौन जीतेगा. And I don't think this will. One mistake and it's completely over. मतलब कोई हल्का सा भी comeback नहीं है.
हल्का सा भी comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I think d5 check should be the move because otherwise, I'm getting mated.
Yes, so king d2.
King d2.
Maybe rook d8 and queen f1, but
rook d8.
Feels like this queen endgame white is pawn up, but maybe there is some perpetual somewhere along the way. So this is forced. Like rook d8, I have to give some check, na? Otherwise I'll be getting mated.
But so bishop d8 ke baad, queen f1 ke baad, that should be also lost, right?
Yeah, because this is. Probably I can just defend the bishop, the check, and then probably just take it next move.
Yeah, this looks lost.
So an interesting position. How do we get out of this?
By the way, he's 37 minutes. Oh my god, that is 1 hour 20. Like what is Hikaru thinking right now? This is crazy, right?
But one thing I sort of like that again. You can spend as much time as you want in this position because once you solve this is like a problem, in this position, like a puzzle which you solve from the book. Once you solve it, you don't need any time after that.
Yeah, but the issue
is you can just blitz it.
Yeah, but the issue is there's no increment, right? So that kind of changes things.
No, still like you need 20 moves to make, but if there is only perpetual, you don't even have to make 20 moves. The game will be over before that.
So let's say it's 20 moves played. So how much time on the clock you'd be not really worried. Let's say कितना हम नीचे जा सकते हैं without tearing off our clothes in frustration.
Yeah, actually it depends. Na, how is the position? If I'm
let's say
completely
this position.
confident.
Let's say this crazy.
So
position.
let's say if I work it out some sort of a draw, then it doesn't matter because 40 moves तक जाएगी नहीं position.
हाँ वो तो है.
तो और अगर जाएगी भी तो it will be very simple to play. अरे actually the thing is there is no mate here, Sahil. Now that I realize it, so let's see if I take the rook.
Okay.
Where is the mate?
Queen G5, King F8, Queen G7, King E8, Queen G8, King D7, Queen F7. Is there no mate really? King C6. Not mate. Like I just thought this should be dangerous.
Of course, it is dangerous. Look at my king.
King B7 now. Queen D5.
Also, King B5 is a possible move. So
yeah, I would love to see this king dance. Yeah, with some Bollywood music. Maybe some idea for chess or comment. Yeah, Bollywood music and the king dance. King coming to A6.
Yeah.
Because B8, King B8 will Bishop E5.
But this looks super scary, for black.
Yeah, this does look scary. And white has.
But F2 hangs all the time, so maybe not so much scary.
So it's all all about can my king escape? Yeah, it boils down to that. Because I can take on 8 now, and if I get one more move, I should be.
How do you take on 8?
Because Queen D5 check I gave, no?
So Queen E6, I went King B5.
Yeah. You went B5. Okay, I thought B7. Okay, B5. B5. A4 probably doesn't work. I think A4.
A4 King A6, then there is no checks. There are no checks.
True.
I mean, you can still take a perpetual with Queen D7, King A6, Queen A4.
I think probably that would not be so bad considering white is okay. Not really a rook down. I can take on C2, but yeah, maybe that's not so bad.
I think Hikaru is thinking about this because I think his initial idea was probably to first play King this one with Knight C2, King D1. This line with Queen D7, King C2, Queen A4, and maybe B3 here, and then Queen E4. Maybe his idea was to first play this, but maybe he's like, okay, still have to play some accurate moves to make a draw here. Although chat, this is like, it's not completely dead, but it's very good. There are very good chances that this will be draw, this position. But he just spotted like there is also Queen D7, which is more forcing. And maybe if it works, then the game is just over now. So maybe that's why he's taking his time.
But I think you have to give credit to Firouzja for the opening choice. I think somehow this is a insane. And he's not even slowed down. So that means he's still in prep most likely. So Hikaru has to find a variation where, ideally a variation where Firouzja is not so well prepared. So it's kind of very difficult for him to practically sit there and figure it out over the board. Opponent has taken a sandwich in hand and figure it out at home, with 5 seconds or something. 5 seconds, I mean like 5 of his helpers, not really 5 seconds of the clock. And you are figuring it out over the board in the candidates tournament with the black pieces. It's not easy.
Yeah, for sure. Like also, you have to give credit to all the players in that scenario. Like yesterday when Hikaru was playing with white, he had similar situation. Yeah, like almost 1 hour up on the clock and keeping problems for putting pressure on his opponent. And same like Alireza, like they are all very elite players. Candidates are not supposed to be easy for anybody.
True, I applied, they never accept me. True, that's absolutely true. Ever apply kiya tha maine?
I don't know if how can you. I mean, I didn't know if you could apply. Maybe I would also apply.
Yeah, I did actually. They said, why are you calling us? So yeah, that makes sense. But I think, by the way, chat, what do you think? Like, do you think Hikaru will save this? I think you can poll for this because honestly, in the previous 2 rounds, we had a game or two jahan pe ek banda itna aage nikal gaya time mein. But then the second person somehow caught up. Yeah, they kind of defended well and it wasn't so clear. But now, this is the first game jab itna difference and still I think black is the one who will take more time. So even though he's having his coffee or tea, I hope it's coffee, then he's my guy. But I still feel somehow this will not be easy for him.
I thought you were orange juice then.
Yeah, but I think I'm shifting to coffee, by the way, nowadays, because no tournaments at home. I think coffee is a bit better. But yeah, I would say if Hikaru defends this, that will give him immense confidence. And next game, to bhai, jisse bhi match hai, bhai, sorry, aap हारने वाले हैं. So I think let's see what happens. He's looking in the air.
Also, I think you should not take out like Hikaru in the sense that he is still the favorite, because if you see, he's one of the more experienced people in this field, and with him playing white against Alireza, Rapo, and Duda will be a crucial games for him. Like the result of those games will be crucial for him, because all of them are not. I mean, they are elite, of course, but they're not very well experienced in this kind of format.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to take you back to this Ratchabos game, because now they are playing some sort of rook end game. So
He took. I am correct. Absolutely correct. Okay, lottery tickets buying right now.
He took what?
He took the
Bishop
knight,
C3,
right?
yeah?
C3, yeah.
And now this is the position. Okay, white is bit better, but because just because this rook is on the 7th.
Yeah.
But again, it's not
But I
really
think
much, because you cannot put the other rook.
Yeah, the rook on e3 compensates. If rook c7,
Yeah,
rook f8, and there's nothing.
Right. So I think this game will most likely end in a draw. So let's just jump back, or let's do a quick roundup.
Yeah, let's do a roundup. Yeah, makes sense.
So this is Dings versus Richard. Queen d3, e6 happened, and now h4. Quite typical, actually. Like in modern chess, you just want to run this pawn all the way to h6.
Thank you, Alpha Zero, for giving grandmasters more tools in their hands to defeat noobs like us. Already kami pad rahi thi unko, but thanks a lot.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's not very easy for black. Because if you see Ding, h4, you may think like a thoda aggressive move hai. But actually, he's just asking black, कि भाई तुम क्या करने वाले हो next move? Because it's not very easy to play a move with black.
True.
So I think this is going to go back and forth. I think this game
Yeah.
But I still feel like Ding is in the situation, or at least his opening worked better than Richard's.
True. I think this will also be the longest game. It will be the one where I think Ding will probably try to grind down Rapport. And Rapport, with his successful defense earlier, against Duda, will also not really back down at all. If he defending that, he can totally defend this. So I think this will be the longest game for sure, by far.
Yeah, I think we should create a poll, like which will be the shortest game today.
Okay, I think we might already have the answer if we quickly do the roundup. I think because two games are very, very close. We can switch to the Caruana game briefly, and then we can check out the other.
Yes. So we left it here. G6 had happened as expected. He is trying to restrict the bishop on the diagonal, like on this diagonal. Okay, pardon my arrows. So C3, knight a5, rook e2, king f6. Quite a normal looking position, probably white. The thing is, king c2 is always met by b4. फिर ये isolated हो जाएगी ये pawn c3, which is not very easy to play with. But I guess king c2, c4 right now, this pawn hangs. So in general, this should be the idea with white. Probably a3 first, then king c2. And then eventually try to exchange at least a pair of rooks so that king feels a little bit safer.
True.
Yeah, again, doesn't look much, but
roughly
balanced, yes. Also, king f6, I didn't understand so much, but okay, maybe it is what
because
it is.
you fix those pawns on light square, now you can't play f6, so it becomes
yeah.
By the way, I think we have a lot of development in Nakamura game, and I think they are repeating. Rajabov and Ian might be repeating moves. I think it's going to be a draw. We can quickly switch there, I think.
Okay, g7, rook f8, rook d6, rook e8. Okay. So no point creating a poll.
Yeah.
So which will be the longest game? Let's create poll of that.
Very quickly पलटी मार दी है.
ये तो खत्म हो गया. क्या कर सकते हैं? Repeated 3 times.
So I think we have the first result right. They are signing the sheet indeed. Yes. So first game, chat, it's a draw between Rajabov and Nepomniachtchi. I think it's an okay result for Nepo because he had the black pieces. He was in lead. So I think he would be really, really happy with this. And Rajabov as well, I think he will not be too disappointed with this, right?
I like the way the opening went. I guess he had nothing special here, and probably he thought that maybe this is a good result, and also he lost yesterday, so maybe he just wants to and he understands because that's where experience matters.
True.
He understands it's a 14-round event.
True.
There are only 3 games which are over, so still there is an 11-round tournament. Like full tournament is there.
Indeed.
So he just wants to
Yeah, and I think somehow you don't want to be that guy who loses 2 in a row. Yeah, and once you lose 2 in a row, that really crushes you. I think draw sometimes after a loss is pretty okay. In fact, I think it was Karyakin, right? I think who once mentioned that whenever I lose a game, like Carlsen's attitude was pretty clear. Yeah, हम हारे अब अगले opponent बच के रहना. लेकिन Karyakin, I think, was the guy who mentioned once that if I lose.
But actually, before Carlsen, it was Kasparov. Actually, before Carlsen, मतलब अगर वो एक गेम हारते थे ना, तो लाइन से बहुत गेम जीतते थे फिर. Or I remember reading in one of his books that people used to be shit scared,
I saw this,
especially once he loses a game. Next बंदा तो एकदम बहुत ही घबरा जाता था.
I saw this in a book by Daniel Gormali. I think Calculation पे थी, where he said he was playing a game. Kasparov was playing a game.
Interrupt you. Hikaru has played some moves. Yeah, let's go there.
He played
and then maybe.
Yeah, we can
continue the story. So, this happened. This is what happened.
Queen d7.
So bishop f4 and knight f6. His idea is to go knight d5 and try to stabilize. Yeah. Continue, Sahil.
Yeah, so I was saying that, Kasparov was playing a game and he had some brilliant sacrifice, and then, he won the game crushingly. And then Daniel Gormali, who's like a 2650 grandmaster, he went up to Kasparov and was like, well played. And he tapped on his, shoulder or back or something. And Kasparov was like, and he was like, I said, who the hell are you? That was his expression. And he said in a book that, it felt like I wanted the ground to basically, absorb me somehow or something like that. So yeah, Kasparov was a intense player, and very difficult to match his energy.
Yeah, so he goes for knight f6. He goes for this. And now, I don't think he should have a big problem making 15 moves in 27 minutes.
Yeah,
because the position is relatively simple. The knight will be on d5, which is very stable there. You cannot attack it anywhere. And maybe push the pawns on the queen side. Yeah, slowly. b5, c4. And try to get it.
So what do you think should be the pawn formation of the pieces on the king side here? Because I have 3 pawns. Do I push them quickly? Do I keep it f3, g4, h5? Do I just keep it back to the second rank and try to do my king first? What do you think is the pawn formation?
I think ideally, so I'm expecting black wants to play knight d5.
True.
So ideally, I would want to, if I can stabilize my bishop here, which I don't think I can because you will always have f6 to attack my bishop. So ideally, my setup should be bishop d2, king c2. And depending on how the black's pawn structure, I'll start pushing my pawns. Because sometimes I can also play. So let's actually make some moves. It will be easier. So let's say king c2, knight d5, bishop here. And now if I want to also play f4, f5, try to get 2 versus 1.
That would be awesome.
And also try to say that, okay, this pawn is really good because it defends its knight on d5. And try to eliminate this. And the problem for black is once I push f4, f5, you can neither take or not let me take, because once I take fe6, fe6, then these 2 pawns will just run away. But I think once you play f4, f5, black can probably play knight e7, or you can play e5.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is one idea. The other idea is just to run away, like what you said. Yeah, just push g4, h4, and just go with it. And that's why I feel still like white has some potential to pose some sort of problems for black.
Yep. Archit bhai, time difference is real. But I think the game was very complicated and somehow Firouzja was very ill prepared. But now it's kind of stabilized. So now if Hikaru has to, rush through some of the moves, I think 50 moves are remaining. I think he should be able to manage this now. It's not like so difficult, especially because knight d5 is obvious. Probably bring the king up a couple of squares to g6, maybe rook coming to some d file or something. So it's not so difficult now for black to go with some moves very fast.
Yeah. Also, I see like sometimes people want to do with knight d5. Generally f5 ऐसे देखने में अच्छा लगता है ना कि मतलब सब स्क्वायर में कवर करके बैठा. But this kind of move can be quite double-edged because let's say bishop d2 का आपने f5 करा. Now I'll just play f3 and I want to play g4 next. And problem is कि आप मारोगे तो again if fg4 again I'll have two passers. अगर आप नहीं मारोगे तो I'll play g5 h4 again I'll have two passers there. So in both cases it is a problem. तो आप ये pawn को जब तक नहीं छूओगे आपके लिए उतना better है.
True. To keep it flexible, yeah. True.
And so generally this is also very important, chat, like as a chess term, like you should push pawns where you are better. Generally, this is the general term. So white also doesn't mind pushing the pawns here because white has enough control here. But black definitely is better here. Like he cannot push here because he has simply less pawns. So maybe b5, c4, a5, try to push pawns here, and this should give black enough counterplay for to make a draw.
And by the way, an hour and 10 minutes is the biggest time advantage a player has held so far. I mean, this is of course absolutely true, but I think now it will reduce a bit. I think Hikaru will play faster, and now that Firouzja is coming to this endgame, he will probably take more time to grasp the position. I think somehow when you have kind of caught your opponent some prep, you kind of play on autopilot, and then you you've not even understood the position over the board, and once his endgame arrives, you are the one who starts spending more time because opponent is already fully tuned. वो तो अपनी जान बचाने के लिए बैठा होता है पिछले 1 घंटे से.
Very, very, very good point, Sahil. Actually, क्या होता है ना कभी when you are prepared so deeply, when you are like in a autopilot mode के सब ये सब मेरे को पता है और इतना fast खेल रहा हूँ, it's very difficult to switch back. You still want to keep going that moment. चलते जाओ, and that's where you make a mistake. And it happens to the best of them. Like I've seen many grandmasters. Even I've done it also.
True.
Kyunki it's psychologically, how do you stop? No, and the person who's sitting opposite to you, he's already involved in the position. And you are your mind is not working. You have just prepared certain line and you're just following that. Basically, टट्टा मार के आए हुए वहां तक आपको पता है और फिर still, but you want to, keep that game, that flow going on. But
something happened in the Ding game. Somehow he's better now. Maybe I'm not sure exactly what the version, but it's something
h4 rook d8 happened. Then he goes for this exchange sacrifice. Yeah, bishop g5, knight d4, bishop d8, rook d8. Not bad. It's very practical. Unless, I mean, if I'm not missing anything, I think this exchange sacrifice looks quite decent.
Yeah, with it,
because something you will put on d4.
And
you'll push e5 and that piece will be there forever.
True.
So yeah, I mean, good spot. Let's see what happens here because let's try to make some moves here.
So I mean, I don't want to take on d4, right? Because he will take on a2 anyway. So, but
yeah. Also, like this is the ideal formation for black because white doesn't have any counterpart for this bishop. And once I, actually belong with e5, then you will never remove it. So, yes. So
but
we
if
don't
you go
want
back
to
to
take
the position of knight d4, so I can see my opponent has 2 bishops, right? So I want to exchange one of them most likely. So maybe bishop a6, trying to exchange that bishop.
Interesting.
Because usually if my opponent has a bishop pair, I mean, I'm always scared.
No, I like this move. I like this move. So there are 2 things actually. I don't know whether it works or not, but let's see. These are not our pieces. So checks. Let's say check here. You take, and I want to take here.
Okay.
Also, I don't know how good or bad this endgame is with queen e4. Like, is it lost, or maybe I can hold it? For example, this. Let's say you give a check and then you decide, what to do.
True.
What I meant was, like, here, I don't mind giving up this pawn on a7. But I feel in general, this kind of position should not be a big deal. Like, sort of a fortress, I just put my king here, maybe h6, g5.
Yeah, these bishops on c5 and d5 look like, beasts. Yeah, controlling the board. But
I guess... True. But I guess only white can play. That is true here.
True.
So this is one line. But the other line I wanted to say was bishop a6 directly. So it again, like, you can always play rook d8 first or later. Doesn't matter so much. And now this position. But this is just gone, for some reason.
Yeah, I think two bishops kind of give you more chances also in general overall. I think that might be a better...
No, but my idea was actually, let's say...
Maybe first check and then queen a7. I don't know if it's possible. Check first.
I thought there will be some checks on you.
Probably, yeah. F2 falls and then I'm not sure. So maybe not queen a7.
Yeah, probably just this, and then we'll start checking from many different places. Yeah. So, okay.
Queen a3.
Oh, very well spotted. Queen a3, and now...
Isn't it over?
I don't have queen b4 immediate. Yeah. So here, if queen c8, my idea was to actually play queen b4 to defend this. But with queen a3...
Yeah, it's over, right?
It's over. And if queen b4, you simply take, and again...
Yeah.
Sahil, what did you learn when we were kids?
I think probably pin.
Pin is a win.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So yeah, I like your bishop a6 actually. Let me think how to continue here. Not an easy
bishop
position
a8,
actually for
bishop a8, maybe just moving it back. भाई आज फिरोजा तो बुलेट खेल रहा है भाई बुलेट तो खेल रहा है but I think he will switch to classical very soon because
he's already switched.
he's already switched I think वो transition बहुत जल्दी हो गया पता ही नहीं लगा हमें अब आराम सोचेगा यार साहिल भाई for candidates apply किया यार I think अभी response का wait कर रहा हूँ यार कैप्टन वेगा में I'm waiting.
Just by the way, like, he didn't play bishop a6. He went for h5 here.
h5 okay.
But I like bishop a6 to be honest. क्योंकि अगर bishop a6 को अगर bishop a8 best move है तो then why not to play bishop a6? Yeah,
true. Because this bishop is already hanging with the knight, and also two bishops I'm always scared of. If I have an exchange and my opponent two bishops, I'm always scared of this. कि भाई two bishops में कोई guarantee नहीं है क्या evaluation है.
But also h5 doesn't. I don't think it spoils anything in general.
True.
So again, very similar things. I guess like if you take, then we take it back, and then. The same things here basically. But the problem is, like, in your line, the thing was like we always had rook c8 check here. So, but maybe it's not so important here because how do you deal with this threat now? If you take, then we can just take, and now rook d8 check is there. So more or less it's the same thing, but let's see what's the difference which it finds. Because he's very good in finding the small nuances.
I think
like his mind works like this.
Yeah, something very similar you might have. You might have something very similar. Yeah. Just with the pawn on h5 and probably, but something very similar.
Yeah.
Let's switch the game briefly, probably.
Yeah. Let's go here because he's still playing quite fast.
Hikaru played f5, by the way.
Because he has played h4.
H4, h4.
Because I think the thing is f3, he'll go f4. He'll not give a chance to play.
So was
I guess this is the point.
A bit hurried from Firouzja here?
Maybe. And yeah, I think it was Vishal, no, in the chat.
Yeah, you think bullet. Vishal bhai, we apologize.
एकदम सही कह रहे हो.
सही कह रहे हो यार.
Bullet mode पे ही था, इसलिए वो f5 आ गया. See, here I would actually not touch pawns right now. First, because king c2 is anyway important. King in the center is anyway important. And after this, of course, I was expecting knight d5 because what else? You played knight f6 one move before. And then you decide, after king c2, knight d5, bishop d2, how to advance your pawns. But yeah, as I was saying, Alireza it's very difficult to switch from autopilot to, all of a sudden you have to think. And
27 moves हो चुके हैं, 27 moves हो चुके हैं, and I just feel कि मतलब it's not a big deal now भाई, अब 13 move है, 26 minute है, it's very easy now, very easy for Hikaru. I think ये तो he could literally play it in 5 moves. I mean, considering he's 3500 or 3400 in bullet or something, I don't know, it's a number my mind can't comprehend, so I think it should not be a big deal for him. And I think time travel issues are already over for Hikaru. Look at his body language. He's sitting, I got you now. And I think he's fine. He's going to use Firouzja's time as well now.
Sahil, I wanted to ask one thing from you. So let's say how you just pointed out how Hikaru is sitting, like his body language like this. Yeah. So confident, like, okay, I'm the boss, I'm the king, something like this. So does this influence your play when you're playing against somebody like this? Let's say, अगर मैं आप मेरे साथ खेल रहे, मैं ऐसे आपको दिखाऊं जान के, मेरी पोजीशन कैसे भी हो, तो does that influence your play?
It does. I think I remember there was this IM who, I think there are many people who stare at you. I think that's the classic. I mean, many people who stare at you. So, but that you can avoid. You can keep your hand like this. That's a typical chess player's thinking pose. You can avoid that. But I think I can probably avoid any sort of poses and stuff. But when somebody tries to, kick you under the table or something, that is very irritating to me. Like, I have a couple of...
तो told आपने different chapter ही निकाल दिया, मैं तो कुछ
I know, like
मुझे लग रहा है कुछ personal experience रहा है आपका.
बहुत रहे हैं. But I think, for example, like expression है तो I can avoid. If I feel somebody is trying to distract me consciously, I can just keep my hand like this and sit. I think that's the classical chess pose.
No, also sometimes people do like
yeah, that's also true.
नहीं, chess tournament में और कोई आवाज नहीं आती, बस यही आवाज आती रहती है चारों तरफ से.
And the clocks, tuck, that's it.
Yeah.
Hikaru का
I think the steering thing पहले I also used to feel it very uncomfortable, but then I was like, I'll play my move, and if the person is staring, that I will stare them back. मैंने कहा तुम्हारा टाइम है, कितना भी ताड़ना है ताड़ लो, मेरे को क्या.
I think for example, like what I feel is if I stare them back, then they'll be like अगली बार मैं भी करूंगा. So I'm like, भाई तुम करो यार, तुम enjoy करो, मैं अपना मस्त अपना ऐसे करके बैठा, तुम देखो मेरे हाथ देखो यार, मेरे बता दो हाथ में क्या फीचर है मेरा.
True. Oh, by the way, G3 खेला था इन्होंने अभी Firouzja, because it made a lot of sense G3, क्योंकि now he wants to play F3 and G4, and he's sort of stopping F4. So King F7 again. To be honest, I don't know about this move. What if I just play F3 now, Sahil?
F3, okay.
The point is, Rook G8, I want to play G4.
Oh wow, sure, that's nice.
But maybe you have this or not. Because the point, if you take, I have this check, so I get my 2 passes. Maybe it's still okay for black, but
yeah,
like, why to do this?
I like knight f6 actually, because it forces you to play g5, and then suddenly these pawns.
No, actually it does not, because let's say I play something and then you take. I take. You take with the rook, but I have bishop g5 in the end. So I still have a move to c. Also bishop g5 directly I have, or bishop c3 for that matter. So
मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजर से रिक्वेस्ट है, चेस टूर्नामेंट में एक कप सिरप बांट दिया करो. somebody saying in the chat, ठीक है भाई, कर देंगे भाई. I think like cup syrup has that some sort of effect on you, right? Apparently it can get you a bit yeah.
You would know,
yeah, I have problems as well, so a lot of cup syrup for me.
अच्छा, वो आप 9 बजे फिर वो आप कह रहे थे ना 9 बजे.
Exactly, I'm used to it. Yeah, as I said, as I mentioned. Hikaru in his mind, this should be a draw. Chad just takes, and dhudum, where's the mouse? Exactly.
Takes.
I played a bullet match against Hikaru once online, and it was like, I felt like he thought, I felt like he had like 1 year extra than me to think. It always feels like that somehow. Like I had 60 seconds and he had like 60 months or something. Like he had enough time to calculate the best moves, and it was like embarrassing. It was crazy, just insane.
So Sahil, what do you play after F3? Maybe rook h8, yeah?
Yeah, probably
Like,
just to
stop
prevent
this.
g4.
So g4, we pick up this pawn.
Rook h1 now, I guess, defending h4.
Then rook g8.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you can also play here bishop g5.
Yeah.
With the idea to go g4 next. So, still looks interesting.
Are there any real chances of Hikaru winning this? Yash is asking. Honestly, there could be. You never know. Yeah? E5, E4, create a pass pawn. But usually, क्या होता है? Bishop होता है. Bishop is like, I put my bishop on d2. I am not only stopping your e3 break at some point, I'm also helping my pawn go to h6. So it's like bishop एक ही जगह से दो निशाने करता है, and it's very difficult for the side with the knight to win this. Very difficult. And ऊपर से he also played e6, f5. So dark squares are weak. Imagine the bishop sitting on e5. In a hypothetical scenario, then how can you even make any progress? So it's always going to be, does white win or is it going to be a draw? But of course, if white overextends, you never know, yeah.
True. But I think this is an endgame where all three results are possible. But you correctly pointed out that bishop hai to white is more safer than black. But the thing is, for black also it's very easy play, no? b5, c4, a5, b4, and once you reach this position, then it gets a little bit dicey for white also.
Yeah. True.
So, but this is an endgame where the better player will win. Let's say if there is like 200-point difference between both the players, and whichever side, let's say जितना 200 point ज़्यादा होगा, वो जो भी color से खेलेगा वो जीत जाएगा.
True.
It's not like dead drawn endgame, you know. This has all the things.
By the way, just in the game of Caruana, knight c5 was played. So yes, I had a doubt.
We haven't looked at it. So h4, knight d7, we went. Rook d2, knight c5. Yes.
Yeah. So from white's perspective, so should Caruana play bishop c2 or something here to hold on to the bishop? What do you think? Does he have enough reasons to kind of hold on to the bishop, or does he just allow knight d3?
I guess, because the problem is, let's try to make some moves here. So let's say king c2. Okay, king c2 doesn't actually not a good move.
It allows b4, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, let's just to illustrate some point. So idea is, let's say you go here. Problem is black king is super active, and
e6,
it will start to come in and it gets very uncomfortable for white. You might try to stop it, but like let's say even after f6 g5, it's black's game. I mean, white is not like worse or something, but black can still push. So probably for those reasons, I would actually go back. But in general, it feels like already like I like this knight better than this bishop. So yeah.
I think it's interesting.
You know, we have two games here with bishop and knight. You know, this endgame.
आज पता लगी जाएगा bishop भाई की ज़्यादा अच्छे हो कि knight. I've heard very
that other position, Hikaru's game, I think bishop is slightly better than knight, and I would say this is completely opposite to that. Knight will be slightly better.
And I think a pass pawn has to do something with it, right? I guess, because it kind of gives the bishop more possibilities. Like you can push the pawn.
Also, if you see, the bishop has the light square, and if you see all black's pawns are also on the light square. But what these pawns are doing, it's restricting this bishop. मतलब इधर कुछ कर नहीं रहा. There are no squares. इधर कुछ कर नहीं रहा. तो कोई diagonally नहीं बचा इस bishop को रखने को. So, in a way, this pawns on the same square as the bishop also helps. It sort of restricts the bishop.
Somebody saying deliberately, Aditya is saying deliberately making sounds with the chair is also something many people do, unfortunately. Yeah, many ways, man. Many ways. Banging the clock is one way, which is very common. Shaking the table. I mean, there are many ways. But I think in the end, you can only go so far with such tactics. I mean, if you don't know how to check in with the queen, you can bang the table how many times you want. It won't happen automatically. You need to find that mating pattern at the end.
Yeah. So he has played f3. Sahil.
He played f3.
Firouzja has played f3. Yeah. But I wanted to actually look at Ding's game for a bit. So let's quickly go to Ding's game also. So h5, he played bishop e5. What is going on here? It feels like white should be a little bit better at least. but the position is very sharp, and that's where Richard excels.
Hmm.
Do you play h6 or not? Like just to
Sorry to interrupt. Somebody saying unless you are Ranveer Singh.
But I don't get it.
Ad by Ranveer Singh.
Oh yeah. Something he was
Nice one.
jumping on the table. No?
Yeah,
Something.
nice one. She was nice. She was a nice one. That was nice. Yeah, sorry. You were saying Abhijeet.
No. Like I was like, do we go h6 or do we not go h6?
Yeah. So
Or do we play your move, bishop a6?
Yeah. So like when I saw that AlphaZero book, it usually recommends playing h6. Keeping this back rank problem. But here I would still play bishop a6. That would be my
यार
move.
आपने back rank mate के मेरे को translation बताई नहीं.
हाँ, translation Hindi वाली I think
Chat आप बता
chat
दो,
can work
please.
on it.
Back rank mate. How do you translate
Yeah.
in Hindi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think,
go on. Sir.
Yeah, I think bishop a6 would be my move again, because I think bishop a6. If he has to go bishop a8, then I probably won a slight battle, and if he probably takes, then I mean I just exchange a bishop pair, and even normally, yeah, if you material up, you want to exchange pieces. So I don't see the problem there. Of course, you might lose e4 and some variations, but I think black has a lot of control over these dark squares for now in the center, and I'm ready to give up the e4 pawn for a bit more liberty. Although Ding, I think will also be under a bit of pressure, because I think he has not had the best of starts and he was the favorite. So he probably, yeah, as I say, you say, it's not my pieces. So he probably has to take a more practical judgment.
I think this doesn't work for some reason. Maybe h6, yeah? And now this pawn is killing,
yeah. Again, AlphaZero. Thanks for this. Makes a lot of sense.
So like this is even stronger now, bishop a6, than the previous line what we checked, because you always have h6 in the end.
Yeah.
So I guess bishop a6, and probably Ding is going to avenge his first round loss.
So chat बहुत सारे transition बोल रही है. I will leave Abhijeet it up to you which one is the best one. पीछे से मात अंतिम रेखा का मात.
Okay, Sahil. Let's come back.
Okay, that's why I said that was not the best session. Okay, I think game is fine.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think we both got a bit distracted there. By the way, bishop f1 played by Caruana. He saved the bishop, yeah. So he saved the bishop, I think.
Yeah. So it's also quite logical, yeah. Bishop f1.
You can also probably play g3 and bishop s3 later at some point if it's possible. But for now,
I'm not actually sure whether you should do this, but yeah, to activate the bishop. I think the main idea which I was saying also earlier, ke ek rook exchange kar lo, and then it becomes slightly easier for white to play because okay, rook d6 is coming. So maybe, but in general, I feel like with black it's easier than white, in this kind of
actually,
position.
Yeah, I do like black's position here because I think somehow your queenside play is not going anywhere for now. And he takes on d2. And once I play f5 and even e4, if you take, I take with the knight. So how is white better again? Even completely equality, I don't see. Maybe
yeah. I feel like black is more comfortable here than white.
Yeah, for sure. This king moves somewhere now, and you can prevent rook d6. Then you go f5, e4.
So it's a king e6, yeah?
Yeah, king e6. What does white play now? It's not so clear.
Not an easy move.
Yeah, because I mean,
let's say king c2. Yeah, let's say king c2. You can also play f5. Maybe
yeah,
also.
f5. Let's say f5. I'll go.
And yeah, I don't see a way to make progress.
Yeah, because black's plan is so simple, right? I mean, just push the pawn.
Can I play this?
Okay.
But no. See, I want to play a4 next. This is my idea in general. Maybe it is okay.
Could I possibly play e4 here? Possibly.
Yeah, b4 I set up a small trick.
No, e4.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, if b4 I would probably give this check first and then take the pawn.
True.
So e4, yes, e4 is good. Yeah, e4 is very good. Not only good.
Because king is coming to e5 now, and then
I was thinking just f4.
Okay. I think black is
And-
absolutely fine, right? With the pass pawn.
I don't know actually. It's quite.
Hmm. Okay.
It can be quite double-edged now because I'll put bishop e2, pawn to g3, and try to create something on this side. Because for now, I guess if we exchange rooks, then it's better for white. But we exchange minor piece, then it's better for black because of this pawn formation.
True.
And it will be very difficult for us to exchange the minor pieces here, right?
So what if I play, let's say, rook c6 here?
You want to play rook d6,
Yeah,
but rook
I mean,
d6, I don't really. It doesn't
I think
really
it
matter.
also defends a6. So I think I'm just trying to wait and see what you do.
So let's say, thing is bishop e2, you will play e3. That's my problem. So
Yeah,
for e3, I want rook e2 immediately. Yeah. So that is. And the thing is, if this, then also you can play rook d6, and my king is sort of not really doing anything here on b2. I quickly want to play, once the rook exchange, I want to put my king on e3. So yeah, I mean it's about even. Yeah, like what can you do?
And for hypotheticals, yeah, let's say white plays a normal move, and we do play rook d6, just to look at the endgame. So
let's say I go g3. Yeah.
G3. Let's say so rook d6 now. And
so this
I guess,
this endgame, yeah. Let's say I go bishop
e2. Black takes. Suddenly, even the bar favors white. Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe.
I think the king
maybe because
of
this move. Now I get it. See, I'm trying to. Now I'll play like ancient.
Yeah, true.
Because the tactics is like, let's say you take, yeah, and you move the knight somewhere. Maybe here.
Yeah, there's no comfortable square. Yeah, maybe knight.
And then c4, and I'm attacking this pawn.
Yeah. This looks.
And you have to take. Then I take back with the bishop. It's a check, and then I pick up this pawn.
Yeah, this is probably lost already. Exactly. Yeah, you get those. You fix those weaknesses.
But I guess if it's not because of this tactics, then probably black is fine here also.
True.
Yeah. Also, I don't know. Like in general, even after exchanging this, even if I put my king on e3, you can also. You just don't have to let my bishop in somehow. Then you're just fine. So yeah, in general, yeah, I agree with your assessment that black is fine. Maybe black is a bit better, not better, but it's easier to play with black. Let's just put it this.
Is it possible to have the results of the complete games on the screen, maybe somewhere in the bottom for people who just joined stream? Yeah, maybe we can have them maybe at some point. But I think for now, I can let you know that only one game has finished. It was a draw between Rajabov and Nepo. So they kind of had a kind of quick draw, I would say, and a simple draw. Uske alawa, I think all three games are going on. For now, a rough estimation is I think Ding is slightly better, although it's not over by any stretch of imagination. Then Caruana Duda is kind of equal, and then Hikaru and Firouzja is very interesting. It might be equal,
we have some updates.
We can check that, I guess.
So f3, rook h8. Oh, bishop g4, exactly what we discussed. And the point is he's waiting for g4 and probably he'll go f4. But it looks very risky. Yeah, white can go h5. It's like, he's playing online, yeah, very fast, very risky, and he knows he's going to flank the opponent.
Yeah. But yeah, I think once you get two connected pass pawns, it becomes very dangerous suddenly. And f5 kind of holds everything for now.
But also g4, h5, it's not like pawns are really running away, yeah? So,
true.
for example, let's say you go g4, and for instance, I go f4, yeah? And only way to bring out this bishop is to probably play h5. Also, this is an idea. Rook d1, rook d4.
I think that's what it does. No, it frees up your rook for other jobs somehow. Once you have f3, g4, h5, I think.
Yeah. So if not this, but in general, I feel, let's say I just go b5, yeah? What do you do next? Maybe h5, maybe then I go f4. Because if I don't go f4, you just come back.
If we play, so we can't take on g5.
But still you cannot do anything, no, Sahil? I can just play something like this. You come back. I have b4 and like it feels like black is also coming, yeah, very fast.
True.
And like let's say if rook goes somewhere, then maybe simply just knight f6 also. I mean, maybe take here first on a3. But in general, knight h6 is the idea so that you cannot really
Huh.
push this. h5 hangs, and
Huh.
also g4 is going.
Somebody's
So
asking,
let's
is
see.
bishop a6 a human move in the Ding's position? Yes, it is. It is. It is. I think the logic is simple. Yeah, if your opponent has the two bishops, and
Yeah,
you
just
basic-
switch back to this position.
Yeah. So let's
Ding's
say
position.
your opponent has two bishops, and I think you don't have them. I think it's a good sign to just exchange one. Of course, not blindly. Why tactics देखनी पड़ेंगी, क्या position है? But in general, that's a good thumb rule to keep in mind. If your opponent has two bishops, you don't, then that means he has superiority on one color complex, right? Dark square is यहाँ पे. You don't have a dark square bishop, so it makes some sense to exchange one of the bishops ताकि उसके पास भी same problem हो. I think two bishops together can be advantage usually.
Yeah, I mean, some moves were difficult, like over the board, but bishop a6, like you correctly pointed out, it is not such a difficult move. Like, yesterday we were discussing about this game between Hikaru versus Taimur, where you remember king f2 was the move right in the end.
He found it actually.
And he found it, and then even when I was, let me also put his game actually. So we'll see him, and also we'll talk about him in general. So when I was watching his recap, he mentioned like he didn't go so deep into it. He was like, so maybe I should put this on the dark square, and like king on f2 is a little bit better placed than king on g2. So that's it. Yeah, just general consideration. So that's what I was like saying. Like practically, it is impossible to play.
I think sometimes what happens is you subconsciously see some things and you don't even realize them. Yeah, I mean, he might not say it in the recap. But
also,
I guess,
there are many things which you sort of like. I know also that you think during a game a lot of lines. Yeah, मतलब बहुत सारी चीज़ सोचते हो, but after the game you sort of don't remember those things.
During the presentation, भाई chat बताओ किसने presentation देखा है जहाँ पे people don't remember the moves. Yeah, okay, this is I forgot. Yeah, it happens sometimes. You make mistakes in presentations or press conferences, but you find everything over the board. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even when you find everything on the board, then after the game, let's say you're in the press conference, or let's say you're just analyzing, with your buddy or something. You're like, no, I had seen this move. I don't remember.
बिल्कुल. Although, yeah, I mean, Hikaru is going to play it very fast, and I think Ding also.
Now Hikaru only has 10 moves to make it, and he has about 22 minutes. But the position is getting sharp actually, and this is why I didn't like f5 so much. Because it can be a very similar situation what happened in yesterday's game with Hikaru and Radjavo, that last two moves will be very crucial. And will he have enough time to make those two moves very precise?
I think he will. I think he'll find it. I think that's his advantage, of finding those moves and time pressure. I think he'll find it. I think he should be fine most likely. And I think Rajabov had very limited time, right? It was not like 22. I think even when he made a blunder, I think he had like 2 minutes on the clock, right? It was very, very low.
Yeah, I think also it was like 39th move, 40th move. It was.
It was, I think, second time control. I think after second time control, after he got those 15 minutes when he played that h3 move at the end and lost in an instant, right?
No, I mean in the first time control, he lost the a6 pawn. True. So yeah, I mean, this is getting sharp, and which I generally, Hikaru is very fast in calculation. We have all seen this, but still,
saying, if Firouzja has 1 minute and 18 seconds, it's actually 1 hour and 8. It's all okay. Don't worry. Firouzja is fine. Well, he has at least memorized like 55 chess books on this opening, so he's absolutely fine.
Sahil, if you had to pick one side here, which side would you pick? Like Alireza's side or Hikaru's side?
So I would probably put Alireza's side. I think I like the bishop.
Same
not much of risk. I think I'm taking. Because even if black manages a5, b4, c3, I think if I have my bishop on d2, he can't really have anything crazy against me.
But one good thing going on for black is this knight on d5, It sort of stops everything.
Does Alireza have any real chance? Does Alireza have a real chance of winning? Archie is asking. I think yes, for sure, because he has a pass pawn, bishop, and although Hikaru, I think most likely it should be a draw, but there are chances of winning for sure.
Yeah, and I think white has more winning chances than black. Let's put it this way.
For sure. Come on, Naka, let's go. Yeah, let's see why. Naka, I think he found C4 very quickly. Yeah, he knows he's not the guy who will wait for you to simply crush you. He will find that counterplay. Yeah, A5, B4. He will force you to find that move or simply accept the draw.
Yeah. Also, like if you should have seen yesterday's game, Hikaru was playing very fast right at the end. Yeah, like he was not even second guessing himself. Like when he saw the win, he just instantly, let's go. Yeah, why to waste time? Yeah.
I think with 2 endgames already, bishop against rook and bishop against rook and knight, and then one very complicated middle game with some exchange sacrifice. So I think possibly it is possible you could have 3 results. Yeah, it is possible. It is still possible. Totally, Firouzja could win or Hikaru could win. You could have Caruana somehow manage that B4, A4 idea, so on, C4 maybe. You could have Ding maybe playing bishop A6. But for now, everybody's thinking, yeah, nobody's sure what to do.
Yeah. Let's actually again go to Ding's game, for a moment. And he's still thinking. It's been a long thing, no? At this point. I have to check how much he thought on the previous move. How much time he had.
They played 20 moves, by the way.
So, yeah, this is going to be very interesting, actually.
20 moves to play in 42 minutes. Now, it's much better than Hikaru's, but I think this game is a bit more complicated for now. So it probably has higher chances of some timetable issues.
Yeah. Let's see the time control, actually.
Indeed.
What's the time control side?
So it's 120 minutes for the first 40 moves. So basically, there is no increment at all. This is the old time control, you used to have. But I think it's also similar to the World Championships. It makes sense to have this time control. After 40 moves, you will have 60 more minutes added to your clock. So you will get enough time, bahut time by 60 minute. And then after the 40th move, you will have 15 minutes. Aakhri jo halka sa boond milta hai ocean mein, 15 minute ka, and the increment will start. That increment really, really helps. So it's not so common of a time control in normal tournaments. But at this level, I think players, have experience. Most players do have some experience playing this.
Yeah. And I think I generally like such kind of time control because जिसको सोचना है वो तो सोचेगा, जिसको नहीं सोचना है वो तो फिर भी फास्ट ही खेलेगा. तो it doesn't puts added pressure कि यार fast खेलना है types.
But I think I am the
also
guy
the
who
quality
prefers...
of the game. Sorry.
I was thinking, I am the guy who prefers increment. So I'm like, take those 30 minutes.
I mean, I don't mind increment also. See, 2 hours 40 moves or 1 hour 30 minutes and increment, it's more or less the same thing. Like if you count the moves, 40 moves.
It's like investing, Matlab you get those returns every single move. I'm a huge investor, by the way. Yes, so it's like investing your time into something and get this increment, but you get that returns even after the 40th move. So I would prefer the increment part, but it's kind of the same. In the end, it's kind of the same.
Yeah, I was talking about the longer time control, like not necessarily the increment or non-increment, but basically like a 7-hour time control, like 2 hours for 40 moves, 1 hour for 20 moves. Because let's say these days there are many tournaments which are like 1.5 hours with increment, but that's it. Yeah. So whatever happens, your game will be only like 4.5 hours.
True.
So instead of that, I really like this one because usually I play fast. So for me, it should be the other way around, But I like this because sometimes you need to think, You need that extra time.
Of course.
So, and also the quality of the game improves if you have more time,
True. Chad, by the way, I have a question for you. Which game do you think will probably end up in a result? Because even just by probability, maths is on our side. There should be at least one result. After all, there are 4 games. If you had to, bet, which game do you think has the best chances for a result? Maybe we can have the 4 boards on the screen right now, and maybe that will help Chad decide. But I think regardless, we've seen the position. So what do you think, Chad? Which game has the best chance? Look at the player names and time also, just to decide, because time also plays a role.
Yeah.
Ding is having a decisive advantage. Yeah, but it's still complicated. It's
not decisive advantage. You cannot say, because I guess Hikaru had similar advantage yesterday, and it took forever to win that game.
True.
So, you can see the bar is going a little bit, like in the top left. Yeah. in Ding's game,
true,
but
true.
still. And see, Hikaru is playing so fast. Yeah, G4 happened and immediately B5.
Nice.
And Ding is taking his sweet little time. Yeah, I saw like it's already like more than 20 minutes.
Hikaru for sure. Ding.
Like 22 minutes he has thought. Ding has thought for more than 22 minutes on this move.
Naka.
Still going on.
Ding versus Rapport. Yeah, I think people have different Ding and Hikaru. Yeah, 2 games I think people going for.
Yeah, let's switch back and forth between these 2 games for a while. Let's go to Hikaru because we have some updates here. G4, B5. So he needs to make 9 moves in 20 minutes, which is
kind of comfortable.
Which is not so bad.
Yeah. Because A5, B4 are obvious moves, and it should be fine. Fabi as well, okay. Okay, this is just a joke, but if Sharma ji ka ladka was a impersonation in terms of chess players, I think we have the person in front of us. But yeah, man, huge talent. Insanely, like it's insane to believe somebody is literally sitting there playing the candidates at the age of, well, even 18, you can say. It's insane.
Yeah. It's commendable actually.
And the first time I saw him was, I think, in Malaysia, where he was 2580. Playing on the second board. First board, I think, was Wang Hao. And then suddenly 1 year later, he was like 2720, which is like insane.
And then next year he's 2800.
Yeah, he didn't stop there. Yeah, he didn't stop there. So it's crazy.
Yeah. No, very talented kid and like very, what to say? I don't have anything but like, I have only good things to say about him. So.
Yeah. And he's ambitious indeed. Very ambitious.
Should be ambitious. Like young, talented, and like people see him like, I mean, he's already the next big thing, but maybe even bigger than that.
Yeah. One question: if somebody gets hungry during the 3-hour matches, are they allowed to have snacks? I guess yes. I mean, in most tournaments, open tournaments, you usually have like you can have food usually. But I think even in these top level tournaments, you probably have some other place to have food if you need to. In the World Championships, you get to see this, right? Players go to that separate hall. They have food, drinks, whatever they want. They can have there. We saw Carlsen once, laying down as well. I think on a couch or something, trying to calculate lines. So yeah, you can have food, of course. They will not keep you hungry during those 5-6 hours.
Also, you can bring your own food if you want, like something particular in general. But generally, you don't tend to eat something on the board. You sort of step a little bit, because it's like sort of like proper etiquette. Yeah, you don't want to disturb your opponent. Let's say, I'm opening a chocolate wrap, like and then crunching, some crunchy chocolate.
Can you have any special drinks is the question. Well, I've seen players have a special drink, especially in round robin tournaments. In, I think, some countries, I've seen people even taking a beer on the board. I've seen this happen, but it's very rare. Mostly among title players who are retired, kind of semi-retired, not played for a long while.
I mean, I've seen in like Blitz tournament, like not online but offline Blitz tournament, but that is like very casual things. Yeah, like you're sort of having, sort of get together and also playing chess.
By the way, have you seen somebody fall asleep during a chess game?
Yes,
right. It have. I mean,
yes. I remember many, not one, more
I
than
saw
one.
it during a Blitz tournament. I saw somebody just fall asleep. I was like, it was in Riga. The guy just fell asleep, like right next to me diagonally.
Yeah. So Ganesh Raja already drew. So his game is already over. So
yeah.
No, I have seen many people. Yeah, I don't want to name them, but I've seen many people.
Okay, I can name
in a classical game.
Some I am from Latvia, I think it was. I don't even know the name, but it was crazy. And he started snoring, right? So he started snoring right in the middle of Blitz game. So it was crazy.
No, once my opponent slept during, like not slept, but like for a couple of minutes, yeah, and I could hear the snow. But yeah, this is quite common.
Sleep well,
especially during the morning games, yeah, because generally chess players has this tendency to go, sleep late, and then when there is a morning game, then it can happen if you don't have your morning coffee.
Yeah.
So let's do a quick roundup.
Yeah. Let's do a quick roundup. Yeah.
So this game, I guess, I think Alireza is going to calculate for a bit because he has to decide how to push these pawns. And Fabiano's game, nothing much has changed actually. Yeah,
King
like
E6,
we
yeah?
discussed King E6, then maybe F5. So more or less at the same thing. And Ding has played A4. Okay, not a bad move also. I mean, Bishop A6 was certainly logical, but I would not say this is a bad move by any stretch of imagination. He has improved his position and solidifying at the bishop. And maybe, I don't know what he wants on the next move, but maybe Rook C4 is an idea. But Rook C4, Knight F. So if Rook C4 check, I think Black can go Knight F3. So that is not possible. But yeah, A4 is just a normal move, solidifying your bishop. And maybe then he can think about some other things, I guess, in this position.
Indeed. I guess he shouldn't work too hard the night before. True. I wouldn't suggest lifting weights the night before too much. Does make a lot of sense. Chat, we can have probably a short break, right? I think we can probably have a very short break and we'll be right back. I think game abhi thodi si spicy banegi to maza aayega yaar.
Now, last segment, we are going to be giving you an option of, like, you can choose 3 candidates. So who are they first? Your 3 favorite.
Okay, probably Ding Liren may be there. Firouzja. And maybe Hikaru.
Okay, and now can you please give one superhero character to each one of them?
Superhero can I give me
Marvel or DC?
Captain America, Hulk, Spider-Man, Superman. If you
Okay, I'm not into it, but okay, I think Firouzja can be Flash. And Hikaru is something that all-rounder. I didn't get anything. What about the other one? Ding Liren is silent.
Doctor Strange.
Okay.
Professor X.
Who is that actor in I think Green Hornet, right?
Green Lantern.
No. Does this episode, I don't know which one. The silent guy who kills and
Silent
gets
assassin.
away. Yeah, Hikaru can be a Superman.
Okay, Ding Liren I already said. Nakamura because he is a streamer, and I think Alireza because he is a youngster, and if only he plays, Carlsen might play. Otherwise, nobody will play with him. So these are the 3 ones.
Okay, and if you had to give a superhero name to Ding, Hikaru, and Alireza, what would they be?
Ding, Doctor Strange.
Okay.
And Hikaru, you can say Iron Man. And Alireza, Spider-Man, the little kid.
Alright, I will choose Fabiano Caruana. I'll choose I will choose Richard Rappo, and I'll choose Ding Liren.
Okay, and now we want you to associate 3 superhero characters with these 3 players that you mentioned.
Obviously, Fabiano Caruana has the magic element, so he'll be the Harry Potter of the chess world if he wins, and also looks like Harry Potter. And for Ding Liren, I think is going to be a samurai, chess samurai, because he has that element, Zen element in his chess. And for Richard Rappo, I would say, if you had to bring a superhero, then he would be this Captain America.
Okay, sure. So it will be definitely Ding, Firouzja, and Nepo, I guess.
And if you had to give them superhero names, what would they be?
That's a difficult one. All three of them, right?
Yeah.
Can I skip this?
Okay, I think Nepo deserves a chance, and Firouzja, and Buddha.
And if you had to give these 3 players a superhero name, what would they be?
Superhero name, okay.
Or any nickname.
Okay, Nepo would be like, a phoenix, rising from the ashes again. And Firouzja would be kid from Persia.
Okay.
Yeah. And Duda, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure Duda.
Okay.
Firouzja, Nakamura, and
Nepo. And if you had to give them some superhero titles, the players that you chose, what would they be?
Firouzja would be Iron Man.
Iron Man, okay.
Nakamura would be Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange, okay. And then Nepo?
Thanos.
Thanos, okay.
I think Firouzja, Ding, and Fabiano would be my 3 picks.
Now we would want you to give them a superhero names.
I think I like Firouzja as the Flash because he's just super fast. He does not even play bullet guys, he plays ultra bullet, which is just crazy, like 10 seconds plus 1 second increment per move. So he would be that. I think I would say Fabiano can be like, the Doctor Strange character because he's just so calm, silent, and he does all the things silently, and like his brain is an amazing thing. He was the world number 2 for a long time, so he would be that. And I think finally Ding, it's actually Nakamura, I would say, and he's like a Superman because he does so many things at once. He's the man, and he will have the most amount of support at the candidates, I think.
And what would be the superhero title for Hikaru?
That would be Superman.
Superman.
Yeah.
Considered by most as the rising superstar in chess, Alireza Firouzja makes his candidates debut here in Madrid. The only teenager in the tournament, Firouzja is the youngest player ever to break the 2800 rating barrier. Born in Iran but representing France, Firouzja strikes fear in his opponents with his array of surprising tactical shots. Alireza qualified for the candidates by taking first place in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He also followed up that performance with a strong finish at the European Team Chess Championship. Coming in with heavy expectations, Firouzja has a more than reasonable opportunity here to become the youngest winner in Candidates Tournament history. With that, the teen prodigy would take one step closer to potentially knocking Magnus Carlsen off his championship perch.
Welcome back, chat. We are back with the games, and something has happened, I think, in a couple of games at least. And I think the game is going to get sharper and sharper. The evaluation is going up. Let's have a look at the games, Abhijeet. How it's going?
Yeah. Let's dive straight into this Ding's game. A4, King G7, because both of them have to make 19 moves, and they don't have a lot of time here. So it's going to get very interesting very soon.
So I think what changed here, because I can see clearly, before Black played King G7, the bar was quite manageable. After King G7, suddenly it's like the machine is somehow telling us that, Black has made a mistake. What is the possible plan for White now? I think White kind of stabilized the bishop, and maybe he has more freedom with his pieces now.
Yeah, A4 is like a normal looking move in the sense that it stabilizes the bishop. Also, now maybe we can try and do something, else on the king side, I guess. But I have a move actually, but I don't know whether it works or not. How do you like this move?
Okay.
The point is that this will never be a check, and because I can just simply take on d8. But it's super sharp because
Yeah, because we basically black just got out of the check and we are just doing the same. Yeah.
Exactly. And also now I think there might be some moves like Queen E3. I've defended my bishop, and this pin will be a little bit difficult for black to handle.
True.
Also, Rook C4 can be a threat now after King F1.
True. Actually, Rook C4 is a threat indeed. Once you move the check. True. Absolutely true. Yeah, maybe King F1. Yeah. Although like King F1 probably because you can. Yeah, exactly. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Also, both of them are like taking a lot of time here on each move actually. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So sometimes like H6, King H6, Queen E3, can be in the air, but not in this current position because it just loses a pawn and we don't get anything on this file. So let's see what he does. Do you want to look at Alireza's game?
Yeah. Let's have a look.
So here again, Rook D1, FG4 has happened. A5. Again, its game is more or less going on how we predicted.
Yeah. And to be honest, now I think Rook F1 check is the only plan I see for white. But I'm not sure if it's actually, does white have a serious winning chance? I don't see it at least.
I also see another plan actually. Just go Rook H1.
Rook H1, okay.
And maybe come back with the bishop all the way to C1. Let's say you go B4. Yeah,
B4.
Very natural.
Makes sense.
I don't know, should I take or not? That is a question. But maybe not, yeah. I want to keep more pawns here on the board.
Okay.
And I wanted to actually play bishop C1 here.
Okay.
And now just run with my pawns.
So maybe I'll take on A3 now. Let's say I'll try to open up your king.
BA, let's say BA.
Okay. And maybe I can quickly come to B3 with my rook now. Check.
So you give a check. I come here. You go to B3. But you're not scared, yeah?
I'm trying to use my knight and king for the pawns. I'm hoping that I can block on the light squares. And also lose Rook G3 somehow.
So, okay, how do you play now?
H5.
Oh, by the way,
we
have a progress.
He played
A5,
H5, yeah?
H5 immediately. Probably because Rook G8. Rook G8, his idea is to probably play Rook F1. King probably will go here. And then maybe H6 is possible.
Oh, wow.
Because if you take, you have H7 and then
nice.
Rook cannot guard this.
That's nice.
Either from H5 or from G8.
Amir Khan is saying, why not H5? Absolutely correctly mentioned, Mr. Amir. I think H5 is, that's what he played actually.
And now we are coming into some time pressure. I mean, not a lot, but these moves will not be very easy for Hikaru to make. Because he has to be very precise now. And that's the reason I didn't like his F5 so much, because the position gets sharp. And he has time, but probably he would need extra 10 minutes, here to probably be sure of all the pitfalls.
True.
So H5, to be honest, it's looking a little bit dangerous for black now. What do you think?
Yeah, I think black will probably just continue with this plan, right? I mean, B4.
B4, yeah.
I mean, I don't see any reason not to. So
let's say I give a check. Where do you go?
Okay, king, I guess E8 feels logical.
Okay. So once again, I'm not sure which pawn to keep, which pawn to exchange in this position. But after H6, I guess it will be a little bit difficult, no? How do you come back with the knight? Because whenever let's say you come here, yeah, I'm just going to exchange. And this should be enough, yeah, because the pawn will just run over.
Oh, something happened in the game. He played Rook G8.
He played Rook G8, Rook F1, King E8 happened. H6 also happened.
Okay.
What Hikaru has in mind.
Wow. Is this turning out? He played Rook F8.
F8.
Chat, we might have something.
But this doesn't seem to be right.
this we might have something close to a, at least something here for white probably.
This doesn't seem to be right, actually. Doesn't feel right.
Hmm.
I have another idea with white here. I don't know if it works, but let me just sway, yeah? Let me just go away for a moment. How do you defend?
Rook to c1. I think
my idea is to play a4. Actually, it's not very subtle. Rook c1 is...
King f7, king g6 is my idea. Can I play that?
Maybe you can. I want to play a4, king g6. And... Can I don't have too many squares actually, so let's say I go here.
Okay.
At least I'm getting a pawn here.
I can't play
Let's
b4.
say you get rook f2. Sorry.
Okay, rook f2.
Rook f2 looks logical, yeah, too. So I can also play rook h1 actually, Sahil. Maybe I'm getting more than a pawn here.
Rook h1,
so you have to go
king h7, no? King h7?
Yeah, king h7, then g5.
G5.
You have to stop this by one way or another.
Yeah, this
and
is
then
probably
I
lost,
create another passer from the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably lost. Not working.
Yeah. So rook c1 is one move, but in general, if you have to play like this, seriously, then I really question this f5 decision from black because white's idea was anyway to create two passes on the king side, and f5 just helps that, no?
True. So I think one result is totally possible here. And we might not just see all draws. And bishop against knight, bhai, as usual, long range piece, bhai, it's always useful. And especially with passed pawns, you can see how black also has a passed pawn, at least a potential passed pawn on the queen side. And it's completely useless because the king stops it and the knight.
The thing is, this passer is not completely useless, but the thing is, it's only one passer.
Yeah,
and this pawn is actually not really moving. That is the problem for me.
True.
It looks pretty because knight could defend kar raha hai, or knight is looking very good. But once again, not really doing much.
Exactly.
And talking about knight versus bishop, we have another knight versus bishop in Fabiano's Duda's game. Let's quickly switch there. So c4, b4, king c2, a5 happened. And this is completely opposite knight versus bishop here.
Yeah.
This, I feel, black has no problem whatsoever.
So, if you were Duda here, imagine, black is looking at this position. He knows he's absolutely fine. So, do you try to, push here as black? Like, because you already can see some chances, yeah?
Yeah, but also you have to think, how can you push? Like, how do you push here?
Of course.
Let's say I put my rook on d5. I play bishop on e2. And then, how do you push here? Rook cannot move because it has to defend this. Knight cannot move anywhere because it has to defend a5 hangs otherwise.
Not so simple. He plays
b3. Yeah, logical. Maybe he wants to play rook d5. I see a plan actually for white. Rook d5, king b2 and a3. But probably black can just ignore it.
Yeah.
So,
what is the chance?
But once again, I feel if anybody has chances, it should be black. But are there real chances? I'm not really sure.
What is the chance this game will be decisive? Alireza's game. Most likely decisive. Yeah, I would predict more chances of a win for Firouzja than actually a draw in that game. But this game is different, I think. This game is mushkil hai. I think this game is probably Caruana just waits, and black also can't do much. As we saw in the end game, once you play f5, e4, white just plays f4, so that should be also a draw. And the bishop kind of controls d3, so there's no knight d3 tactics. And as you mentioned, rook d5, you can't move the knight now. So it's like
one way black can make progress is somehow to put this knight to d4, but it's easier said than done. Because then the rook is somewhat compromised because rook cannot enter, and then you start pushing on the king side.
Then I think it would be really bad, right? It would be really, really bad. The knight is on d4 because now your rook is also gone. Your bishop can't do anything. I think a4 also becomes stronger. f5 becomes stronger. Yeah, that might not be comfortable, but difficult to get it there, I guess.
I have a plan with black actually. Let me go here.
Okay.
It's a twofold thing. Maybe I'm also threatening this. I'm not sure, but maybe I
am. What if I play, let's say, rook d5 as usual?
Yeah, rook d5. I thought this was another idea to put rook c5, and let's say you have to come back. Yeah, I don't think exchanging is in your favor. Exchanging the rook.
Not.
And then I go knight d6.
Okay.
And already knight f5, it's getting a little bit tricky. I have defended all my pawns. Maybe f5, knight f5 not immediately. Maybe I can also push f5, f4
Let's
first.
say bishop d3, preventing knight f5.
I can also put knight b5, knight d4. Sorry, like this.
Okay, is that possible? Oh my god. Okay.
Knight comes to d4. Also, in general, like let's say I go even f5. Yeah. And I think already I'm threatening e4 because this exchange is now I guess it's favorable for me because I put my knight on f5. If you attack this pawn, I can always push e3. And somehow I feel Duda has the upper hand. And we were talking about the matchups here, and he has gone knight b7, where Caruana had 3-0 lead against Duda in classical games.
True.
But
True.
we were also saying that it can quickly change around.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the tournament where maybe it could change around.
Oh, he played knight b7.
Yeah, because it's such a normal looking move. Yeah, like you want to exchange rooks. You put your pawns on the dark squares. Bishop is on of the light squares. So
true.
Also, Duda is like a player who is very good in endgames. Like I remember some of his interviews where I think he had said that he had studied Rubinstein, or I think Rubinstein's game when he was a child. And we all know Rubinstein, one of the greatest endgame expert who ever lived or who ever played chess.
Why not improve king's position? You could, but the king on c2, I mean, where do you put it though? That's also a question, right?
True.
And black always has, you could put it on e3 maybe, but it doesn't really change much because what's next?
Also, once you put the king to e3, then a4 becomes a little bit of a problem.
Exactly.
Like, how do you defend this b3 pawn later on?
Exactly.
And black plans is pretty straightforward. You play rook d8, you take away this file, and then probably you play rook d4 also. No, you cannot allow rook d8, rook d4, right?
True.
It's like slowly black is squeezing, yeah?
Yeah. I think the thing is, combined with the knight coming to d4, rook coming to d4, f5, e4, like black has enough plans that white has to be on his toes, basically. Like it's not just one plan you take care of and it should be over, yeah? So black has enough plans. Also a4, by the way, as you clearly mentioned. So I think black has enough plans that white has to be careful. And if Caruana by chance loses this, I think that would be insane. That would be completely insane because first of all, Nepo might take sole lead. And then, Caruana losing with the white pieces.
I don't think Nepo will take sole. Duda will come.
Duda will also come. Yeah, true.
We have standing actually in front of us. Let's quickly check it. So let's say if Duda wins, he'll come on 2 points with Nepo. So they'll be on joint lead. And Fabiano will still be like on equal score. Yeah. So all he needs to do is win like 2-3 games in the remaining 11 games. So
but
nothing is lost yet. Nothing is lost yet.
Yeah, but still difficult to handle. Yeah, losing with the white pieces. I think I remember he lost when he won the candidates. He lost against, I forgot against whom, but luckily he had a rest day later, and he mentioned that I just kind of went out for a walk and a run with cousin Janav and so on. So yeah,
but Sahil, in general, here it doesn't matter you lose with white or black because if you lose a game, it's going to have a same impact. Doesn't matter if you lose with white or black, yellow, blue.
I think it just feels like it's not about the game, it's about the playing with the black pieces and trying to defend in the next game as well. That psychologically might put pressure because if you're white, it at least gives you hope. Yeah, imagine losing with the white pieces and then next game to at least defend for the first 20 moves or so with black. True. Kind of puts pressure.
You're right in that sense, but also I feel like the way you lose the game also impacts more.
True.
Or like this kind of game, it doesn't go very well for you because you are white and right from the start, black equalized completely. Like you had no problem whatsoever. Then he started to play for win with black, and then you're slowly getting outplayed. Yeah.
True.
You get this feeling, when you're playing such sort of a game as white that maybe this player is just better than me. Yeah, which is not a good feeling. Yeah, when you're supposed to win the tournament.
Yeah, true. And by the way, Firouzja has still not played at all, so he is.
But he has a lot of time. So
yeah, he's contemplating
let's
this.
go to Ding's game, because Ding also has not played, and they don't have so much time, and they have a lot of
18
moves
minutes
to
for
make.
Ding now. Oh my God, this.
I
is
think
getting
let's stick
serious,
with
right?
it for a while. Let's stick. We haven't analyzed also this position so much.
This is risky now. Chat, at one point he had 44 minutes for 22 moves. Now he has 18 minutes for 19 moves. So this is not easy, and this is a complicated push, not a simple some end game, where you have limited choices, you have multiple choices, and one move could basically mean a loss or a win position as well. Again, it's very complicated. So Ding under pressure.
So we might see even 3 results, this 3 decisive results.
Possible, totally possible. Some players prefer black because
there is also one move actually, Sahil. Can we play Queen H3 here? I just want to put H6.
Okay.
Because right now everything is protected, and I just want to push H6 because this back rank is always going to be some issue for black.
Could be possible, but maybe the E4 pawn could be hanging.
So how do you take it? Like you take it immediately?
Knight E2, Bishop E2. Rook is hanging now, so Rook D1. Rook D1, I guess, and now. Yeah, so
maybe you can still do this, Queen E4.
Queen E4.
If Bishop F3, maybe Queen C2.
Bishop F3 is also okay. I missed Bishop F3, I have to admit, but
he has played King F1.
Oh,
he has played King F1.
Wow, he found the best move, possibly the best move.
I don't know whether it's the best move, but
possibly
it
the
looks
best
good.
Move. Possibly the best move, He definitely is the
because it looks good, just to play another prophylaxis to see what your opponent is doing. But he's running seriously low on clock now.
Now he's
if Richard can make a move which Ding hadn't thought about it, then it will be very difficult just to purely make moves, for 18 moves in 17 minutes.
True.
And also Ding is not very experienced, and he's not very quick out of the blocks. He's good blitz player, but this is different, because you are thinking, and suddenly you have to play blitz, or bullet maybe at some point.
Somebody's asking, Priya asking, do you think Ding can lose on time? I don't think he'll lose on time, but he might blunder under time pressure. He will not exactly lose by flag down or something, but if he has,
but because of the clock, he might lose also. But not directly. Yes, you're right. So
now black.
They are still going on. I don't think.
Chat, just a time update. Ding Liren has 17 minutes. Apport has 43. Caruana has 22. Duda has 38, and Firouzja has 47, and Hikaru has 12. So I think somehow there is one side in each game which has lower time. In the Ding game, it's basically Ding, the guy who has the better position. In Caruana's game, it's actually Caruana who has, possibly I could say, a slightly worse position. And then in Hikaru as well, oh, by the way, he took on F8. He also has limited time on the clock.
Firouzja took on F8?
Yep, he took on F8. King takes F8 has happened. And Firouzja's body language looks very aggressive now. Let's see what his plan is, because obviously he did not play Rook F8 without a plan. And
maybe Bishop D8?
Bishop D8 also possible. I was wondering Bishop D2 just to kind of have these pawns, but I think Bishop D2.
But Bishop D2, I thought just King F7, no, or maybe just even like B4 or A4, because how do you push the pawns?
True.
So let's say I go B4, even Bishop D8 already.
Yeah. And I
think these guys will make time control very quickly. Bishop D8.
But the thing is, when you make the time control, what's the evaluation? I think it's not yet so clear what the evaluation is.
No, my point was make the time control also like Hikaru has enough time to not blunder something also.
True.
Or maybe his position was already quite bad, which I don't know. Maybe Sahil, so Bishop D8, I guess he has to play A4,
A4 is the only move, I guess,
So we will go G5 and you must stop this.
King F7, I think looks
King
very
F7. and h7, king g7, g6. And I'll say, aren't you sort of stuck?
So do you kind of push the pawns all the way to g6, or do you try to first win the king?
No, I did push g6. Like.
So okay, because I was worried about moves like knight f4 and simply picking up
Knight
the pawns.
Yeah, knight f4 would be very good move, but unfortunately, I have bishop f6.
Okay.
And
My
if you
bad,
take,
my bad. Indeed. Yeah, bishop kind of dominates the knight. Yeah, very well from d8. True.
And it's not at all easy how to, like with black pieces, it's not easy what to do here.
Nakamura ki expressions are gold. I know. And that's another plus point of having a streamer in the candidates. Yeah, his expressions, because I think we have seen incredible expressions on stream as well. So it kind of adds to the flavor. Yeah. Although he's always been full of expressions, I think it's not a new thing, but yeah.
Sahil, is this winning by force? Let's say I bring my king somewhere on d2 or e2. Then I want to play bishop a5 and bishop c3 check. You have to take. So let's try to make some moves. Yeah. I don't know. Let's say king back, king c2, king g7. I don't know whether you want to push e pawn or not, because I feel I'll just take it later.
But if you're just waiting with king h8, I think it should be slowly, I guess, lost, right? So could black push for the pawns?
So let's say e5. Yeah. What else?
Yeah. Okay.
You cannot push either pawn, right? Yeah. So e5.
You could push c3 though.
Yes, I think c3 is the move, because you want to eliminate as many pawns as you can.
And you will have this potential pass pawn for yourself as a later on with b4, yeah?
And also important thing is, this is check, yeah? You take it back with a check. Let's say I go here.
Knight d5 back.
And but this is very risky, yeah?
All about giving a check, yeah, somehow.
If king d3, then you always have this check. So I have to be careful not to go into this. So let me go king d2.
Now, what do I?
Or maybe bishop g5. Maybe bishop g5 first. Okay, let me think actually here in this position, because this is very crucial juncture to understand what is happening. Let's say if if I can transfer my bishop to this diagonal, then I'll be just winning. I just have to figure out how to do this.
Somebody saying Ludo is much more fun, guys. Why, dekho yaar, honestly, I don't know if you've seen this somewhere in our story, but regardless, Ludo is just a bit of luck. I think dimag istemal karne mein maza aata hai. When you win a beautiful game of chess, I think it's so satisfying.
But Samarina की story के हिसाब से तो लूडो पता है कौन खेलता है.
हाँ, वो अलग चीज है. That's all it is. But I think किसी ने ना देखी हो तो a more logical explanation is, at least once you win chess, it gives you a lot of satisfaction, I think.
Then people will say that okay, वो 6-6 लाने में भी dice is also a skill, yeah.
यहाँ पे हाँ वो बात तो है.
So Sahil, how to bring the bishop on this diagonal?
वही तो समझ नहीं आ रहा.
I feel के should be winning, but isn't this is simply winning? So I go here. I come here, and I want to do this. So maybe when I think you have to be like this. So whenever I move the bishop here, you have knight e7 and you do this.
True.
But too close to call.
But if it holds, it holds. Yeah, that's also true. So.
But the thing is with knight, I can force you in some sort of zugzwang, yeah? Like, let's say this position, so the so takes, let's say go here, and let's say if it is your move, or maybe king c, okay, I'll put like this. Let's say it is your move, or maybe king c1. Like somehow I want to. Sorry, chat. Like I'm confused myself. So let's say I played this.
Okay.
So what do you play? Oh, you also have these two like waiting moves: king h8, king g7. So it is not that trivial how to win this.
Yeah, I mean,
I can also do.
Hmm.
Sahil, can I do this? So first of all, I'll go here because King C2. I don't want some checks here in between.
Hmm.
So this is more or less forced.
Hmm.
And let me go here. I want to do this. How will you stop me?
I guess I have. I mean, I have to play.
Oh, you can play E5, and this means you can play Knight F4, maybe.
And I will also have two pass pawns. Again, that C3 move helping me, yeah, because I have
Yeah,
two
yeah.
pass pawns
C3
now.
was very important. One
Very
thing is
important,
for
yeah.
certain that.
And chat, by the way, after Bishop H4, Bishop, let's say E5, Bishop G3, and Knight F4. Should you take on F4 or not? White to play, chat. Is taking on F4 good for white or not? Come on, chat, batao, yes or no? So I think it will be interesting, yeah. So if the game is not, let's say, winning for white by force at least, but he has to find this C3, I think, giving himself a pass pawn, because Bishop D8 is excellent, yeah. You kind of force A4 for black, and Hikaru to play A4, he needs to find that C3 idea also, because otherwise A4 will feel like, I'm blocking my pawns on light squares, and it might not be easy.
But A4 is more or less forced, no? Otherwise, you are just down a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, but I think he has to also see C3, right? Because I think before you, like, if I was thinking in this position, I will feel here A4 ke baad I have no clear pawn breaks. I need to calculate till the end if I'm getting a way to hold this position. At least, I'll think that way if it's possible. Yeah, Shadi, should
No,
not
but
take on
I'm
F4.
trying to say, what I'm trying to say is like, if not A4, then what?
वो बात तो है. That's true.
Maybe you have a point. Maybe you can play King G8, and at least you don't have this G6 H7 पे नहीं रहेगी pawn. You are blocking it before. So let's say you take the pawn, King H7. But I guess on G5 is also as good as on.
Exactly.
And slowly you bring the king in somehow.
Sachin is saying you can take, right? Now that might be lost. If you take on F4, chat, it might be lost because white's pawns are connected together. So king एक जगह बैठ के दोनों के सर पे हाथ रखेगा, बोलेगा बेटा कहाँ जा रहे हो तुम, घर बैठो. And black's pawns, will be spread out. So black might actually be winning because he can play this move B4 at some point, and then he can queen the A pawn. The white king is not, उसके कानून के हाथ जितने लंबे नहीं है कि दोनों पॉन रोक पाए. So I think black will be the one who will win this. So इसलिए I don't think he can take on F4.
Yes, absolutely right.
Hikaru,
so
do you see the expression? I think he is not happy with his position. Yeah, he's not happy at all. He's absolutely not happy. I think another clip for Chess.com India. Hikaru's 25 expressions in 3 seconds, and he gives some amazing ones as well. He's not happy with his position because he has 3 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, but he only has to make 2 moves. Yeah, I mean, time is not a factor in this game.
Yeah, it's very important ones, right? Very important ones. A4, I think it's okay.
But A4 he has to play in any case. Yeah, like
King F7 also true.
And then you have to just see that whether your opponent sees the win or not. But A4 has to be played in general.
He almost played it once, but then he stopped himself for some reason. So
and we also didn't find the win. Yeah, after let's say H7 King G6 and C3 was a very important move.
Yep. He is very.
Oh, Sahil, one second. Maybe for C3, can I go Bishop H4 directly?
Okay.
You have to play E5, yeah?
E5, yeah. I just transpose.
And somehow I cannot use it, yeah? Without this. Feels very close.
He played. Oh, he did not play A4 just yet. Not yet.
He has played A4, yeah. He has played A4
yeah,
finally.
He played A4.
Yeah, he's played A4 and let's see.
Very interesting position. I think it might as well be a draw. Who knows? But Hikaru, as long as Hikaru finds the next move, if there is a draw, I think he will find it. I think 60 minutes is a lot of time for him to sit down and finish it off till the end. And it's not like, after it's like, A4, G5 was played from Firouzja, and King F7 is just, so obvious. So he will play this move. So if there is a draw, he will find it. I think there's enough time on the clock for him. 60 minutes is too much.
But is there a draw?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. Maybe there is because the knight on d5, it's like it controls those squares where the bishop wants to come to the diagonal. Yeah, b6 is not available, c7 is not available. Controls all these diagonals. Also has the option of knight f4 and e5. So for now, the knight controls all the squares. You just need that diagonal for somehow, but you can't get there.
Yeah. Also, like I feel h7 g6 has to be played. I mean, you can still play this bishop a5, bishop d2 idea and then try to bring the king in. But somehow this doesn't feel like white should have so much play here.
True.
So
it's almost impossible to push those pawns later to g6.
Yeah, if you have to take a decision right now. Yeah. And Alireza has 45 minutes. So
king f7 played. He played king f7.
Yeah, he's played king
They have
f7.
to play one more move. My bad. They have to play one more move, by the way. Oh, interesting. 39 moves only. Hikaru has 2 minutes for that move, so he's fully focused.
Yeah.
Hikaru को बोलो जल्दी खेले यहाँ पे pre move नहीं होता. I know he knows it by. He tried yesterday to pre move, but it didn't work. So he knows it by. He knows it.
Yeah. Also अभी 2 मिनट पड़े हुए, मतलब 2 मिनट बहुत है move करने के लिए.
I think we can wait at least for the time control to reach. Yeah, I think otherwise it's a very important moment. What Firouzja plays. A4. Yeah, he played A4. He played. Yash bhai usne A4 खेल दिया है, but the main question is कि अब क्या? Hikaru played king f7. Will he go for h7 and go for this formation, or will he? Okay, Hikaru is shaking his head in pause. He shook his head. Yeah, okay, maybe I have it under control. Let's see.
ये जैकेट और ये पोस्चर देख के पता है मुझे किसकी याद आ रही है?
किसकी?
Have you seen this movie called Welcome?
देखिए
जुदा गंदा.
Welcome. I love that movie. It's so cool, yeah. Hilarious. इतने memes बने उस movie से.
So h7 खेल दिया.
हाँ. Hikaru सीट पे नहीं है भाई. आजा यार.
I'm hoping that Hikaru hasn't gone very far.
Yeah. Although his move is very obvious, so if he shows
he just have to come back and make a move and then press the clock. But
Hikaru?
Yeah.
Hikaru? Hello.
Hello, भाई.
भाई थोड़ा सा. Hello. Chat Hikaru कहाँ है रे?
And look at the time in Firouzja's clock. 1 hour 44 minutes.
आ गया मेरा Hikaru आ गया रुको. हाँ, thank God. आ गया भाई. He's back. Luckily he's back. ज़्यादा अच्छा मत गाना, copyright लग जाएगा. ये बात तो है यार.
Okay, so 1 hour हो गया. And now so G6 is also forced.
He's playing already, yeah. He's probably calm.
Yeah, he's played G6 because G6 is forced. Yeah, otherwise
no, I think Hikaru,
you might lose as white.
Hikaru, he plays
C3 also.
He plays C3. He's seen it. I think he's seen it. I think now your move, yeah, maybe bishop h4 trying to confuse black. Probably is the best way.
I mean bishop h4 now.
By the way, we don't have a square to give a check, right?
We can give a check from bishop h6.
Why don't we get a bishop to b2 if we can? Can we get it there somehow? Not sure how will you get it there. Difficult.
What did you say?
No, I think it's not working. I thought somehow we can get the bishop to b2 because we don't have c3, maybe not d4 because of e5. We don't have e5 is impossible to get to as well because I think you will have knight f4 ideas. I was thinking if you can bishop c1, bishop b2, but still looks difficult.
No, I like this. Maybe this. Just try to be a little bit clever with this. And I just passed the move to you. So what do you play? I think king h8 is the only move here. If I'm right, but I may not be right also.
Yeah, but I think you have to prepare knight f4, so you can't move the knight, right?
Otherwise, you cannot move the knight because bishop. First of all, bishop f6, yeah.
So
knight to nahi hil sakta. So king is the only. You can't play e4 because of bishop g3.
So you have to play king h8. That's the only move, right?
Yeah. So king h8.
question is, can you?
How to activate the king? This is the question.
Yeah,
actually.
exactly. There is no way, right? I can't see any way. You can't come to d3. You can go to d2, but black just waits. You again can't come to e2, I think.
I mean, you can do like this: king c1, king d2, king e1, king f2, king f3.
Okay, let's do it.
But in the meantime, whenever king comes to e1, you may have b4 here.
Yeah, that's not the problem, right? Then it's a forced draw anyway, because you have to run back now, and maybe even
No, you cannot run back. No, after king on e1, then how do you run back?
No, with the bishop, I mean, somehow you have to probably go back. And
so let's say king here, you go king here, king d2. I guess you go back still. And now what? King e1 and now already b4, yeah?
Maybe he's not even in a hurry to go b4.
Yeah, of course you can play first king g7.
I'm curious, if let's say black does nothing, what is white's plan? I think because if there is no plan...
No, I want to play king. I will bring king to e4. That is my plan. Okay,
so let's say king g7.
Yeah, but of course you can play b4. Yeah, so if you're not playing b4, then this is how.
I'll wait for the last moment. Yeah, jitna dur jaoge utna acha. Jitna dur
yeah, king f2 पे you will play b4.
हाँ,
yeah,
probably. हाँ.
So this,
yeah,
this, this,
okay, bishop 6.
Probably
takes on g6, yeah? Yeah.
Queen takes on f6 also, yeah? Just
probably that also, yeah. True. Yeah. This is yeah, I don't think this is what White was hoping for though. Probably not.
Yeah, but I think there will be some perpetual. I don't think White is
of course. By the way, something happened in I think the other game as well. I think it is
let's quickly game. Yeah, let's quickly actually see Caruana's game first, because
for sure.
I think they are playing some end game. So rook d8, knight d8, king d3, knight b7, and Caruana is saying that maybe this is holdable, which may be true.
Yeah, maybe true.
So, and they both have enough time and only have 5 moves to make. So, I don't think there is going to be much, problem here reaching the time control. But Ding versus Rapo, they both don't have so much time, and both have to make a lot of moves. Yeah, knight e2,
by the way,
queen e2.
Knight e2 pay was queen d8 possible.
Yeah, this was the point of king f1, no?
Yeah, I mean, there is a long variation, but
So I guess you have 2 moves, yeah, either knight c1 or queen e4. So first of all, what happens if I just take the rook? Can I go queen g5?
Queen g5. Okay, that looks.
But I think the bishop h6 is a threat. I think that's it. Yeah, that's all she wrote.
True. That should be dangerous. And if queen e4?
Queen e4, then actually I'm not really threatening anything, because queen g2. Let's say I want to take on e2. Yeah. So queen g2.
Bishop e2. Queen g2. King e1.
Here,
okay, I have to dance
queen
around
here.
now.
Or maybe queen h1 maybe.
Yeah,
because queen then bishop f1, then you don't have any checks. So maybe here, and if bishop f1, you at least have queen e4 check. But so let's say I have to go here. You give a check. I go
king c2 or
let's say king c2.
You kind of feel why he did not go for this for sure. You know why he did not go for this, but
or king c3 actually. King c3 is better, because now I'm forcing you to give queen c6 check. Yeah, queen is hanging.
Because considering how much time he has in the clock, this is a better decision from Ding not to go for this.
But this is very forcing. Yeah, like once you calculate till here, king b3 and it's over. No, isn't it? I mean, the rook hangs, but I'm sure there are some mating nets here. Like bishop c1, you have to take because there are no checks. But I guess after queen d4, where do you go with the king? The point is, if you go back, I think simply h6 should win.
But
Because
king
again,
h6 is
no
also there,
checks.
right? King h6.
Yeah, king h6. Yeah, that's what I was about to come to, king h6. But after h6 is once again, what do you do? Rook h. Oh, rook h1 is not a move. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking rook h1 is possible, but just this is controlled by this. But how do you take? Like if h6, oh, this is getting incredibly sharp. Okay,
Yeah,
h6, can I play f3? But you have queen d5 minimum.
Yeah, I think he just did not have enough time. As I understand it, he just did not have enough time to figure out the complications. And he
No, but when he was thinking king f1, he probably thought for a very long time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Okay, anyway, let's see
what's happening.
What's happening? So rook d1, rook d1, a6.
Okay.
Okay, very strange decision.
A6, but okay, he wants the e4 pawn, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I would take this. I don't see any other.
You take the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, what else? Because
so
A4
I guess his idea is to play this and queen e4.
He takes on a6, okay. Holy, Rapport seriously in a mood today. I am not sure. I think Rapport's style is very dynamic. वो ऐसे ही खेलता है यार. वो ऐसे ही खेलता है. उसकी openings देखिए कभी कुछ भी खेलता है भाई. वो कई बार openings में कुछ भी खेलता है भाई. E4, E5, 96, D3. I've seen him play. Like he plays some random stuff. Yeah, always. Like he's very, very dynamic. And if he has a chance, he will go for that counterplay kind of structure. For example, here. And now we have this position over the board. Queen takes E4 has happened.
Let's say, oh, this has happened, yeah. So hg, yeah. Let's say hg,
yeah,
hg, and I wanted to do queen e2, yeah, and ask you what is happening here.
Because you can't take a4 because the bishop is hanging, so queen has to go to f5.
So if you take, first of all, this should be lost.
This should be lost, yeah.
Also, not 100%, but should be. Right?
In my head, it looks like completely lost. I'm like, I would go.
Yeah. No, it should be. Because first of all, it'll take you a while to put this bishop here.
Yeah, true.
And still, even if you put that, also it's going to be difficult. But let's just
because until then I'll get my king to c4 or b5 already, and then I'll have this. I'll play f3 or not even just rook d2, and then I have this a5 threat, and the bishop on c5 is not stable somehow.
So let's say, what else? Queen f5 or queen f4? Yeah, only two moves are there.
Queen f5, I guess.
Queen f5, I was thinking maybe I can go here. I don't know if it works or not. I simply want to take this pawn. And again, asking you, how do you defend it?
Ding suddenly looks like Raja. Really? Okay.
I have another move actually, Sahil. I can also play. Maybe it doesn't work. I was thinking maybe I can just go queen f3 and then rook d7. But you have queen f3, queen c2. And this checks will be irritating. But yeah, queen b5 is quite interesting.
And Ding has 13 minutes remaining for 14 moves. But I think when your opponent has so limited time, this is the kind of position you want, I guess, because you can play like 5 moves very quickly here if you want to. Like you can play queen e2 and play something normal, and it will still not be probably completely winning, but still better, yeah, because it's hard to go wrong as white. So Ding should be very happy, I guess, with this.
Yeah, but also so I guess the major thing is like how do you exchange queens? Because once with white, if you can exchange queens, then it should be just over, yeah. So I don't know whether to play g6 first, because I don't think gh5 matters so much, yeah, in this position, like takes or gh5.
Okay, let's say even if we take for now, because I think h pawn is kind of irrelevant. I don't know if that's
exactly. That's what I also feel. So let's say king d3. Okay. And I just go with my king, yeah.
But will he trade queens once you try to trade queens?
No, I mean that's what I'm trying to say, that we don't have to play g6 immediately. So let's say queen f5 now. And
I would probably trade the pawn still. I think it's like a unnecessary.
yeah, with the
nuisance.
queens on, yes, I would take, because otherwise he will take the pawn.
Exactly. He moved rook to
E1.
E1, right? He played rook E1. Okay, interesting.
Also logical.
Yeah, very logical.
I
Because
think the
now
queen,
if I think queen f5, queen b5 makes even more sense. And you kind of trail queens, I guess, unless he plays f4.
but you can play queen f4, you can play queen d4. Maybe queen f4, he wants to go here. But then queen f5, no, queen f5 is possible though, because now I have this check in between.
Queen s3.
So it feels like white should be winning, but still not entirely clear. Maybe just king g2.
True.
So let's say if you take this, and if I take this, this also should be just over with the pawn, with the outside pawn passer. So of course you cannot take this. But how do you defend this pawn then?
And if b6 falls, it's completely over. As long as you save the a4 pawn, of course. If b6 falls, then you get a pass pawn and tuck, it's over. And the plan becomes very simple. What basically black wants is to exchange those pawns in the best case scenario and then create some sort of fortress on the one side of the board. That will give him some chances for sure. And his pawn structure is kind of decent for that, with no weakness.
Also, rook e1, there was this move also.
Yeah, queen d4 looks like an improvement, right? Because try to
queen is centralized, and and if you can get something like this, then I feel black is a little bit safe.
True. Chat, by the way, stream like कर दो जल्दी से यार. रात के 10 बजने वाले हैं. जल्दी से भाई 600 like कर दो, मजा आ जाए. And if you're here for the first time, do subscribe. And he's played something already. He played queen to d4. He played that move. And now
rook e1, queen d4. Yeah, that's the reason we were going with queen e2 first, because some queen on d4 looks better than queen on f5, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think it puts pressure on. I think it puts pressure on the a4 pawn as well somehow. So I think I like that a lot. And also there can be some checks on the queen side, like queen d3, queen c4, all possible if the queen were to move.
But I guess still, you can just come back, bishop f6, yeah?
But I would play bishop d6, right, to kind of try and come to c5.
Are you sure you can do that?
Rook d1. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also queen e. Okay, not queen e3, then you have queen c4 check. I wanted to play h6 then, but yeah, first rook d1.
I can't get the bishop to c5. Oh, he plays queen e2
very
fast.
Queen e2 has happened. Yes. Yeah. I think bishop f6 he would go. And my idea was just to centralize the queen with e4. And then maybe play g3, king g2 and try to move around. Because now with queen on e4, my king is super safe and my rook is free to move around.
True.
I think Ding is really big favorite to win this.
Yep, and I think if Ding wins, then he comes to an equal score. And as you said, only 3 rounds have passed. It's like drawing the first 3 rounds. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Only a couple of games could be enough.
True.
Kitne moves रहेगा for next time control? I think we have reached 28 moves. Ding has to play 12 more and Rapport has to play 13. But Rapport has almost double the time, so he is fine on the clock. But I think position ऐसी है कि Rapport is playing a draw or lose position. Yeah, it's kind of depressing to play this position. You can't win this, and it's very depressing to play this position. कोई counter play हो ना?
But I guess he's used to it, no? First round maybe he was defending something like this.
True. Yeah, that'll give him confidence. Yeah, he defended that position, so there's hope.
Yeah. So I guess let's take a look around for a bit and then come back to this till the time control.
Indeed.
So here, after knight c5, I think we saw here, and Fabi went for f4. Fairly logical. You want to, get the bishop out. And yeah, it feels like should be able to hold, without much problem.
Yeah. Black would probably try a4, I guess, at some point, or he will just keep it solid.
No, the thing is, a4 I can also take it, so it's not a big problem.
True. Maybe they'll have some sort of. By the way, do you play a move like f6 here, or do you just keep it keep the structure, the pawn chain kind of.
The thing with f6 is like, first of all, if I take fe5, you want to take with the king or with the pawn? Because when you take with the pawn, then I can move my bishop to all the way to c2, and again you're sort of stuck with your king. And also knight, because whenever knight moves, I enter with my king.
My plan was basically to play king f6 and then just wait. And there is no way for white, like because pawn controls dark squares.
No, I mean, yes, but I'm saying black is trying for win, no?
For sure. Yeah, for sure. But I think this will be the first one to end. Yeah, it should be a draw most likely.
Yeah. And Hikaru's game, I guess, he hasn't made a move. Alireza is still thinking. But probably you are right in the sense that maybe black is holding this position. So, yeah.
But
I think that was
there are many chances. Yeah, you never know. You never know in Hikaru's position. But
I mean, if both players plays the best move, I think it will be a drawing from here.
True.
Also, it's very difficult to go wrong here because if you go wrong, you lose in one move. Yeah. With black.
Also true. And they have enough time. So it's like, there's no stress now. They have enough time.
Yeah. So now let's come back to Dings versus Repo. And queen e2, bishop f6 happened. Most probably we'll play queen e4.
Somebody saying Anish lost to 2000. Yeah, it was me a few years back. Please don't check that fact. Yes, bishop f6 played. And I think this is they have Ding still under some pressure, I guess. Not much, but still a bit of pressure.
True.
Probably, as you said, queen e4. I think centralizing the queen makes a lot of sense, defending the a4 pawn as well. And then we can decide. Chad, by the way,
go on, side.
I think Chad, for example, let's say if you were white here, he takes on g6, by the way. Do you think you can win this against black? Like imagine playing a player whose same strength as yours. Do you think it's winning, or do you think black will hold? What do you think, Chad?
So he has taken h6.
Yeah, he took. Now h takes, I guess. Yeah, played queen e4. He plays queen e4 quickly. Now, where shall the queen go? That's the most important.
I mean, queen e4, if you wanted to play, you could have done it like directly, no? Like,
yeah, keeping the h pawn gives you more options, I guess, with h6 sometimes, but
yeah. I mean, there was no harm.
I think draw, win. Chat be divided. Let's see.
Chat 1000 लाइक कर दो यार फटाफट.
Chesofan is saying, मुझे उनका नहीं पता. I will personally lose. या white से आना मुश्किल है यार. मुश्किल है white से आना. कैसे हारोगे यार? If I just keep the position like this, how do you possibly lose? Like g3, king g2, rook e2. Like how do you lose? It's impossible.
Well, never say never. Huh?
Yeah, but still.
So again, so chat, like you can see, like white has only 8.5 minutes to make 10 moves, but again the position is so simple to play, and the thing is, the character of the position will never change. Like you mentioned, yes, I g3 khelo, king g2 khelo, and you can waste on many moves, the position will still remain the same. Like मैं rook e2, rook c2 खेलूंगा, तो भी मतलब to protect everything, yeah. Still the position will remain the same. So
true.
So these 8 minutes are quite sufficient to make even 16 moves, let's say, not even 10 moves. I'll just shuffle around for those 16 moves or 10 moves.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, but there's one thing, ki matlab, even if Ding goes wrong, that's the benefit of being the attacker in such a position, right? You go wrong, you'll get another chance most likely, because black will not play the best moves. But if as black you go wrong, it is over, yeah. On that instant itself. That's why it's always better to be the attacker.
But I think already, if you play the best moves with white, it's over for black. So
true.
This is not fair comparison,
yeah. I mean, black does not have a rook on the board, so true.
Yeah.
He played queen d2, very active move, putting pressure on f2. And in a
But I guess he'll just play G3. Yeah.
Yeah, best case scenario, you want the bishop
Oh,
on C5.
I know what he wants. Like G3, maybe he wants bishop D4.
Bishop D4.
Rook E2, Queen D1.
King
Here
G2.
and takes.
Queen A4. Is it possible?
I guess if it works,
And
it works.
E5.
Yeah.
Arey, E5 bhi
If
to
Rook
hai.
D2, then E5
and suddenly black is pushing, yeah, V5, V4. And we thought we cannot lose this. Okay, Chad, I'm sorry. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, I found a way.
See, that's why this pawn was very important, yeah, on H5. If this pawn was on H5, you could play Queen E3. So let me just put it here, yeah. So let's say this position, Queen E4. Chad, if it goes here, then we have Queen D2. And now, sorry, Queen E3. And Queen goes, wherever Queen goes, we have this H6 check. And this pawn is like, you know, वो गले में जो काटा अटक जाता है ना, जाके 9 बजे अटकता है, जाके 9 बजे अटकता है.
हाँ, exactly.
So this is like that. So that's why I wanted to keep this option open.
Ding is playing something.
And now the problem with this that black can simply move, yeah. Queen C2.
He played Rook E2, which is like at least a repetition. For
He just want to reset time
control. Decent enough, I guess.
Yeah. Totally fine with it.
Ding spoiled his advantage. Maybe he did, but the thing is, yeah, पता है क्या है इसमें क्या है कि मतलब black is not out of the woods, right? As long as there's a pawn on A4, it should some chances always.
I think I can tell you in one scenario when black will be out of the woods, if he can put this bishop on D4 and push the pawn to E5.
True.
And which could happen now because how do you stop it? Let's say he goes Queen D. I mean, let's say this is the position, yeah. So how do you stop it? How do you stop Bishop D4 first of all?
But he plays.
Okay, they have repeated once.
They repeated once. I don't think Ding will repeat. Very unlikely. Queen D2 back, and now he'll think. Chat 8 more moves to go for Ding. He has 7 minutes, so that really helped. Yeah, those 2 moves.
I think he spoiled it. Ding has spoiled it.
Is there any way? What if after G3 we saw Bishop D4, right?
Yeah.
So instead of Rook E2, maybe sitting F2 with the Queen somehow. Queen
E2. The thing is, Queen F3 ko anyway, I'll go E5. This is the basic structure I want in general. So maybe the difference could be if you play Queen E2. But once again, how do you stop E5 on the next move?
Where does the black queen go though? That's also important. No?
I don't know. Somewhere. Queen C3, let's say.
Queen C3.
I mean, I don't know the difference between all these moves. Queen B4, Queen A5 also, even for that matter. Let's say Queen C3.
Yeah, not clear at all. And then to create any chances at some point, you probably have to go F4, I guess, and that's already opening up your king. So that's already.
Yeah, I think Dinga is spoiled already.
Yeah, probably.
I feel I can also feel from his his expressions and all.
And like we saw, yeah, if Queen takes A4 happens, suddenly black is pushing the B pawn, yeah. So you have to be careful.
Yeah. And you can see, like, just let's look at his face. Like he's like.
Maybe he repeats moves then. That's the simplest solution if he doesn't want to.
I mean, he can play for a couple of moves to see whether, Rappo could see it or not. But
I think Queen D2 signifies, yeah, he sees Bishop D4 for sure.
Of course, he sees it, but just practically, Rappo nahi dekhega.
Suspense mein nahi marna, pata karke jayenge board bhai.
He's world number 8. Of course, he sees it. I mean, if I'm seeing it, you are seeing it. Of course, he's seeing it.
Me seeing it is a big deal, though. He will feel for sure find it.
Achha, I didn't know that whether you saw it or not, but okay. I assumed.
Okay. Okay, he's looking. Yeah, he is nervous.
I mean, what a escape again, yeah, for this guy. Rappo.
Duda yesterday, Rappo today, Ding missing winning chances. Not very good for the strong candidates. I know, but the thing is, it happens in all games, even in the World Championship, right? In that first game, Caruana was completely winning. He could not convert against Carlsen. So it's not just the candidates. I mean, we compare the moves to the engines, right? I mean, that's just, as I mentioned, it's the machine, yeah? He plays G3. He fights on for the time being.
Yeah, but after Bishop D4, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you don't have risk with white. Like, as long as you don't blunder this pawn on A4.
True.
And which I don't think he will. So you can still keep playing on, but the worst for black is over.
Okay. So, by the way, a brief just mention, he did play A4 in the Duda game and white captured. And
okay, let us quickly see first. So A4, BA4 happened, and knight A4 also happened, and
I guess this doesn't really change much in terms of the evaluation.
Yeah, nothing at all. Maybe you can also play C5 here. Like you can consider at least.
Wow. Yeah, looks possible. Bishop C4 check, I guess. King comes to.
But I think I'm blundering something.
Really? King F5? Or
no,
king...
I thought maybe you will take this pawn first.
Okay.
And ask me how do I have to take with the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
And then knight C5.
But you know, it's like the structure where
this is
king is coming to C4, yeah? And if I get the A pawn, then suddenly that might be more dangerous than your 3 pawn sometimes.
Yeah, but also you can just play Bishop C4, yeah? Like Bishop C4, King D6.
True.
And Bishop C4 you cannot play King D6. You have to go other side to F6, and yeah, just this, and probably even knight E6. You can take even.
Yeah, now we can see the power of the bishop, right?
Oh, he has played C5. Fabiano has played C5.
C5. So. Oh, wow.
So yeah.
Quickly, yeah.
I mean, this is the way to finish the game, na?
True.
Khatam karo game, mere ko nahi defend karna.
But you know, if for example, if I was black and I missed C5, I'll be suddenly in a shock, yeah. Yaar, ye kahan se aa gaya? And suddenly you're
but you're not risking anything anyway with black.
True.
Okay, let us switch back, yeah.
Yeah.
Because this, I think, will. And Rapo has played Bishop D4. Yeah. Queen E2, Queen C3 has happened. Yeah, I think he will hold now quite comfortably.
True.
Yeah, G6 was a big miss here. Like those who have just joined us, like this was the position, and Ding could have played directly Queen E4, but he decided to do this and Queen E4, and Rapo went Queen D2. And the biggest difference was like if you go Queen E4 now without taking, if Queen D2, we have Queen E3 here, forcing black to exchange. And if once you exchange, this B6 becomes really vulnerable. So you cannot really exchange here. And if you don't, then H6 becomes a real threat and should be like very bad for black.
Yeah, especially the attacking piece, yeah. And the
in
the background.
Yeah. So I think this was the last moment where Ding gave up his advantage till now. And yeah, it feels like black should be
6 moves, 2.5 minutes. Now I know the position is simple, but still it has to be nervous. For sure. Like regardless of the position.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, suddenly you miss something, yeah, and then
you go Queen B5.
Also, Sahil. Sometimes Queen C6 can be a lethal threat, yeah.
Yeah. Mate in one and the pawn as well. Indeed.
So yeah, let's stick to this one.
Yeah, he's nervous. He's 2 minutes now, chat. 6 moves, 2 minutes. You know, Rapo shifting the pieces to the left. He knows there's a chance. He knows उसने pieces से left में धक्का दे दिया भाई, जगह बनानी है, मुझे कुछ मौका लग रहा है. Okay, Ding. If Ding loses this, chat, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. So he has to move now. He's nervous. He's trying to find an edge. He can't find it. Chat, this is human emotion. This is pure human emotion at work.
1.5 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, engines cannot help you out with this. It's pure human emotion. He doesn't want to lose the A4 pawn. He doesn't want to have any attack. Maybe he should take the draw then with the repetition maybe. He plays Rook D1. Okay, good move. And now maybe Queen C6 just to shake him up a little bit. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I would play it. I would play it instantly actually.
Chat 1 minute 23 seconds. 1 minute 20 seconds for literally 5 moves. Yes.
Did he play Queen C6?
No, he's thinking.
He's thinking. Okay. But Queen C6 is scary, yeah? What do you do here, Sahil?
I don't know. I thought
maybe Queen B5 is.
He
goes Queen C6. He
goes. Arey bhai, I thought King G1 I have to play. I couldn't see anything else.
But King G1, Queen A4, no?
Yeah, but what else? I don't see anything else.
No, you can play Queen B5. Yeah. If you give up this pawn, then for sure Black
Queen
will play.
H1 and Queen E4 should also be a repetition, right?
No, King G1, Queen A4. I'm saying then Black will play on. Okay, Queen G4 is Queen G4 is better than Queen
G5. Queen G4 he plays. He plays Queen G4.
But E5. Oh my God, this is. Then he'll just take Rook D4 probably. That's how he'll make
58 seconds. 58 seconds. He plays E5. 4 moves, 58 seconds. That's less than 15 seconds.
I think this will finish very quickly now. Rook D4 and
he took it in a very safe way now. Yeah, he's like, I am not losing on the clock. Exchange karne se thoda time mil jayega. Now it's a draw. Of course, they will.
Only 2 moves he needs to make in 49 seconds,
now it's fine.
And there are no concrete threats also.
Yeah, I think a decent
King G8, Queen D8. Yeah, and I think he'll just give perpetual.
Yeah, decent practical decision by Ding. I think, and that's human emotion, and he couldn't see anything, and there wasn't anything. I think so. Decent decision.
Yeah. So they are just repeating, and they have made the time control. And
oh my God!
Also, like that's the reason I was a little bit skeptical about G3, because it doesn't give you any winning chances. It can only give you losing chances.
Chat, that was very intense. I think we can quickly switch to other game. Jaldi se दूसरी game चलते हैं एक बार. Maybe the एक बार we can.
Hikaru is still playing on the same position. And Fabiano, okay. Let us just see. Let us just look at them. Like
8
they've just finished the game.
He only has to play 1 move though.
Okay, must be very upset. Yeah, you could see from his face. Ding was very upset.
For sure.
Okay, what to do? Okay, let's go back to Fabiano's game, because they are yet to make time control. I mean,
1 move though.
Fabiano has made the time control. Duda is yet to make the time control.
Duda has 1 move. I think it's not so complicated. By the way, could he just play B3 here?
Yeah,
check,
you could play.
Check.
But I can also take, yeah.
I thought you just take, This check actually.
Yeah.
I thought takes ke baad Black has nothing to risk, yeah.
Yeah, I mean nobody has anything to risk here.
True.
It's just a draw.
True.
So King D4. I guess the only way to play on is to play King D6, yeah.
But
again, also what you said, like just take this pawn and A pawn runs. But also I felt this is safer option, no? मतलब calculate करने की जरूरत नहीं है. F7 मर रहा है. Again, the only way to play is, I think, to go knight e6. And I guess even this draws. Oh, this does not draw. This loses.
I think King F5 and I think at some point G5 and H4 H pawn will run. Yeah, I guess. Or pawn takes.
I thought this should be lost, but apparently not. Yeah, this is lost.
Lost. Yeah. Feeling so bad for Ding. Yeah, Tamim, I don't know exactly. I think it's like, it wasn't a completely winning edge, right? There was counterplay. I think counterplay hona bahut zaruri hai. Like even in the Hikaru game, the fact that Hikaru has this C3 move that allows him B4 and A4 ideas. No. So counterplay agar hoga na, your opponent does not have all the time in the world. Ek galti kari or equality. If you're sitting there passively and waiting for your opponent to strike and hoping he has no counter blow, that is a situation where you actually have all the time in the world to aram se position improve karo. So counterplay is very important.
Yeah, that's true. So here, like in this current position, after King D4, I guess King D6, probably the easiest way to hold is, let's say, after King D6. I guess Bishop C. I mean, even this, yeah. How do you play?
But I'm like, Bishop C4 kind of blocks my access to the B4 pawn also. Is there any other way?
But like this, I'm not exactly sure if you're making draw here comfortably. Like, I understand your point that it should be a draw.
Okay, let's try King C4. Knight E6.
Also, you can play knight. You can also play F5.
Yeah, F5, spoiling the structure a bit. GF5. And now, do we play Bishop E2 or do we just take on B4? I think Bishop E2, right? We get 2 pawns.
Bishop E2, we can defend, no?
Okay, Knight F4. Maybe Bishop F3. At least now the
Right.
F1 is not running, right? So I can
Yeah,
now
okay, yeah, I get it. I get your point. Like knight g6, you play bishop h5.
and I think the white is
This should be
absolutely
easy. This should be an easy draw. Yeah.
huh.
True. So yeah, let's just wait what Dura does, and then probably we'll take a short break.
Chat, I think
short breather.
I think games बहुत interesting है. I just feel कि मतलब people are not able to convert because that increment part, right, is always a problem. If Ding had 30-second increment, I think he might have seen that difference, subtle difference of h6. That's the issue, and that's why you see this 120 minutes. भाई ये तो 2 घंटा each double किया 4 घंटा. Match तो मेरा strong है. इतना time कैसे कम बचा है? It's difficult, man. Such high stakes, such strong players. You have to calculate everything.
Yeah. Yeah, also Duda is like sort of like, okay, probably he didn't see c5 also, like you said.
It's possible. Ding will not win this year's candidates for sure. Caruana has written for sure. Yes, right now, yes. I think for sure he's half a point ahead, and I think has had the better start. That definitely means something. Well begun is half done. Although by Ding, if he wins a game or two, we have seen, he can even defeat Carlsen convincingly when he wants to. So great players, like form is temporary, class is permanent. Something we really attribute to Vishy sir when he played Norway chess. So I think anything can happen.
And like all three, he had a very good fighting game. He played all the way through the end. So I think he's in decent shape. It's just that I would just say like it was just pure bad luck. Yeah, this HG Queen E4 directly. But these kind of things also, it's sort of intuition, no? Like inherently you feel like you should keep the pawn on h5, but also practically you will think, why? No, unnecessarily if he takes this pawn, then
the
what
pawn,
happens?
Dead draw immediately.
So
it's a slow and long tournament. Yeah, man. I think it's a tournament to find the best player in the world. So we can't hurry through it. मतलब अगर हम जल्दीबाजी करेंगे तो उसमें काम खराब ही होगा. At least ऐसा मुझे लगता है. But
नहीं, बिल्कुल और ऐसा होना भी चाहिए because to play the world championship match should not be easy, no?
True.
मतलब it's like test match. Like मतलब only the real chess players or the real cricketers will do well there.
True.
So there are 14 rounds total, Aryan, and this is third round which is going on, and tomorrow we have a rest day. So it's like every 3 rounds we have one rest day, then another 3 rounds, then we have a rest day. So it goes like this.
Fias is not showing the games. Carlsen is not playing currently. I think that is the thing. It only shows the games when Carlsen is playing. So they try to save their resources when Carlsen is not playing.
So indices happened, and we have reached a time control. I think it's probably a good time to take a breather.
Yeah. Chat, we'll be right back. Dil tham ke baithe rahe. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai game mein.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE.chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time should he win the candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite, Grandmaster Timur Rajaba. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. Tune into the broadcast daily. You can watch on chess.com TV, twitch.tv/chess, youtube.com/chess, or anywhere else you've ever watched a chess.com broadcast from. We'll be live on site in Madrid starting June 17th, and we hope to see you there.
You do is incredibly valuable, and sometimes you don't even have to believe what you're saying. You just need to have that psychology of, yeah, it's okay, I lost, it's okay, there's another game coming in. And actually this matchup is going to be a very good illustration of just that.
No stranger to the candidates, Fabiano Caruana stands as a pretty popular choice for winning it all here in Madrid. Fabi won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just one endgame moment away from his first world championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest grandmaster in US history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 2844 rating, the 3rd highest of all time. Precise calculation and deep knowledge of opening theory are Fabi's calling cards. The Italian-American used both to great effect in the FIDE Grand Swiss to qualify for this event. Caruana now aims to become the first player since Vishy Anand to win the candidates in non-consecutive years. But perhaps more importantly, Fabi looks towards another shot at the world title. The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his 2nd straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the Candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the Candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Hello chat and we are back and I think अब 2 गेम खत्म हो चुके हैं, 2 बाकी हैं, 50% स्कोर हम कर चुके हैं, हमारे पेरेंट्स बहुत प्राउड होंगे। वेलकम बैक अभिजीत भाई, कैसा लग रहा है?
भाई सेम लग रहा है जब ब्रेक से पहले और ब्रेक के बाद
कुछ हुआ
कुछ
तो
खास हुआ नहीं, क्योंकि
नहीं।
दोनों बोर्ड यू कैन सी यहाँ पे अलीरेजा वाज ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 30-40 मिनट्स अप और अभी वो 10 मिनट पीछे। और दूसरे गेम अगर हम जाएं कारुआना के बोर्ड पे तो सेम थिंग, किंग d6 हुआ, उसके बाद कुछ हुआ नहीं। सो बेसिकली नथिंग चेंज नो।
वैसे वुड यू इमेजिन इमेजिन कि कैंडिडेट्स चल रहा है, 2 गेम खत्म हो चुके हैं, ठीक है, सो दो गेम चल रहे हैं एंड यू नो most likely one guy is thinking for a long time. So let's assume कि ये Firouzja is thinking for a long time. दूसरे board पे the other guy is thinking for a long time. Let's say it's Duda Caruana, and then suddenly he plays and goes off to the washroom, right? Like Firouzja might right now. Suddenly there is nobody on the board, on one board. There is one guy on one. कोई सफाई कर्मचारी आता है, like यार लगता है खत्म हो गया. Let me just start cleaning. It is totally possible. कोई है ही नहीं हॉल में भाई, सब खाली है. There is no audience probably because of COVID restrictions. Maybe sometime it could totally happen, yeah. Anyways, although by the way something did happen. West जैसे बोलते हुए he did play King C4 in the game of Caruana.
Okay, King C4. Your move.
Yeah. I think it makes some sense because I want the A pawn. That's the only chance I have, and it's also the right color, and bishop against knight, so it makes a lot of sense. And now Duda has to just do some basic calculation कि भाई ठीक है यार और chill है, कोई stress नहीं है, and then he should be fine. And this might end in a draw because once they start playing the moves, I think F5 will come automatically, King B4 will come automatically, and it will not be a big deal.
Yeah, I think it should be quite easy. To make a draw here with white pieces.
Yeah.
Also with black pieces.
True. I think the Firouzja game is more like.
I think we can still have some some talking points here, at least in this position in Firouzja's game.
So true. Firouzja for loss, isn't Firouzja winning? I am not sure he's actually winning. For now, it's like black is hanging on by a thread. But it's one thread. We have run out of
ideas
now.
with white.
Yeah, we have no way
So
to.
let's continue again. So c3, bishop h4, e5. Okay, let's do this because anyway you cannot avoid this. And now king h8.
Yeah.
Even king c1, king g7. Oh, I have one idea actually. King b2, king h8, but you're not.
I will not hurry with b4. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Till you go all the way. And the knight creates a nice barrier, right? This barrier is really awesome.
Yeah. Covers many important squares, like I cannot come immediately with my bishop to any of those good squares.
Yeah.
Like basically, if I can put my bishop on this diagonal, then the game is over. But it's easier said than done. How else can I make progress here?
What has happened with the other games? Any decisive results so far? Chat, देखो यार, 2 draw चुके हैं. We already have a draw between Ding and Rapport. We saw how they drew very quickly. Ding was under pressure. Then we also had a very quick draw between Rajabov and Nepomniachtchi. That was the first draw of the day. And we have 2 games remaining. Jahan pe, by the way, Duda has just played knight to e6. And I think this game will also simplify very quickly. And we might see a quick draw here as well. Then one game will remain, and that will be the Firouzja game. There are many chances for any side to go wrong, but objectively still probably holdable. So let's see. I think maybe we can shift to the
Duda's game.
Yeah, Duda's game, because I think Firouzja is still thinking. He's still not made up his mind.
Yeah. So he goes 96. I was just trying to create some ideas in the other game, but not able to do it.
And chat, here f5 makes a lot of sense because you want to give black double pawns. Yeah. For example, if you play king b4 directly, knight f4, that definitely is, black maintains his 3 pawns, and after
but I guess still it should be comfortably drawn. Yeah.
Still should be drawn, but I think it's always better, to have double pawns than give your opponent this way. So f5 is obviously a decent move, and black has to capture back, and then you can automatically.
Well, you can also play knight g7, and still I can have 2 pawns.
True, that is true.
For example, you take here, I take here, and then you go knight f5, and now we have this position where
probably I can also play bishop d3 first and just take on f5, and we can shake hands. Also possible.
Yes.
Also, if king b4, knight f5. Yeah, again, Ash, I kind of pawn
shake hands.
Foreign gives are tricky. Not. I mean,
so usually, like this sort of a square where pawn is on the fourth. If you can make this square, it means you are holding this. So let's say if the pawn was here on f5, and if the king was on b5, also it would be draw because then it would make also a square. So usually, king pawn game you can. It's just like a shortcut. You don't have to calculate everything. If the king is in the square, then you make a draw.
By the way, he played f5.
Then the king catches the pawn. Yeah. So f5, g5 throw away.
So all draws today. Not sure. Firouzja's game is going to be interesting. I'm still not sure if it will be all draws. I think Hikaru is pretty confident about draw. We'll have to see because Hikaru hasn't moved in the last hour because Firouzja has been thinking for the last hour. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Sahil bhai, where does player go after the move? We have a question in the chat.
I guess they can walk around, check other games, or they can also go and eat something, drink something. Probably, call their seconds and ask for the move. Also possible. I mean, most likely not, but probably eat and
Most likely, not 100%.
Most likely not.
Yeah.
Most likely not.
Only most likely, not 100%.
Yeah.
So we saw this line. F5, G5, Bishop E2, Knight F4. I guess Bishop F3. And the only logical way for black would be to go Knight G6.
Yeah, quickly liquidate.
Take this pawn, but after Knight G6, you take H5.
Yeah.
And then everything get exchanged very quickly.
Yeah, Bishop F7.
And H4, Bishop F7. F4, just even Bishop H5. And whenever you play F3, capture this and
true.
And capture
so I think
this.
This might end in a draw in the next 5 moves.
Few minutes, yeah?
5 minutes.
Oh, Alireza has made a move. Do you want to quickly go there?
Oh, wow, yeah. Sure. Indeed. Oh, this happened, Hikaru immediately took.
BC3, Knight C3 immediately happened.
And see, nobody's at the board right now. Caruana also left, and this is the time for the Safai Karmachari. Let's go. Let's clean everything and remove the pieces of the board. Totally possible now. There's nobody in the hall right now. We check it out.
Yeah.
Nice. Anybody walking is like, oh, where are the players? We're only finished. By the way, I think both players. Oh, nobody is there.
Nobody's there in the hall, yeah.
Nobody's there. I think Abhijeet, we can go right now. I'm booking my flight immediately. Kaha hai my phone? Okay. I think I can just
go sit there, yeah.
Sit there, yeah, and you take a couple of
quickly
photos.
Take pictures and come back.
Exactly. By the way, this is going to be a draw chat. I think we go to the game.
Yeah. Also, if you see Caruana's game, like I think it's going to end in another 2 minutes.
Exactly.
So Bishop H5 happened. I think F3, the same line what we just saw.
Yeah.
Will happen. F3, Bishop F3, and probably they're going to shake on it now.
Yeah. Admire the beauty of the playing hall. Also true. It'll be an expensive flight though to admire the beauty of the hall, but probably take a few pictures too. Yep. I think they will now, and this is the trend. Yeah, they don't offer a draw. He plays A3 to give Black a chance to give this check. Nice. He wants to finish it quicker. Yeah, nice. Yep, chat. So that is a draw. And we have 3 draws today. Very high-class games. And I think all boils down to the final game between the sharp players, Firouzja and Hikaru. So I think we have to switch to that game. And we look at the standings at the end. It will be very fun to look at who's leading still. I think they are the same regardless for now, relatively at least.
So I guess still Fabiano and Jan are leading.
Yep.
And if Alireza can win this, then he'll probably a co-leader as well with them.
Yeah.
And also, if either player wins this,
they'll
be co-leader. Yeah.
What is the result of Hikaru versus Alireza? It's still going on. Chat. It's still going on. And now the time is, well, they still have a lot of time on the clock. They could play this for a long while, but I think somehow it's like a position jahan pe Firouzja is trying to find out that win which he could not find, and now he's probably trying to wing it, yeah. Because once you don't find a forced win, then you all try to do is try to grind down your opponent.
Yeah. Also, chat, now is the time where we enter into Tickoo's verse, so all the jokes are welcome.
Yeah, chat, let's go. The only comparable thing to Anish is wait, is Sahil's 2. Yeah, man, great people think alike, indeed.
Great minds think alike, actually, Sahil.
Yeah, okay. So I got the quote wrong. I apologize. How likely are table toppers to play forced drawn positions? I'm not sure if they will play drawn position. It depends, yeah, because itne come round hue ki table toppers actually means nothing right now. Somehow, jo top pe hai, it doesn't make much of a difference.
Like the difference is 1 win, 1 loss, yeah. So it's very minute. Right? Also, we have another move like so. Alireza went king c2 and knight d5 happened, and probably Alireza will spend some more time here to figure out.
I think Hikaru has figured it out already. His expression, is of complete, disdain. He's like, I literally don't care. You could literally write it on the screen, right? I literally don't care. It could be a nice photo, yeah. Itni space I left me likhne ke liye. I literally don't care. Hikaru Nakamura. This is the perfect expression of Hikaru, yeah. I literally don't care.
No, he's like, yaar, jaldi khatam karo. Mujhe recap banana.
Exactly. Sahil was blushing when he got to meet Anish Giri. Of course, man. Anish is hilarious. It's so much fun to meet him.
Thank you, Aniruddha. And make sure you like the, you press the like button.
Yes, stream सब like कर दो.
सब like कर दो, हाँ.
हाँ, पता है, देखो, अगर उन्हीं देखोगे ना, उस पे वो nowadays YouTube has this great feature, वो ऐसे वो colorful लगता है बहुत. देख try करो. You've not seen it. YouTube has changed the like button. Once you click on it, कुछ colorful मस्त दिखता है. देखो, तो click करके देखो. एक बार क्लिक करना, लेकिन वो एक बार ही दिखेगा.
गलत बात है टिकू भाई. ऐसे नहीं करते.
नहीं दिखता नहीं, वो एक ही बार दिखता है. Really?
Let's see the standing ones.
Probably.
Because I think again Alireza is going to think for a while. So let's quickly. Yes. So Jan is on 2. Also Fabiano
has joined.
I think
वो update नहीं हुआ है. Indeed.
वो update नहीं हुआ है, तो they will be again the same joint leaders. Then Richard has drawn his 3 games. He's 1.5.
Duda goes to 1.5 as well, along with the
Yes.
yeah.
And Radjogo is on 1, -1. Jan Sistov is also will be on 1.5. So basically, it didn't change anything. And the point is, whoever wins between Alireza and Nakamura will join the leaders. Otherwise, the standing just remains the same.
But
yes,
I think Ding is the only one on 1 point, right? Because if Alireza and Hikaru draw, they go to 1.5. Ding stays on 1. Duda goes to 1.5 already. And
no, I'm saying it just stays the same, like the last
Timo is also on 1. Yeah, true.
Like the only difference is if either Hikaru or Alireza win, they tie for the first.
True.
Otherwise, the standing remains the same as the last round.
Yep.
Also, do you want to see the youngest candidate, Sahil? Or maybe you can also ask in the chat.
बिल्कुल. Tickoo versus
India. चलो दिखाते हैं फिर आपको. Who are the youngest players at the candidates? Oh, okay. So Liren is there of all time, youngest candidate players of all time. So Magnus Carlsen, 16 years, 5 months, and 27 days. I remember this tournament. In the first this match, that time the candidates were with matches, yeah. Like you will be playing like 4 games matches or 6 game matches, and he was paired against I think Aronian. And it got delayed for some reason, like it happened after a year or maybe 8 months, and Carlsen rating shot up by 100 points because he was also coming up, and it was going back and forth. Yeah, so one guy will win one game, then another guy will win the next game, and finally in like some tie break, some blades or something, Arun managed to beat the very young Carlsen at that time. And of course, the legend, yeah, Bobby Fischer. Like,
दो दिन का difference था बस. 2 दिन literally. Alireza as well. I think it's crazy. Yeah, though, I think Alireza genuinely has a chance to be the youngest world champion, right?
Yes, because next year is the World Championship match, yeah?
Yeah, so he has a chance next year. And even one more chance, because 22 is the youngest, right? Kasparov. So he just turned 19. He will be literally, I think, 20. He might have one more chance at that. So it's going to be a great chance for Firouzja.
No, every 2 years, no? So like next year?
So next year, it will be November. At
But
that point,
yes, so
he'll be...
he'll be more. He'll be
22. But how many days and months we'll have to calculate, yeah, for Kasparov now? How many days and months? It might be the youngest still, yeah?
Could be. So we are back at this position. And how did Naka gain so much time? Last time I saw he had 12 minutes, Alireza 56. Because after 40 moves, you get... Yes, that is one way to put it. But after 40 moves, you get 1 hour on the clock to make another 20 moves. So that's how.
Yeah. Chat, basically, after every time control, we invite a magician to give some time. So first time with somebody like, Suhani Shah.
Chat, you should do it. Because, there's a chat. There is a comment like, if we can reach 1,000 likes in next 5 minutes, Sahil Tickoo will give Abhijeet 75 samosas. Is this some sort of a
75 samosas? What is the logic though? 75, like it's not even.
Kar do na yaar, koi baat nahi.
But it's no ratio. Some guy somewhere. What is this? There's no ratio, right? 1,000 is to 10. 1,000
उसका नाम ही some guy somewhere है ना. तो आप क्यों उससे bias
कर रहे होंगे? हाँ, बात तो है. True. Naka stepped on a V. Okay, that's a nice one. Nice. In Tickoo's time remains constant. Nice.
Alireza has thought for like 1 hour 10 minutes in last two moves.
It's like you're literally thinking. I'm sure he could have calculated everything in like 15 minutes. He's just
even lesser.
Yeah, he has so much time. He's just trying to like just keep calculating because he's nothing else to do.
1.5k likes the Tickoo weight reveal.
स्टेफन भैया मतलब यार ठीक है तुम्हें अनमड़ होना है क्या चैनल पे हैं देख रहा हूं मैं
keep it going
quick chess game between Abhijeet sir and Tickoo ji please गले में कुछ अटक रहा है फिर से एक सेकंड
पानी पी लो ये पानी है तो होता है ना इसमें कॉफ सिरप तो नहीं है कॉफ सिरप हो सकती है नेवर नो क्या होगा इसमें Acha, chat. I have another question. Like, what do you think? How long with this game is going to go? Whether we'll go longer than 11:30? 11:30 से ज़्यादा जाएंगे या नहीं जाएंगे आज?
एक पोल बन सकता है क्या? We can have 11:15, 11 like 11 to 11:50, 11:30, 11:30 to 12, 12 to 3, 12 to 1. I think 4 पोल मस्त बन सकते हैं.
नहीं 12:30 to 1 तो नहीं होगा.
क्यों? बिल्कुल हो सकता है. They have one more time control. They can play on. If I was white, I could totally do this. I torture my opponent if I hate the opponent. I could totally do it. Spoil his recap timing.
But yesterday anyway they played for 7 hours and still he did it. He cannot play more than 7 hours. There will be some sort of repetition, yeah, eventually.
True. True. Pieces कम है, so मुश्किल है. एक बार तो मुश्किल है, of course.
Oh, we actually got this poll like this. Will Hikaru defend this?
Nice. Chat 11:30 मतलब गैस चढ़ गया, ठीक है ना? Let's do chat.
मैं तो 11:30 पे वोट करूंगा. मैंने तो कर दिया वोट.
I think I'll vote for 12. मुझे लग रहा है आधे घंटे में नहीं होगा.
Tickoo drinks glucose then stays mute.
वो मैंने ग्लूकोज बाद में पिया ना यार. Like it was after he went. It was 11:37 in my prediction.
They are so God. Funny. They are so funny.
अरे कभी मेरी चैट में देखना क्या क्या हो, ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. I literally have to prove them wrong. फिर से यार तो मुझसे काम करवाओगे यार चैट फिर से. Was present today at Indira Gandhi International.
Yeah, it was incredible. Like this is the first time it is happening.
Actually मैंने एयरपोर्ट पढ़ लिया. मैंने कहा एयरपोर्ट पे क्या हो रहा था रे? इंदिरा गांधी एयरपोर्ट पे क्या हो रहा था?
नहीं वो इंदिरा गांधी इंटरनेशनल ऑटोमेटिकली दिमाग में
वही आता है, एयरपोर्ट आता है.
मतलब आप पढ़ते नहीं हो बट इमीडिएटली वही आता है.
हाँ.
तो yeah, it was a history क्योंकि अब से there will be torchlight in every Olympiad. But it started from India.
But I think somehow now it's like, you know, the stakes of trying to get the medal have increased, right? Because for example, if India gets a medal, let's say gold, that's going to really push the game forward, like for sure. And
no, I guess like when pandemic hit us, it was like we were all thinking yeah, tournaments nahi honge, wo sab nahi hoga. But then YouTube and all other chess platforms like itna popular ho gaya uske baad, then we won the online chess Olympiad. Or we shared with Russia, whatever. It also gave a big rise to it. And I was always, you know, I always used to say to our federation, to also to many people, sport or any sort of thing, you know, you can only bring it to the mass by creating stars. And now everybody knows Pragnananda. Like our PM tweets about him. So that's how it grows. Like it cannot grow by like, you know, as a sport. It can only grow because 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%. It depends like how many people you can make as a star.
Yeah. True.
So everybody knew Anand before, and now they also know Pragnananda, they know Divya Deshmukh, they know Tanya, they know.
Yeah,
you
Divya
know,
got a shout out today, from PM
yeah.
Modi. So now suddenly, you know,
from Vidit, all of a sudden it came to Divya.
I was like, बीच में काफी चले गए. It's like, you know, me giving a speech. Yeah, बीच के काफी words खा लिए मैंने, but still. Yeah. By the way, how many countries have you traveled to for tournaments?
Oh, many. I must have crossed 50.
उसका ही poll बनाना पड़ेगा. 10 to 20, 20 to 30.
No, I have to. And what is the answer? Even I don't know. So how?
Yeah, true.
But I remember the first time I traveled, I was like around 10, I think 9 or 10.
And I think once you got married, you had some great tournaments, right, in France and so.
Yeah. It was very good. I played in Cannes, but yeah, the whole trip was quite nice.
And which is your favorite country to play in? Everybody has a favorite.
I like to play in Reykjavik, Iceland. But this tournament, which I played a couple of months back, it was not very good for me. But generally, you know, the whole scenic atmosphere where you sort of, you know, can just relax. And also the tournament is very light in the sense that everything is very friendly. You see the same people and over and over again.
Look who's here. Welcome.
Hi guys. Hi. Great. Do you hear someone else from the room?
No. Is there someone else?
There's
Probably
someone else.
Divya.
I'm hiding away somewhere.
Okay. And then okay.
Oh, we are already live.
Yes.
Yes.
What a way to start.
Alright, guys, you have no idea. He chose this stream over friendship. He's like, I want to go on stream. Just get out of the room. He's literally kicked me out of the room at 11 o'clock in the night. And he's like, okay, I don't care.
I didn't kick him out of the room.
I mean, that's what
I mean,
you can take the key and go. Then
usne, if you would have kicked
I can't
him
hear you
out-
guys, but I hope your support is with me.
Yes.
That's
Support
really
is with you
important.
always.
Sahil, please.
Yes,
Abhijeet
fully.
bhai,
We
समझाओ
love
इसको।
roasting.
निकाल
We
दिया
love
मेरे
roasting
room से।
Srinath.
क्या करो?
I also can't hear you guys.
Better suggest some good moves now.
I can't. Bye with it.
इतना noob है, आवाज भी नहीं आ रही है, फिर भी streaming करना है, commentary करना है. We are meeting after such a long time. Captain of the team, we could discuss some strategies for Olympiad. It is like no.
Whether you need some time to heal. Pehle.
After this backstab, no, definitely.
Could you ask Vidit how do you feel, to hear his name from PM
That
Modi?
was
Like,
Vidit Gujrathi guy. Number 3.
okay, Srinath's roasting game coming stronger and stronger.
India number 3, yeah.
Yeah, I still couldn't say it so fluently, I still fumble a bit. Still have such a soft spot for Vidit.
You could not say very fluently India number 2 with it or India number 3 with it. Which one?
India number 3. I feel bad, guys. I feel bad whenever I think back to that conversation we had in Sochi in that cable car, and I feel like I lied now when I introduced Vidit as India number 2. And ever since then, I've been trying really hard to be India number 20, and I've maintained there. I've stayed there, but now Vidit is just betraying me. But what's up? How has today's games been?
3 draws so far.
I'll show you some critical moments. I mean, I'm sure you must have seen them, or did you get a chance to see it? Or
No, I didn't get a chance to see it at all.
so
After
I'll
the
show
event,
you some of the critical moments, like from the Dings game, first of all. So roundabout here, so it was this was the position, yeah. So he could have played Queen E4 here, and I mean, he's much better. Probably he would win. And what he did was he played HG first and then Queen E4. But now he got Queen D2, and the point is now Black is very quickly getting Bishop D4 and E5, and then Black is completely fine.
What if the same Queen D2 without HG? What's the difference?
The difference is now we play Queen E3, and now H6
there's
is
the
coming.
option of H6.
Yeah. So big difference, yeah.
Yeah,
And probably he was. I mean, if he would have won, that's what
He
I
had no
think.
time on
Like,
the
this
clock,
was-
basically. He had to play
I mean, he had 15 minutes here. He had 10 minutes, 15. This is enough to see this kind of thing. So this was one critical moment in this game. And I guess other games were not critical at all. So in this game, what we are watching right now, Alireza, I guess it was a crazy game, like right from the start. So I think I'll just go from the top.
Sure.
So some Nimzo, and now G5, Knight
Is
G5.
Queen is on a move in that position? No. What was the first new move?
I don't know exactly, but I think Queen E7 was a move. But I don't remember this Knight G5, Bishop G5 ideas. So maybe Queen C2, I'm not sure it's played in this position, or maybe
It comes
E3
after some
maybe.
Queen D7, if I remember.
Yeah.
But
So
I don't know if
I'm
it's
not
this
sure Queen
question.
C2 is the move here, but okay, I didn't check it. But anyway, so this was quite interesting. So G5, and there were many moves here. Queen C1, and now Black had many moves like E5,
बहुत
Knight
crazy
D4,
position,
Rook
बहुत.
D4. And I think Hikaru navigated quite well here. Like he took his time, but he navigated quite well how to play. Now to Queen F4, your knight c2, and somehow we reached this endgame, queen a4 and
Yeah,
queen
actually,
d4.
this was a critical point. Yeah, instead of knight c2, queen d7, he could have started with queen d7.
Yeah, but it's not so simple, no? Like we're checking that. So queen f4,
Yeah, queen
what did we
d7,
see? So queen d7, bishop f6, knight
knight
c2,
c2,
king e2, queen b5, king d2, and you take here, yeah, because there is no mate.
Right.
But the thing is,
can't you start with rook d8 check and bishop is on f6? Yeah.
I pick up the rook.
Yeah.
So queen f1, queen g5, and so queen g7, queen f7, queen e6, king b5, and yeah, okay, it is a draw, but it's very easy to miss something, in this line.
True, and as black having been surprised in the opening, if you're given a choice to go liquidate towards this endgame or go towards this crazy position, I think Hikaru kind of trusted himself to defend that slightly worse position, right?
Yeah, I think at some point it was more than slightly worse, because I'll tell you, like here, we're also discussing during commentary, this f5, generally I think you should not touch anything here on the king side. You should immediately start your counterplay on the queen side, like b5, c4, a5, whatever, yeah? Because what happened is f5, okay, white side used to play f3, g4 in general, but now f3, probably black plays f4.
Okay.
So it starts with g3 and now f3, and with little time, it's sort of difficult to calculate everything, yeah, with black pieces, because these two pawns are just running up here.
Yeah.
And now h5, and already it was getting a little bit difficult to hold this position. And here, after rook f1, king e8, h6, rook f8, and I think we saw here rook c1 was probably at least giving black a lot of headache, because now I just want to play a4 next. And I keep the rooks. But initially, we also thought what Alireza did was quite good, but maybe it's just a fortress, like bishop d8, g5, king f7, h7, king g7, g6, and c3 was very accurate. Like if he doesn't play c3, he loses the game.
Why?
Because I just have to bring my bishop on this diagonal, yeah, and you don't have enough time to do
how does white do that?
I can also play bishop a5, bishop c3 directly, and most probably this king pawn enemy is winning.
Right.
And the problem is now, okay, he did this already, king d2, king h8, and now black just waits. And again, e5 was important. Not here, but in general. Let's say if you go bishop h4, e5 is the only move, because otherwise bishop g3, bishop e5 is coming in.
And what if e5, bishop g3 anyway?
Knight f4. And then we pick up something.
So very concrete defense.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, at some point, Alireza was like more than an hour up on the clock, and now you can see the time.
Yeah, I remember he spent something like a hour, right, at some point.
After the time control, I think he spent like more than. I think when the time control was over, he had 1 hour 44 minutes.
Yeah. I do remember that.
And Hikaru had 5 minutes, 4 minutes, something like that.
Right.
So he got 1 hour 4 minutes something. So, but yeah, just move back and forth. There was one plan which I sort of liked, like to bring the king like this. But whenever you go king to f2, black goes b4. So just not in time. Maybe so this king g7, this. What if I just do this?
We saw this, no? Takes on a3.
I'm just not in time.
Yeah, we saw this. I think
bishop c1, a2, bishop b2.
No, not a2, knight f4, I think.
Oh yeah, directly knight f4. So why isn't this working for black earlier only? Like when the king is on e file only. Then you take a into b4.
It could have been working, but why to do this, no? Like anyway, what it's sort of a fortress, yeah. You mean you have to play b4, yeah?
Yeah, something like that with the king on g7 maybe. But maybe it doesn't make any difference.
But now,
you can
why
just
you want to
take
give up
to
the pawn?
b4,
Yeah? Why you want to give up a pawn unnecessarily? I mean, okay.
No,
maybe
I mean, if there's a way
yeah?
to just to understand the position, first of all, and secondly, if there's a way to end it instantly, then that's better for the defending side, right? So I was thinking,
but it is sort of a. I mean, that's what we thought, that it's sort of a fortress. You cannot anyway enter because king d3 there is always knight f4, and whenever king crosses to f, then b4 becomes a real threat. So king e2 you cannot play because of knight. Like king d3, king e2 you cannot go because of knight f4 check. So you have to go king e1, king f2, and then b4 comes. So
there's pretty much no way for Alireza to even try, yeah.
I mean, he's been thinking for 1.5 hours.
I think he knows it. Yeah, he knows it now. He's been thinking for more than an hour. Actually, he knows it. He had 1 hour and 26 minutes, I think. So it's. Shri, I think you might have answered the question a million times already today, but how was the experience there today?
It was great, yeah. I think it was epic. That atmosphere was something of its own, just being there.
Electrifying, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Electrifying. And I think it made so much difference just being live there and watching it up close. And you just had to be there.
How was Modi ji?
It was something different watching him live for the first time. You have seen so many videos, you have seen so much of him, but to watch him live, to actually see him deliver such a powerful speech, it was a different experience on its own. And the whole thing was so engaging.
Yeah. And especially the end, no? Like when Anand was running with the torch.
I actually missed that. I couldn't see that. King b4 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah.
It happened. Yeah, Hikaru wants to try and find fastest way to liquidate the game. And also, I think by now he's kind of figured out. He's kind of calculated, and it's not so difficult calculation. Also, no, just a into b4, a3, bishop c1 is the only move. Then you first take knight into b4. Again, bishop into a3 is the only move. Or is it even possible? You have to check knight c2, check knight into a3, but even simpler is just to play knight d3, knight f4, and it's a draw. So with black, you have that minimum guarantee that it's a draw. But of course, you can knight c2, knight.
Just a draw,
yeah. So
I can play this actually. I can play king d2.
This is your idea, yeah? B into a3.
This I am not sure whether you will vote.
Well, I'm certainly not getting a vote of confidence.
I guess that's why you were running to f2 first, yeah. Just to be sure.
No, like I wanted
he took a into
Sahil
b4, so it's a draw.
Yeah. You know what? I wanted Sahil to suggest this b4, but he was very clever of somehow, sidestepping it by, it's like पहले king को f2 पे f5 दूर जाने दो उसके only then
जितना दूर जा सकता है भाई धक्के मार के निकालो उसको.
Only then I'll play this, yeah.
By the way, Shri, I had one more question. How did it feel for the players, right, to get their name mentioned by Modi? I think it was Divya first of all. I think it was very overwhelming. Then Vidit as well. I think we've not seen Modi ji mention anybody by name before. It's the first time, right?
I think so, yeah. I think he even mentioned it as VD instead of Vidit, right?
No, Vidit. I think it was Vidit. I don't think he has seen enough Samayana streams. Greedy VD, I think, is not.
Yeah, actually, you're talking about that. How it would have been if the Prime Minister had actually called him Greedy VD on stage. We were actually discussing it.
Probably no tax break for him, yeah. Then I guess, but still.
I think
tax exception for life.
I don't know. I actually didn't ask the players. I don't know if it's such a big deal for Divya, being a big celeb herself.
True.
With it, with others, I think it was a great Great feeling for them.
I think it's a great video idea, no? I think chess can probably do it.
Like for Vishy sir, it was a great feeling when Modi ji called his name. But for Divya, it was like, okay.
Yeah, for Divya, it's like, oh, okay. Nice. But yeah, all kidding aside, speechless feeling. I think that.
But if you get a chance, no, you should definitely
take a selfie.
See the last part where Anand was like going with the torch,
running with the torch. Yeah. I should see that. I think around that time, a lot of things were happening at the stage. Yeah, a lot of pictures, photographs, autographs, and it just got.
Also, by the way, did Modi ji play E4 and D4? As far as I know.
Yes, he did.
He took the center,
E4, D4,
He took the center.
It was E4, C6, D4, D5, and I don't know. It was some kind of a sabotage because I think he should have played Catalan or at least the London system, but he started with one E4. I don't know.
He took the center. Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
So chat, I was right. It did finish before 11:30.
Yeah, true.
Wow, I'm just in time to witness the finish.
Yeah. Hikaru captures the pawn, with such energy. Yeah, so all 4 draws today, nothing changes in the standings.
Yeah. Everything remains the same.
True.
साहिल भाई आपने कोई जोक मारा था क्या?
अरे मारा तो चला तो जोक यार, क्यों नहीं चला यार? टैक्स पे कितना बढ़िया जोक था, क्या बात कर रहे हो? इतना बढ़िया जोक था, अभी तक हंस रहे वो लोग, देखो.
Now we are in
joke fail जरा chat.
टिक्कू वर्स में हो नहीं तो समझ नहीं आया. टिक्कू वर्स से बाहर हो तुम लोग, इसलिए you can't comprehend the reactions actually.
By the way, he recognized quite a few of the players. For example, Konero Hampi, you could just see the recognition in his face, and there are some people in the chat saying otherwise, but you could just see it in his face that he knew some of the players out there. And for chess to be in that kind of a stage, and for chess to have that kind of relevance, I think this has been one of the biggest events that has happened so far. I can't recall chess being on a bigger stage before this. I just can't recall any event.
Definitely. Also, like, we sort of created a history in the sense that we always be the first country to have this chess Olympiad.
Exactly. Yeah. First, we'll always be the first. No matter what. And he was talking about this being such a big sporting event, about it being linked with the Olympic movement and everything, and it happened because of chess, the whole thing, which is a great feeling.
Indeed.
And what was the conversation between all your teammates?
A lot of us were overwhelmed. We were expecting something big, but even with that, it really took us by surprise. I think even with the expectation being big, it still surpassed the expectations, and still processing it.
Yeah.
But definitely the biggest stage. Everything about it was spectacular, and all this was executed in just 1 week. The work started sometime around June 12. It was conceptualized around June 12. And then all the flow of events, everything was executed in just 1 week. And much like the Olympiad, where we are, doing a great job organizing it within a very short span. Countries usually take like 2 years, 3 years to do it. We are doing it in 4 months, much like that. Amazing teamwork by everyone involved.
Are you in the process, or are you at least aware of how the work is going on, or like what kind of work is going on and how is it going on?
I have some idea, a vague idea, because there are just so many different departments out there dealing with so many different issues. For example, there is the processing of visa, there's the registration, there is just
the main thing is to accommodate like 2,000 players.
Yes, but I think that's not such a challenging part, because we got it covered sometime in April itself.
No, I mean the playing venue, like to have them in one place.
Again, for the playing venue, the conceptualization was done very long time ago. Even before we submitted the bid, we gave an exact representation of how the hall is going to be, where the people are going to be seated, exactly what is the capacity, what needs to be done, and how it's going to be achieved, how it's going to be executed. All those things were planned and conceptualized even before we submitted the bid. And then the bid happened. We won the bid sometime around March 12, I think. March 15, there was a press conference, and the end months of March 27, 28, there was a FIDE inspection team. They came and had a look. There was a very thorough inspection by FIDE. And this part, the planning part has been thoroughly well done. The execution part, it will take a bit of time to finish off some of the things, because you can't begin doing these things right now. So the execution part, it will take a while for the work to initiate, but everything is on track.
And what's next in terms of preparation? I think there are 1 or 2 camps remaining, right, for the players?
Yes, there are one or two camps remaining, and I think that will take place just before the Olympiad, but not too close. So you don't want to tire the players out, but a few weeks before, and that will be. I guess I just don't want to talk too much about it right now. But
yeah, makes sense. And are the players going home tomorrow, like from Delhi?
Yes, everyone's going home tomorrow, but there is also going to be another event in the morning tomorrow, about 6:15 something. There's going to be the first part of the torch relay. It's going to start at Red Fort. So if you're in Delhi, you can join in. But 6:15 a.m. And that will be the first segment of the torch relay. It begins in Delhi, and then it just carries on. It goes around. It goes around the country. There is. It goes to, I think, Leh, Ladakh. Those parts, the top parts, the Pangong Lake, the Dal Lake, and those places. And then from there, it just comes down to Himachal Pradesh, Chandigarh, then down to Haryana, places like Kurukshetra, Panipat, and
Faridabad? Unlikely.
Faridabad.
अरे भाई तुम फरीदाबाद से आ सकते हो गुड़गांव. You can come to Noida. It is not very far.
6:15 a.m. मुश्किल है ना.
I don't know. The smaller cities like Faridabad, Nashik, it might be a bit difficult. Yeah,
although I think
Faridabad is still bigger than Nashik. I think.
Yeah, it has better internet, I think.
I mean, if we had to do that, we'll need a few years to cover the travel. Yeah.
True.
But yeah, like great initiative, like from our federation and from our government as well.
Yeah, there was an opportunity somehow, and it was fully utilized. Yeah.
And Sahil, a few people are even asking about you today in the post the event. Few people are even saying like Sahil sir was not here.
Was it Modi ji? I don't think so, right?
I thought you were Modi ji.
Yeah, maybe I'm the Flash. Yeah, with 2 different identities. But I think if I was there, I would probably name each and every player. No, like I don't think Modi's remembered all the names. That's the thing.
He just didn't have enough time to go around all the players,
Yeah. Let's have a quick standing, Let's see the standings.
Yes, the candidates is also going on. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And इनमें से बहुत लोग खेलेंगे कभी ना कभी, I guess. My team में से.
So Fabiano will play for sure. Hikaru will not play.
Yeah, so I think the standings are pretty much the same, right?
Exactly the same. It's just that all of them have half point more than yesterday. So yeah, remains the same. Like Fabiano and Jan, co-leader, followed by Jan Christoph, Richard Rapo, and Alireza Firouzja, and Hikaru Nakamura on 1.5, and then Temur and Ding. Ding had a beautiful chance to come back and score a victory, but somehow Rapo managed to, survive. And now, let's see the pairing for tomorrow.
That has been a bit of a story of this tournament already. Yeah, there are so many games which are being saved. So many games, more games are being saved
already
than
Rapo like twice, yeah. But also yesterday he missed a win, so he's sort of compensating.
The pairings are interesting for tomorrow, yeah.
So actually, it's day after tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow is a rest day.
Yeah,
so
day
we
after
play
tomorrow,
on 21st. The next game is on 21st. Go on, Sahil.
Yeah, so first of all, I think Ding, Liren and Caruana, the two favorites, I think, as mentioned by Carlsen, I think will play each other. That's going to be an interesting match. And Ding, of course, at the bottom of the table. And if he defeats Caruana, that really helps his chances, and he would definitely try to do so. And of course, then there's Rapport and Nakamura as well, also interesting. Rapport, I think, Nakamura will try his own luck, but I think Rapport will also try to win. Then you have Nepo and Firouzja. I think a very interesting style of play for both players. And then finally, Duda and Rajabov. I think that might be the solid game, yeah, most likely.
Really? You think Duda solid?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, but I mean, he's not been able to convert a couple of games. I think maybe solid, yeah. Although I think they have a rest day, so probably everyone will be very well prepared. Yeah, now they know what their openings, some clue about what their openings are playing. So probably very deeply prepared. Let's see.
Sahil, are you starting your secret candidate preparation after this stream?
Yeah, somebody said, yesterday in the chat that I wasn't talking in front of Vishy because I was trying to hide my, candidate prep. That might be true.
Modi said that if Amit Shah is his right hand, then Sahil is his left hand.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. आज गला खराब नहीं हुआ chat.
We need more Tickoo for more roasting.
Aspiring players like Sahil Tickoo should have been named as well. Yes, of course, aspiring players. Yes, true. I think Modi had, he missed many aspiring players. So I think it's okay. It's okay.
True.
Oh, some guy somewhere commented, I'm getting news from my sources. Tickoo wants to see the torch. Breaking news. That's why you wanted to come to Faridabad.
I mean, but 6:15 a.m. is too much. Yeah, it's too early for anything.
Well, some streams go on and end only at 6:15.
True. COB 7. Nice. Yeah, someday, yeah. COB maybe 25. Modi ji has the exhibition match. Who knows?
Yeah.
Do you think that might happen someday?
You never know, yeah. It might happen if India gets a medal, chess becomes more popular, then suddenly Modi ji is like, maybe you should do it. You never know.
Never say never, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. I think on that note, I think we have all the results, and I think it was a fun day 3. Tomorrow.
Somehow I don't want to end the stream. It feels like.
Yeah, I think she just joined us. No, he just joined us, so it's true. It's true.
But yeah, okay. Probably time to wrap up.
My roommate is eagerly waiting for the stream to end so he can go to sleep. And go to sleep, or I don't know what exactly, but I know that he's waiting for me to.
Yeah,
you saw him.
He is important.
You saw him.
That would be a distraction, though. He is my roommate. You saw him. Yes.
Sorry, guys. I had to it took time because the knife really hurt and it took time to remove it from my back. But I'm back now. So I think Srinath is also happy. Chesscom is paying him well, he told me. So I hope it's paying him well as well. तो फिर कोई point नहीं है. दोस्ती तोड़ने का कोई point नहीं है. Chesscom, please pay well. He's destroying his relationships for this.
Okay, Chad, I think it's time to wrap up before any more relationships get destroyed. Bye, Chad.
I like, Abhijeet got thinking, मुझे इतना मिला, उसको कितना मिला? Got into this thought. No, I'm just joking. I actually tune into your guys' commentary. Like, I think when Vishy was there, I joined a couple of times. It was very nice.
Just tell
I see that
VD
Sahil has
that
complete
whenever
fan movement,
Vishy comes, everybody joins our
when,
stream. Yeah.
One
When Vishy
second.
leaves, everybody leaves
Yeah,
our
the
stream.
chat.
One second.
Hello?
No, I was just saying, VD, that whenever Vishy comes, everybody joins our stream. Whenever Vishy leaves, then everybody leaves also. So that is normal. Acha, VD, since you are here, what do you think about today's?
I also see that the title of stream changes. First, it's not like Vishy Anand on this, so there is no clickbait. There is some title which I don't know. Then suddenly Vishy Anand on the round 3 of candidates. Then everybody joins in there.
Yeah, I guess there are two ways of looking at this. One is VD joins when Vishy joins. Another is VD joins when Sahil goes completely quiet. I don't know which one is.
I think
But
it's
I was
the same
quiet
time.
yesterday too,
When
so-
Vishy joins, Sahil goes completely quiet. I think it's the same time.
Yeah. How was the experience with it today? Like the overall
Arey, बहुत
experience.
सही था. Like there were a couple of moments like when Jai Ho was played, and you know the electric ऐसा vibe हो गया था वहाँ पे. And Tanya and I were like next to each other saying कि यार goosebumps आ रहे थे. Like you know, it was so electric. And then
I could feel it.
when finally Modi ji also gave his speech, and I did not expect that.
And yeah, he called your name. Did you?
Yeah,
How
I
did
did
it
not
feel?
expect
How
it.
did it feel? How did it feel? तुम नाम सुना
I did
तो।
not expect it at all. तो बहुत बड़ा surprise था.
तो
Of
कैसा
course it
लगा?
felt good. यार,
अच्छा तो
मजा
लगा ही
आया.
होगा obviously.
मजा आया. This garden हो गया. So what are your guys like commentary? अभी when is the rest day?
Tomorrow is the
Every
rest
3
day.
rounds.
So tomorrow is rest day, क्या?
huh.
अच्छा, okay. When do I have to join?
I think that's a
No idea.
conversation.
Whenever
you
you
have
are
on
free.
WhatsApp.
Whenever you're free. Whenever you have time.
अच्छा, cool. I think games are over. क्या? I couldn't follow the games today. I was
Yeah,
out.
games are over.
I
Today
saw that
we are having
Firouzja's
changed
winning.
stream because it got over at 11:15. Yesterday we were there till 1.
Acha,
Yeah.
usually it goes on that later. But the games were super interesting so far. Like,
Yeah.
it's a
Fighting
different
games,
thing
yeah,
to-
more or less fighting games, yeah.
Exactly, and it's so hard fought. Like this Nepo Fabi, even if it was draw, it was like full of like so many. Like, I was
You know,
following it,
like just before like they made a draw, Vishy sir was here and he was like,
yeah. You asked
it can
him.
go
I
either.
remember. You asked him, would you take a draw in the same position? I remember that is.
And as soon as he left, they actually drew.
Yeah. I didn't expect it to happen draw hoga, but I practically understand that it's the moves are
Yeah,
not so
yeah,
obvious. Today, any
Right,
results or all draws?
All draws.
All draws. But all
I saw
fighting games. Like
Firouzja was winning, no? Or am I wrong when I saw it? Like when it
no, he
looked
was
winning.
much better, but winning is a little bit too like
You know,
too much. But
I tell the same. Like Firouzja looks like having great position. Then Srinath just puts on computer and says 0.00. Just shrugs it off and kills all my confidence right before the Olympiad. It's like so annoying. I hope he doesn't use
but
commentary.
more than Firouzja, Ding had a like winning position, I think.
Against?
Ding was much rapo.
Oh, what happened then? How did he mess up?
Some normal. Do you want to see or you?
Yeah, you can show the critical moment. No, I'm just curious
Sure.
actually.
You're okay.
आप लोग का 1 बजे
You-
तक करके ही रहूंगा मैं अभी. अभी क्या राउंड फिगर हो जाएगा 12 बजे तक तो पेमेंट अच्छे से आ जाएगा.
Guju, greedy.
So at this point, like he took HG and played Queen E4, and Black got Queen D2. But I guess if you start with Queen E4, so Queen D2 को Queen E3 आ रहा है, then there is H6. So
subtle.
And the point is like after Queen D2, na generally it is okay, but the point is Bishop D4 E5 is coming very fast, and then Black is.
Abhijeet,
That
just
is
don't give it away to VD like that, no? Just
Yeah, I thought
make
you'll quiz
him.
me.
This will be your training.
Thoda,
This person someday.
Just wants
don't
to
make it easy
humiliate me
for.
on stream. You know, that's the point. Srinath wants to do that, but I'll come on stream for that specially. I'm looking forward to the games. Kyun maza aata hai. As a chess player, to follow these
Yeah.
candidates is too much fun. Like the game so far, I love it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Chalo guys, carry on. I'll just
Okay.
I just came for fun to roast Srinath.
Okay.
And
Bye-bye.
commenting. Bye.
VD looking good and blue.
तो chat से तो पूछने भूल गया था. They wanted to ask something.
backstab Srinath. It's okay.
So I guess that's it, no, guys?
Yep. All right, guys. Yeah.
So thank you, Srinath, once again for having a cameo. Probably we'll see you more from.
Yeah.
Actually, I should say thanks to VD actually, for the cameo. You were there for a while.
True. But then VD can never really keep quiet, yeah, वैसे भी. So if he's here, he's going to come in anyway.
He needs attention, yeah. So
Apparently his back is hurting, so I don't know.
Tickoo वर्ड से ज़्यादा jokes आ नहीं रहे यार. Very bad. I think we have to end the stream. So.
बिल्कुल. ठीक है chat, बहुत मजा आया यार. Thank you for joining, and I guess it will be the end. Of the stream.
So yeah. So thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Is rest, so we'll see you day after tomorrow. Good night, and have a whatever you want to do that, but carefully. like Tickoo wants to steal the torch, but do it carefully.
I don't know where this is going towards.
I mean, why would I steal the torch? I would just book, go along with the torch and visit every other place. It's such a beautiful tour, right? India tour करना है torch के साथ-साथ चलो.
अरे अंधेरे में तो चाहिएगा ना हमको torch. But anyway, guys, I think let's end it here.
I think it's time to end.
Yeah.
ठीक है chat. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye.